Namaskar, the viewers of PMC channel. It is a very great opportunity that has been given to me today to interview the great Buddha on this earth, Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. Let me introduce myself. I am Girija Rajan. In the year 1998, on 5th of July, I had the great fortune of meeting Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. From then on, my life took a very great step, or it went into another path, and it was a glorious path altogether. I have been practicing regularly meditation and reaping the benefits thereof. Today we are in the studio and I am going to interview Patri Ji, and we are eager to listen to his words of wisdom, the pearls of wisdom which always come out through him. So today is another great day in my life to get to hear those words. Welcome you, Patri Ji, to this great
Namaskaram.
show. Namaskaram. And we shall straight away start off. From my childhood, I have been told by my father, and he used to tell me so many stories. In that he used to tell about Mahatma Gandhi ji, and he used to tell that how Mahatma Gandhi was a very great soul. So he could oppose the great empire, the English empire, and he could tell those words of independence boldly in front of them. And also he could mobilize support for his views. That sort of courage I could see in you when you spoke for the first time, when I heard you in Mysore for the first time. You were telling, your words were coming out of you, such words that were very, very courageous, and against 3 departments. It is puja department, non-veg department, and medicine department. So how it is possible for a human being to even say those words? I was wonderstruck. Please enlighten on this.
Oh yeah, there are 3 things that you should never do, and there are 3 things that you should do. This was my research. Slowly I came to know about all these 3 things, what to do, and 3 things what not to do. What not to do is worshipping an idol or worshipping a person. Worshipping an idol is something crazy. And worshipping a human being is also very crazy. Okay. Although I was brought up in a Hindu tradition where we go to the temple, Rama statue is there, Rama God is there, Krishna is there, Shiva is there, we do namaskars and come back. All that culture I had gone through. But when I became an adult, I found it's all meaningless. When I further did my research in reading all the books and trying to understand the whole truth by so many great masters and saints, it is ridiculous to bow in front of a statue. Although it is given, the explanation is given that they don't see as they see as the God himself. That's a different thing, but not for me. Not for me to bow down. And I won't bow down, and I won't allow anybody to bow down if they would like to hear me, listen to me. So, many times we also heard this phrase, work is worship. That is the right worship. Worship is not worship. Worship is stupidity. Spiritual science stupidity. Stupidity from the point of spiritual science. It is greatness from the point of religion, but it is stupidity from the point of spiritual science. What to do? I find it stupidity, I speak it that way. So, doing that worship, that puja. See, you pluck a flower here and put the flower there on the statue. How dare you pluck the flower here? The plant is getting suffered because of you. And you are worshipping here, you are harming the God here, and you are trying to please the God here. What kind of a God are you? When you pluck a flower, that fellow is crying. The tree is crying. Why are you doing it to me? If you want to eat something, you can eat, but you are not eating. You are just plucking the flower, plucking the leaf and putting it here, doing Patri Puja, Pushpa Puja. No. The tree, the plant doesn't like it. How dare you do that? If you cut my ear and give it to Lord Shiva, would I like it? I won't like it. How dare you cut even my hair also you can't cut. My hair is my hair. How dare you cut my hair? Even if cutting my hair doesn't harm me, still you can't do it. Only you must take my permission. So, I am dead against puja. There is the first no. No, it means no. You want to do it, you do it up to you, but it is not sanctified by Shastra. So, whatever is sanctified by Shastra, and whatever a guru say, and whatever is your personal experience, these three must coincide. Whatever Shastra says, whatever guru says, and whatever your experience, Swanubhava, they all tally. My Swanubhava says that you can't bow down your head to a statue. My reading of Shastra tells me the same thing. Aham Brahmasmi, I am God, you are God. So who is to worship whom? And my Guru also told me the same thing. Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi. So all these three things, what Guru says, what Shastra says, and what my experience, my own personal feeling is, they all tally. So I follow what my heart is. As Richard Bach said, your only obligation in any given lifetime is to be true to yourself. I don't want to be true to you, or true to the society, or true to my Hindu religion, my brought up. No, I am true to myself. The only obligation in any given lifetime is to be true to yourself. So I am true to myself. People listen to me or don't listen to me, doesn't care. People hang me or people do whatever to me, I don't care. I will speak what I want to speak. And the second thing is, no meat eating. No killing of animals and birds and fish to eat. Very, very horrible activity of the human being. How dare you do that? If somebody puts you in the water, what happens to you? The same thing happens to the fish when you take the fish out of the water. You want to be happy, but you want to kill others. Very, very, very horrible. Very, very horrible. An ant is going there, you want to kill that ant. If the tiger is coming to kill you, you can kill the tiger, but the ant is not doing anything to you. Why are you putting your leg on the ant? In my childhood, I used to kill the rats in my home. Now I regret. At that time I didn't know. Orders by parents, then I had to do it. I am very sorry I killed many rats. They were coming for their food, a few grains, and you are killing them. I am such a big papi. I have done a lot of sins. What to do? Okay, I will go through the effect of my sins. I killed many rats. Don't tell anybody that I have killed rats. Huh?
We all have.
Keep it a secret.
We all have done unknowingly.
What unknowingly? Knowingly you have done it. You have searched for the rats and hit them. It was a big adventure. You felt victorious in killing an ant.
There's a compulsion of the situation.
I can never forgive myself for that. that always pinches me, even now. What to do? So, no killing of animals, birds and fish. For your sport or for your... In Spain, the sport is there, the bullfight. You spear the bulls and they die. What kind of game is that? No. In fact, even the bullocks for ploughing, we should not use them. You are giving trouble to them. Tractor is fine, bullock ploughing is wrong. You should never give trouble to any animal, any bird, any fish. Even if when you put aquarium, you are limiting the movement of the fish. You should not have an aquarium for your sport. So there are many things. For silk, they kill the worms. You want silk, to kill all the worms? Put them in the boiling water. Huh? Can't you have a cotton sari? Why do you want a silk sari? You want a silk sari?
No. Never. I don't want to kill.
So, I am dead against killing animals for food. Live on a tomato, live on a potato, live on an apple. So many fruits are there. Why are you killing animals? So the first thing is no puja, no worship. Second thing is no meat eating, no killing. And the third is no doctor. See, you have got a cancer because of yourself, and doctor is going to remove that cancer? No. You have to remove that cancer. You brought it into yourself by your stupid eating, by your stupid waste of energy. When you talk unnecessarily, when you think unnecessarily, you are wasting energy, and bacteria and virus will come and attack you because this body is the food for them. As fruits are food for you, this body is food for them. The tree is happily giving its fruits to you. You also give your body freely to the bacteria and the virus. Even after they eat, there is enough for you to have your body for you. No pesticides on the farms, no weedicides. I come from the fertilizer background, but I am against all the fertilizers, pesticides and weedicides. When I worked in the fertilizer company, when I recommended fertilizer pesticide, I was doing lot of sin. I was a great big sinner. But at that time it was earning a bread for me. So, no chemicals in the bodies. No chemicals for the plants, no chemicals for human bodies. You die, there is no death. Why do you want to live only in this body? When this body goes, there is another body is there, astral body is there, causal body is there. So many bodies are there, beautiful bodies. Why are you worried that you should live only in this body? Hang on to life? No. That is not spirituality at all. If you still see some tragedy in death, you are not spiritual at all. There is no death. In Bhagavad Gita, Vedavyasa says, Hato va prapsyasi swargam, jitva va bhoksyasi mahim, tasmat uttishta kaunteya yuddhaya krutanishyah. If you die, you go to Swarga. If you win, all this is worse. Why are you worried about death? Na hanyate hanyamane sharire. When the body is killed, Atma is never killed. So, why are you worried about your death? There is no death. Then why are you worried about the doctors and medicines? You want to preserve your body? No, why? If my body vanishes now, what is it for me? Let the cancer come and consume me. If I have done my sins, then I have to pay for the sins. Happily I will pay. So no doctor, no medicine. Some things are there, like eye vision. So it's not a disease. So I get my eye operated. Okay. or if I lose my tooth, I have artificial teeth. These are all good. These are not medicines. They are artifacts. Such things are good. It's not a disease. If my teeth are lost, it's not a disease, it's natural. So I can have artificial teeth. Why not use my artificial teeth? I am happily enjoying. If I don't have artificial teeth, all my teeth are artificial. If I don't have teeth, I can't chew anything, I can't eat anything, I can't enjoy my food. But with my artificial teeth, I can enjoy everything as I was enjoying earlier. All my teeth were going one by one. Doctor advised me, shall I pluck one? I said, no violence. Let it fall by itself. So every tooth was getting loose and falling. A lot of pain was there. I went through all the pains. No violence on my tooth. It should fall by itself. When everything was well, I had my artificial teeth. I am enjoying my life. When I can't see, then they put the lenses here. So I am seeing. Okay. If you break some bone, you can have a rod here. So what? All those things are there.
And for child.
That is the beautiful modern medicine has given many ways. Yeah. Take advantage of it. But for cancer, for liver, no way.
Always dependent on doctors.
You stop your non-vegetarian food, everything will be okay here. Correct. You do service to others, everything will be okay here. Correct. Take care of less fortunate people. Other great masters will take care of you. If you take care of your neighbor, higher people, masters will take care of you. You don't take care of others and you want the higher masters to take care of you? No. Put your problems aside and take care of others' problems. Do seva. So for me, 3 no's. No puja, no worship, no doctor, no medicine, no meat eating. My brother, when he came from England in the year 1975, he saw me very lean. He said, oh, you must eat egg, because he became an Hungarian there. So he said, you eat egg. So he used to give me egg. It was very difficult for me to put the egg in my mouth. But after some time I developed the taste for it also. I was liking my omelets. For 3 years I didn't take. But at that time I didn't know meditation. In the year 1979, when I came to know about meditation, I stopped all the egg. I said, it's wrong. My brother put that egg into me and he started eating all meat. My own brother. So I left my brother. You are a stupid fellow. I don't like you. Anybody who is eating meat is a wrong fellow. I won't even talk to them. Whether my brother or my sister, so what? My sister, eldest sister, was doing wall worship, so I left her. My brother was eating meat, so I left him. You are not a meditator, so I am with you. You are a meditator, therefore I am with you. So there's 3 things. No puja worship of either an idol or a person. He may be Mahatma Gandhi or Krishna or Bhima or Bhishma. So what? I was learning music. Dr. Sripada Pinakapani. All other people used to come and touch his feet. I never touched his feet. I will never bow down to any person. Although I was learning music from him. So these are the 3 no's. No for puja worship, no for meat eating and eggs, and no for doctors and medicines, for diseases.
Thank you very much for the excellent revelations that you have made today. Great, Patri Ji. But I'm still wondering how that courage came to you, into you, to speak to the whole world. Even I was knowing that these things are wrong from childhood. I knew that. But I didn't have the courage to speak it out. Because I was always told, why you want to tell the others? You just look after yourself. That is enough. Don't poke into others. Like that they were.
You can never poke into others' affairs.
Yes.
You can either speak your truth or hide your truth. There is no way you can poke into others' affairs. You are not poking into others' affairs. You are speaking your truth.
But it needs a lot of courage to speak that.
To speak a lie, it needs courage, not to speak truth.
That is correct. That is true, really. But for the common man, it is difficult to express.
For example, there is no common man. Everybody is a god. I don't see any common man.
Yes.
Everybody is a god.
Yeah, that is correct. In that way,
He doesn't know, she doesn't know that she is a god, but I know that she is a god, he is a god.
Yeah.
There is no common man here.
Yeah, in your angle, everyone is a god.
Nobody is a common man.
Yeah.
Everybody is an uncommon man.
Yes, correct.
Everybody is a great god.
Yeah. But then still I wonder and I salute at the courage with which you came out and with the conviction, the determination like that. That's what is amazing to me, even today.
It's my duty to do it. And I will do my duty.
So now in meditation we are going about in
Kausalya Supraja Rama Purva Sandhya Pravartate Uttishta Narshardula Kartavyam Daiva Mahanikam.
Yes.
It is Kartavyam, duty. It is divine duty. Or human duty. Or a scientist's duty. Or a yogi's duty. Kartavyam. Kausalya Supraja Rama Purva Sandhya Pravartate Uttishta Narsardula Kartavyam Daiva Mahanikam. It is the divine duty of everybody to speak about the divine truth. What is the divine truth? Whatever is not tangible to your sense organs is divine. Divinity is not tangible to your sense organs. Okay. Kartavyam Daiva Mahanikam. Divine truth. Divine duty. Kartavyam, duty. Divine duty.
So it is the duty of everyone to speak.
Duty of everybody is a divine being, and everybody has a divine duty.
Yeah. To speak the truth and to
Yes,
help
yes,
others
yes.
not do the wrong things at least.
Karl Marx said, religion is the opiate of the masses. He spoke his truth. How dare he do that? He did that, isn't it?
Yeah, there.
Religion is the opiate of the masses. Karl Marx. Or the Upanishad seer said, Tattvamasi Shvetaketo, you are the God. You are that, not this. Jesus Christ said, I am the Son of God. And you are also Son of the God. I and you are one. What are these statements?
Correct.
I am the Son of God. He talked about our kingdom of God. Then the Romans got jittery. Yes. What kingdom? Naya kingdom ho raha idhar. Naya raj ho raha hai. So you crucify him. Kill him.
Correct.
And when he was being crucified, he expresses the view that these people don't know what they are doing. They don't know what they are doing. They are ignorant.
Even
You pardon them.
He was compassionate even with
Yes. So
very nice. Great master. So now coming,
Socrates, he was given poison. He said, you just say that I am sorry, I did a wrong thing, we won't give you poison. He said, I won't say sorry. I did not do anything. You give me poison, I will be happily taking it. Just one word, they requested. Actually, we don't want to kill you, but just say sorry that you have done wrong. Then we'll leave you. He said, sorry, I won't say sorry. You give me that poison, I will drink it happily. They requested again, please say sorry. One word from your mouth, say sorry. We leave you out. We don't want to kill you at all. We are very unhappy to kill you. But the government wants one sorry from you. One admission that you are wrong in criticizing others. I said, I am not wrong in criticizing anybody. I speak the truth. Give me that poison. I will drink it. He drank it happily. So I will also drink it. Give me some poison.
Really bow down to all the great masters who have spoken.
So many people are there.
Yes.
So many great people are there.
Yes. Really.
Gandhiji was thrown out of the station. He said, you are not first class, you are third class fellow. And in the night, in the fiery cold on the platform, he was late. He was thrown out of the station. his bag and baggage. He sat there like this. Without any malice towards anybody. He carried on his satyagraha.
All fantastic.
So, we can learn something from a Gandhi.
Yes.
Can't we learn?
Yes, definitely.
We can learn something from a Socrates. Something from a Jesus. Yes?
Yes, Patriji. That's what I saw, the combination of all the masters in you, Patriji, when you uttered such great truths.
I am a good student.
Very great. But you are a great master too, for all of us. So, but when we talk of vegetarianism, is it our duty also to ask the plant and then only pluck some fruit or some
Once
vegetable?
Ramana Maharshi was there.
Yeah.
Some people threw stones on the mango tree.
Okay.
They wanted to have the mangoes.
Mangoes,
And Ramana Maharshi was there. He was very wild with them. Why are you throwing the stones?
Stones, yeah.
Why are you hurting the plant?
Plant.
If it falls, you take it. Otherwise, ask for the plant. Can it pluck your hand? Then only take it.
Yes.
Don't throw stones at it, he said. Why are you throwing stones?
Stones.
If I throw stones at you, how would you feel? This was what Ramana Maharshi was saying.
Wow, great words. Fantastic. Such great.
So why can't we be like Ramana Maharshi? You ask and it will give you.
Take it, yes.
The tree wants, just request me. Like the Socrates case, the government just wants one request from Socrates. We are sorry, we won't kill you. You ask once and then take it. We are here to give you. But a little courtesy.
Correct. That must be there.
A little courtesy.
We always think plants and animals are lower than us. That is why the
That's a
humanity
mistake.
thinks, yeah, that's a mistake.
Nobody is lower than you, nobody is higher than you. That is the truth. Request.
Yeah.
See, Yudhishthira went to Bhishma on the 10th day of the war. He said, Swamiji, tell me how I can kill you.
Oh.
Hey, you can kill me easily if you put that Shikandi in front of Arjuna, and Arjuna can kill me.
He himself gives the way
So-
to kill him.
So he gave the secret. Then if Bhishma can give the secret to so that how he can be killed, don't you think the tree can give you its fruit happily?
Definitely.
Don't put a throw a stone. Pluck it happily, lovingly, requestingly. Anybody will do anything for you if you request. Like Bhishma, when Yudhishthira requested him for his death, he said, okay, come take my death. This is the only way you can kill me. Otherwise I am bound to kill you. So request everybody.
Request. That's a minimum courtesy. Yeah. And now regarding food, when we are talking of, veganism has come into food. Do you think it should be practiced that very?
See, how about Lord Krishna?
He was a shepherd actually. He used to be in the midst of so many cows.
So you drank milk happily?
Happily.
So why can't you drink milk happily?
He can drink milk happily.
Is Krishna wrong or right?
He is a very great Lord. Yes, he is right.
If you say only for veganism, you must say that Krishna is wrong. I will never dare say that Krishna is wrong.
Correct.
I will always say that Krishna is right. If Krishna is right, this is right.
Correct.
Don't put big missions on
Cows to get the milk out. And
draw the milk.
Yeah, and they are
Lovingly do it.
Yeah.
Love is important, either for the tree or for a cow.
Correct.
Understand?
Yes.
Cow wants to give milk, like the trees want to give the fruit. The cows want to give the milk. Come, drink it.
Correct.
We say cow is the mother. Mother says, take my milk, but don't hurt me. So, all this veganism, I said, if you say they so, then Krishna must be wrong. Krishna is never wrong.
He loved all the products, ghee, butter,
Yes.
everything.
So I am for
Milk
Krishna.
products, yes.
I am a follower of Krishna.
Yes.
That answers you?
Yes. Thank you very much for enlightening me on that subject. And now coming to meditation and third eye. And you say there should be perfection of third eye. So,
Perfection is endless.
yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
If you are a musician, perfect music is your goal, but it is endless.
Endless, yeah. Never
Okay.
reached, yeah.
If you are meditation is your goal, but it is endless. Perfection is there.
Yeah, yeah,
Endless.
yeah,
Lord Shiva is still doing meditation.
yeah. Still doing meditation.
Yes, yes. So perfection is endless.
Yes, correct. So it never attains. So it goes on and
It is endless.
endless.
That doesn't mean that you must not go for it. You must go for it. Yes.
And how do you think third eye experiences will help in our our day-to-day life or our material life?
See, in meditation, you are happy with yourself.
Yeah.
You have a life of your own private life.
Yes.
Why should you always have a public life?
Not necessary.
Why should always you make me happy? Why can't I make myself happy?
Yes. Correct.
If a wife is not happy with the husband, wife can do meditation to become happy by herself.
Through
You don't require a husband to make you happy.
Correct.
If the husband is making you happy, is to go fine. But if he is not making you happy, you go into meditation.
Yes.
Don't hate your husband.
Yes.
Don't kill your husband. Don't murder. Are you going to murder your husband?
Never.
Don't do that.
I will never do that.
You can go into meditation.
Yes.
It shows alternative way of life. To have pleasure, bliss from yourself.
Okay. So, Patriji, now I have heard the great some speeches of some great masters. Some masters say that we should sacrifice ourselves, we selflessly work. Is it all true, or how do we?
You should be always selfish.
That's a very great answer.
First of all, fill your stomach first and then try to fill others' stomach. Don't go empty stomach. Enjoy yourself. Still there is so much time for you, then you can entertain others, give enjoyment to others. I am a very, very selfish fellow. Only after I am satisfied, I will try to satisfy others. Okay. In my path of truth, there is no suffering for myself. Happiness for myself and then path of truth. I am full 100%, 1000% for enjoyment, personal enjoyment. See, 24 hours are there. 24 hours you want to be with your wife and husband, huh? No, it is too much.
Not necessary.
A few minutes is okay.
That's it.
Then what will you do with the other things? Then you can give enjoyment to others, entertainment to others, think of others. First of all, think yourself. You have got a duty to yourself, to feed yourself, to entertain yourself, to give enjoyment to your body, mind, intellect. Okay. If you are not there, I will read my book. That entertains my intellect. If you are there, I will keep the book aside and talk to you. My time is for myself. Over and above that, my time is for others. My intellect is for myself, my mind is for myself, and over and above that, it is for others. My body is for myself, and over and above that, my body is for others. My lifetime is for myself. Over and above that, after I fulfill, satisfy myself, then only it is for others. Thank you for putting a good question.
Yes, Patriji, because we have been taught that you should be like a candle, you should burn yourself, then give light to others. What is always?
That is sadism.
Yeah, that is not true.
That is masochism. Masochism is when you give suffering to yourself. Sadism is when you give suffering to others. No masochism, no sadism.
Sadism.
Okay. Enjoy yourself and give enjoyment to others.
What is the first one you said, please?
Masochism.
Masochism.
When you give suffering to yourself.
Suffering to yourself, yeah.
When you give suffering to others, you are sadism.
Yeah, sadism, yeah.
No masochism.
Okay, yes, Patriji. So that is also quite wrong in spiritual terms.
Totally wrong. That's why it is said, when you take your life, Atma Hatya Mahapapam. See, it is as sinful or more sinful than murdering others.
Yes, correct.
You are taking your own life. Why should it be a sin? It is sin. You have got no right to take your life.
Yeah. Correct. In any situation.
You can't hang yourself.
In any situation.
Any situation you can know self-immolation.
Yes.
It's not greatness, it is greatest stupidity. Self-immolation. Either sudden or a piecemeal. No. When you are keeping on worrying about yourself, you are piecemeal committing self-immolation. Slowly you are giving death to yourself. No. Give life to life.
Life to life.
Yes. Don't give death to life as far as you can help it. So don't commit suicide.
Never.
Just because your husband is not taking you to a movie.
Never.
No.
Never I will do that. I know Gandhiji.
You have a big third eye.
Yeah.
You can see all the movies inside.
Yes, I have, and thank you so much for introducing that to me, Patriji. I'm really enjoying myself with my third eye, and I'm trying to perfect it. So I do it.
I want to help everybody, but only few people want to help themselves. They want to come to me. Not all our people are coming to me.
They will come slowly. The whole world has to come to you because you are telling the truth. So they will come.
Somebody from Girija Rajan, from somewhere, Mysore, she comes here, but my own people, my own brothers and sisters, they don't come to me.
They are not yet ready.
So
they will get ready and they will come, definitely. We will wait for them patiently. You have been very patient with everyone. You waited so much. And that is how things are happening now. And one more question I would like to ask. Coming back to the first question, you said 3 don'ts, but 3 do's, please explain that.
Yes, 3 do's are meditation, Dhyana, Swadhyaya, Sajjana Sangatya. They are the 3 do's. 3 do nots, 3 do's. You must do meditation every day, 1 or 2 hours. Every day read books, 1 or 2 hours. Every day listen to others' experiences, 1 or 2 hours. They must. Minimum 1 hour, maximum 2 hours. Do meditation every day. Read books. Read D.T. Suzuki, read Alan Watts, read Ruth Montgomery, read Yogananda Paramahansa, read Swami Rama. So many masters have written books. So very painstakingly. You don't have take a little pain in reading them. Very funny. So read books, Swadhyaya, and listen to other stories. As you are listening to my story now. Okay, you must listen to everybody's story. Trijagati Sajjana Sangati Reka Bhavati Bhavanava Tarane Nauka. In all the 3 worlds, it is through Sajjana Sangatya that you cross the ocean of suffering. Adi Shankaracharya. Trijagati Sajjana Sangati Reka Bhavati Bhavanava Tarane Nauka. You must always spend 1 or 2 hours every day listening to others' experiences of truth, of meditation, of Swadhyaya. You must listen to Mother Teresa, how she is giving seva to others. You must listen to Ramana Maharshi, you must listen to Socrates, you must listen to everybody. All great masters are there. If they are available in person, listen to them in person. If they are available in books, then read the books.
Reading books are very great, important.
If Bismillah Khan is there, alive, then you listen to him. If he is not there, listen to his cassette, his CD. The same thing is there, no?
Same thing.
Whether he is flesh and blood or not, his music is there. So, why are you bothered about the flesh and blood?
Never.
No. Swadhyaya, I have developed myself only through Swadhyaya.
It's great revelation for us, yeah.
And Sajjana Sangatya. I made a lot of Sajjana Sangatya with you so that I have learned from you.
Yes.
20 years I made.
Yes, Patriji. Thank you so much. Patiently hearing.
20 years
Yes.
I did Sajjana Sangatya with you.
Yes.
I heard every one of your experiences.
Yes, and you remember it much more than myself. Sometimes I forget, but you remember. I'm so happy about it, and how ardently you have listened. That listening capacity.
I want to grow, isn't it?
Yes. You are steadfast at it. Some of us slacken.
I want to grow, and I will grow. I have been growing.
Yes, Patriji.
Because of my dhyana, because of my swadhyaya, because of my sajjana sangatya. These 3 are must.
We are seeing it, Patriji. That much commitment for ourselves.
Commitment for my own son, for my own development.
Yeah. That should, everyone should possess that.
Yes,
That's
1
why I
or
said
2.
faster, yeah.
1 hour minimum.
Yeah.
Dhyana, Swadhyaya, Sadhana, 1-2 hours minimum. These 3.
Yes.
24 hours are there. What do you do?
Yes, we should set apart.
How much money you want to earn? Crores of rupees? And waste your lifetime? 1 roti in the morning, 1 achar ka tukda in the morning, and late 1 more roti, 1 more achar ka tukda. और क्या कितना कमाएंगे आप? कितना चाहिए आपको? कुछ भी नहीं चाहिए आपको. And there are people who don't eat anything. So why do you require eating it also?
Yeah, we have seen great masters.
So why can't you have a lifetime of dhyana, swadhyaya, sajan sangatya?
Yes, Patriji.
Yes, for your own development. Yes, so these are the 3 things. Okay?
Yes, Patriji. Thank you very much for enlightening on all these subjects. Thank you very much. I will clap for you. Very good. Excellently you have explained everything to
This
me.
is for your, not for your enlightenment, this is for enlightenment of everybody else in the PMC.
Yeah, that is correct.
You were enlightened 20 years back.
Yeah, that's correct.
This is your seva to others.
Yes, Patriji. Thank
So
you
we
so
clap
much.
for your seva.
Thank you so much, Patriji. So this PMC channel also you have created such a great thing. You go to the nook and corner of the world and all people can get enlightened very easily. So it is not like 20 years before we have to gather somewhere.
Nobody
Now-
need come to me here,
Yeah.
take the physical effort. Sit at home, switch on the TV, switch on our website and see everything in the YouTube.
On your cell phone itself it
Yes,
comes
yes.
on your
So
pocket.
don't try to come to me.
Yeah, it is.
Try to see everything in the PMC.
But still we'd like to come to you because that energy is, there is lot of energy.
If it is
coming
not too much trouble for you, you can come to me.
Never, it is not a trouble.
Like one lady has come all the way from Chhattisgarh.
Let her come. She enjoys, she rejoices because the energy together gives another form of
Yeah.
energy. Yeah, sets up. So we always.
Anyhow,
finish
namaskara.
that. Thank you so much for this great movement, for this great channel. Thanks a lot, Patriji, and sparing so much time for all of us.
meditation. That is the greatest possible word, greatest possible concept, greatest possible benefactor to humanity. What exactly is meditation? Meditation is nothing but keeping the mind empty, sans any thoughts, sans any waves, sans any patterns. The mind is always working. The mind has to work. The body is always working. The body has to work. The lungs, the heart, all the body organs, they have to work. They keep working. But every night the body requires sleep to be able to work in a better fashion the next day. Supposing we don't give rest to the body every night, right? Twice a day, including the siesta time in the afternoons, the sun is hot. During the sleep time, the body rejuvenates itself and again fresh and ready for the next bout of activity. Next time around, sleep is very, very essential for every life form. The plant, the animal, the human being, sleep is essential. It rejuvenates the body. So after deep sleep, you work better early in the morning, but fresh. Yes, I am again fresh for activity. If you are not sleeping well in the night, okay, then the next day you are totally sapped of energy. Your energy sap is not there. So sleep is essential for the body and meditation is essential for the mind. As much as sleep is essential to the physical body, meditation is essential for the mental body. Meditation is deep relaxation. Relaxation is mild meditation. When you are relaxing, watching a movie, your mind is not active. You are only observing the activity of other minds in the movie. Then your mind is in a relaxed state. Your mind is only perceiving other minds. Your mind, yours by itself is not working. So that relaxation gives you certain energy. So relaxation is mild meditation, whereas meditation is deepest possible relaxation. And that is very, very important must for every human being. Meditation is not required for any animal because there are no problems there. There is no lack of peace of mind there. So once you come out from the animal kingdom to the human kingdom, then the meditation comes in along with your humanness. The special quality of humanness is the special quality of the mind of the human being. And that mind, incessantly working, scheming, doing things, okay, offending others and defending itself from the offense of others, all of activity, mental activity. And the mind needs, for its focus, for its sharpness, a lot of relaxation. And that is provided by meditation. A higher human being is a master of meditation. A lower or immature human being doesn't know meditation. So the mind is always working, tensed up, acting, reacting, and exhausted at the end of the day. Okay, and that keeps on repeating the whole of the lifetime. And there are more disasters in that life than blessings. If you want more blessings than disasters, then you have to become a master of meditation. You have to become a practitioner of meditation every day. The great master Patanjali has defined yoga as yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Yoga means making the mind's waves more peaceful and stopping those waves, stopping those activities. Nirodha means stopping. Stop our mind's activity. That is yoga. Yoga chitta vritti nirodha. Then what happens when the mind becomes empty? Then Patanjali said again, tataha drashtaha swarupe avasthanam. Tata. Then you become a drashta. Drashta means you become a seer through your third eye. When the mind becomes empty, your third eye blossoms. When the mind is like a jungle, devouring your personality, the third eye is in a placid condition. It's in a suppressive conditions. But when the mind is not there, the thought pressure is not there, when the mind is empty, then the third eye blossoms. That is called a drashtaha. You become a seer. You become a seer through your soul's level. Tata drashtaha swarupa eva avasthanam. Swarupa eva avasthanam. So you become seated in your own self. You become seated in your own self. Otherwise, we are seated in this form, not in the self. We are seated in this form to do worldly actions. But we have to seat ourselves in the self to be spiritual, to derive the soul's power, to derive the soul's energy into this form, body form. So, when the mind becomes empty, then you become a seer and you seat yourself in your own self. That is the meaning. Tataha drashtaha swarupi avasthanam. Yoga is controlling your mind, decimating your mind, diluting your mind. Okay, removing the waves and the particles, and this is done through two ways. Again he says, abhyasa vairagyabhyam tan nirodha. Tan means that mind is kept at bay, is stilled, is pacified, is emptied by two means, abhyasa and vairagya. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tan nirodha. Abhyasa is practice. Practice of everything, anything, gives you perfection in that particular thing. If you want to become a musician, you have to practice a lot. If you want perfection in meditation, make you a master of your mind, you have to practice a lot. So that practice, incessant practice, constant practice, okay, to close your eyes and begin to observe your breathing, then that is called abhyasa. And vairagya, if we want to come to our this earth plane, we have to remove ourselves from our causal world's homes. Then only we can come here. So that withdrawal from any particular thing is called as vairagya. That gives you opportunity for a new abhyasa, new practice of anything. So, on this occasion, we just mentioned the great master, we pronounced the great master Patanjali, who said the first sutra is Ataha Yoganushasanam. Ataha means now. Yoga means meditation. Anushasana means a discipline. When people have a problem, then they come to meditation. Whereas, if people are taught as the children themselves meditation, there won't be any problem at all. Prevention is better than cure. So we want all children to understand the science of meditation, to begin the practice of meditation right from childhood. That is one of the cardinal principles of Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. But when you become an adult, when you never knew about meditation, when you were a child or an adolescent, or even as a youth, as an adult, you are beset with so many problems, then you are suffering a lot. Then people come, Swamiji, please teach us meditation. Then the Swamiji teaches meditation. Atha means then, when you go to learn science of meditation, the science of meditation comes to you. When you want yoga, meditation, then yoga, meditation will come into you. Atha means that is the time. When you go there, it will come to you. As long as you don't go there, it will not come to you. When you leave India and go to USA, you will be in USA. USA will not come to India and present itself, hey, guys, see me. No, you have to go there. So, when a yogi is there, when a person says, Swamiji, my problems are overcoming me, I'm miserable, then you overcome your problems. For that, Ataha, now start the practice of meditation. Come. People come to you with problems, you say, okay, now that you have come, now you have to start meditation. Ataha yoga anushasanam, that is the first sutra. Now, the practice of meditation begins for you. Because now you have come. Now the practice of meditation comes. Ataha yoga anushasanam. And the guy says, Swamiji, what is yoga? Then, yoga, chitta, vritti. Yoga means making your mind empty. Your mind is full of miseries, problems, dichotomies, many delusions, many non-facts, many paradoxes, many incompatible things. So you have to make your mind empty. Making your mind empty is meditation. Yoga, chitta, vritti, nirodha. Then again, Swamiji, then what happens? If you have controlled your mind, you have decimated your mind, you become a drashta, you become a seer. Okay. You have closed your eyes, but you are seeing. You are seeing the whole outer world. You are seeing your whole past lives, future probabilities, future possibilities, dimensions across the cosmos. You see how you created your own problems in the first place. So you become a drashta, a seer. You literally see. Tata, drashta, then. Tata means then. Ata means now. Ataha yoganusasanam. Yoga has chitta, vritti, nirodha, tata, drashta, swarupa. Tata, then what happens? You become a drashta, you become a seer. The corresponding word in Sanskrit is rishi. Rishi means a seer. You close your eyes, you see everything. Okay. So, tata, drashta, swarupa avasthanam. You stay put in your own self, not in a body. Your body is from your toe to your head. But this is only a body. This is the container, this is not the content. The soul is the content, the body is a temporary container. Not of that content, but a image of, a mirror image, a small mirror image of that content. Not the holder of that content, never. So you become aware of the content. When you withdraw your attention from the container, you become aware of the content of the content. Okay. So you become a seer of the content. Your intention should be away from the container and towards the content. When your intent is that to see the content, of course you will see the content. And that is called as drashtaha. When you see the content, what indulge in the world, there are only blisses, continuous blisses, there are no problems. When you don't become spiritual, when you are indulging in the world, then you create a lot of problems for the world, for yourself, for everybody. So, yoga is meditation. Yoga is not putting this leg here or putting the head down and the place up. No. Yoga is essential of the mind. 100%. It is the rectification of the mind. Okay. How do you rectify your mind? Meditation. How do you strengthen your soul's power? Increase soul's power, strengthen your soul's will through meditation. Meditation is the answer for all the problems of humanity. If you are a human being, you must do meditation. Otherwise, you cannot blossom as a human being. You can't understand the whole thing, picture, without meditation. That's why Gautama Siddhartha, when he was beset with an old age, a death, a disease, then he wanted to find out the cause. He did find out the cause through meditation. Meditation is very, very important. Every day you should spend time in meditation. Minimum according to your age. If your age is 40 minutes. If your age is 20 minutes. That's the bare minimum. Okay. People ask, can we do it in installments? Everywhere there is installment business. So of course you can do it in installments. But better not. Better to do it in one stretch. Okay, one stretch. Okay. And any time is best time for meditation. Morning, afternoon, evening, night. Any place is best place. Prefer a chair, prefer a sofa. Keep your wall walk to the wall. Okay. Sthira Sukhamasanam. This is another statement from Patanjali. Your asana, the posture that you take for the settling of your mind in the self, it should be comfortable, sukham, and it should be firm. Sthira Sukhamasana. Any posture which is comfortable to you, which is steady, you can sit happily without any trouble. Okay. That's the asana you have to take. Sthira Sukhamasana. And we call this observing the breathing to get your mind very fast into meditation. If you don't observe the breathing, simply sit, then it takes a long time for the mind to settle. But if you observe the breathing process, if your mind is focused on this, attuned to it, then your mind becomes empty very fast. That's why this observing the breathing is a great catalyst in the whole process of meditation. That's why it is called as pranayama. That's the essential step. If you want to go into meditation deeply and instantly, okay, so that pranayama is becoming one with the breath. Sukhamaya pranayama. After Sukhamaya asanam, Sukhamaya pranayama. You have to cross your fingers because 10% of your energy flows through your fingers. So you can't keep like this. So always best to keep all like this. Okay, you cross your feet because 10% of your energy flows through the toes of the feet. So you have to cross it so that the 10%, and 80% of your energy flows through the eyes to catch the world. So you have to close your eyes, then happily observe the breathing. Normally the breath is about say 10 inches. Then as you focus your mind's attention onto the breath, the 10 inches breath becomes 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, then 2, then 1. It finally stays at the top of the nose. As you observe the breathing changes. It's dynamics. Then it becomes smaller and smaller, smaller. Then the breath becomes small and still. When the breath becomes small and still, the mind becomes small and still. When the breath is again 10 inches, the mind is again totally vacillating, vibrating. Cyclone is there in the mind. So, mind and breath are interconnected. So, you begin with the breath to go to the mind. And when the breath becomes small and still, the mind is also still. Chitta vritti nirodha, the mind has become empty. Rather empty. It's not absolute emptiness. It is great emptiness that is we are targeting, not absolute emptiness. Okay, because the lower mind disappears, the higher mind appears. The higher mind is the seer. Okay. So, the mind gets distracted, but again you have to come back to your breath to reconstruct your mind, repacify your mind, rectify your mind. So this ding-dong battle goes on and goes on, but soon we become the masters of meditation. Anybody becomes. Okay. A little sincerity is required, a little seriousness is required. Then enlightenment happens. Without sincerity, without seriousness, there is no enlightenment. So, sincere practitioner, serious practitioner is enlightenment in our path. Sincerity plus seriousness is equal to, in Sanskrit, Shraddha. So, the word Shraddha in Sanskrit combines these two terms, sincerity and seriousness. Shraddhavan lavate jnanam. That is one of the statements of Gita. So when you are sincere, when you are serious, of course you become a wise person. You acquire that knowledge, experience. That is. You undergo that experience and you learn that particular thing. That is called jnana, wisdom. So, anytime, any place, any situation, even if there is a marriage going on in your house, you should be able to do meditation amidst all the din. And even if there is a death in your house, you must be able to do meditation amidst all the suffering or amidst all the loss. Any time, any place, any situation, you must do meditation. You must be regular practice of meditation. Practice of meditation makes man perfect. Meditation is compulsory for each and every soul, human soul. If you are a human being, it is compulsory. If you think that it is not needed for you, then you are not a human being. You are existing only biologically at the animal level. Okay. But if you are existing at the mental level, if you are a human being, okay. The word man comes from mind. Man in Hindi. Man. Okay, Sanskrit. Man, human. So mind requires meditation. Heal yourself through meditation. Energize yourself through meditation. And embrace yourself in your meditation. And not only needs are fulfilled, your desires will be fulfilled. Okay. First the needs, then the desires. Okay. Welcome to the great science of meditation, great practice of meditation, Anapanasati meditation. Pranams to Patanjali and Buddha. We take their name and we live in their shadows. It's great joy for us to live in their shadows. And welcome to the Pyramid Spiritual Societies.
Namaste. I'm Swapna Gajjala from Austin, Texas. Welcome to Digital Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram 2 2020. We are very happy and excited to celebrate 30 years of PSSM movement founded by our Grand Master Brahmarshi Pitaama Patriji. I'm honored to introduce our guest speaker today, Ms. Dina Mariam from New York. Dina is a long-time meditation practitioner in the lineage of Kriya Yoga. She came in contact with her guru, Paramahamsa Yogananda, at the age of 20, long after he had left his physical form. She devoted many years to practicing his teachings and studying the texts of ancient Vedic tradition. During her years of meditation, many vivid memories of past births began to emerge, and these memories became the subject of her books. The purpose of sharing these intimate stories was to help people see the long arch of their life, whether they retain memories or not, to help overcome fear and anxiety about death, to understand more fully the workings of cause and effect, and to know that each one of us, moment to moment, is creating the blueprint for our future. Her first book, My Journey Through Time, a spiritual memoir of life, death, and rebirth, takes Dina on a journey back through 7 consecutive lives, revealing the intricate patterns that emerge as one life leads into another. Her second book, The Untold Story of Sita, an empowering tale for our time, takes the reader back to a much earlier age, several thousand years BCE, to a pre-patriarchal era when humanity had not fully separated itself from the natural world. There are many messages from that time that are particularly relevant today. A third book called When the Bright Moon Rises, Awakening Ancient Memories will be released soon. A fourth book is also in the works, The Seeds of Satya Yuga, recounts memories of a life in a far higher age and how events in that life affected subsequent births, carving a path for the soul's awakening. While on her spiritual journey of awakening, Dina has been active in the public sphere. She served as the vice chair, Millennium World Peace Summit of Religious and Spiritual Leaders held at the United Nations in New York in the year 2000. Having founded the non-profit organization, the Global Peace Initiative of Women in 2002, she has worked to bring spiritual voices to address global challenges. She has spoken in many forums on the need for a shift in consciousness if we are to successfully address the ecological decline, economic and gender imbalance, climate instability, violence, and other critical issues. She received her master's degree from Columbia University and has served on numerous boards and in 2014 received the Nivano Peace Prize for her international work. Hearty welcome, Dina Madam. We are blessed to have you with us today. The stage is all yours.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and I want to especially thank Patri Ji and all the members of the Pyramid Spiritual Society for how you have received this Sita book, which has been such a personal journey for me. I want to talk a little bit about how that affected me, because I in the book, in the introduction to the book, in the back of the book, I describe a little bit about my journey to Ayodhya and Vaishno Devi and the impact. I have a sensitivity for pilgrimage places. And so often when I'm in India, I do go to pilgrimage. I've been to Badrinath and Kedarnath and Gangotri, and I continue to go because they affect me very deeply. And often I get taken out of my current life and either go back in time or into another realm. But after I had these experiences and wrote the Sita book, I decided I wanted to organize a conference in India, in Varanasi, to launch the book. And it was November 2018. And I thought, well, I just need a few more months to finish the book. And so we planned for March of 2019 to gather in Varanasi. We sent out the invitations. We just secured the place. But I couldn't put the book aside. My editor kept saying, you got to get me the book if you're going to have it released by March. November came. I said to her, I'm not finished yet. December came. I said, I'm not finished yet. January came. She said, Dina, the book's not going to be ready. We have to proof it and design it. We need the book. And I realized that I couldn't let it go because I didn't want to leave what I call Sita Loka. I didn't want to leave my complete absorption in the reality of Sita. So I was reading the book again and again, changing a word, but I knew it was done, but I couldn't let it go. And I thought to myself, what's going to happen to me when this book is done? I mean, how will I stay connected to Sita? Finally, my editor insisted that I send it to her, and I did. We had just 2 months to get the book proofed and designed, and just a day before I was leave to India, at the book, I had a few printed copies of the book to bring with me. And we had the conference, and I had planned a pilgrimage. I always do when I'm in India, plan to go one new place. I decided to go to Dwarka. I had never been to Dwarka, and years before, I had a flash of Dwarka, and I said to myself, I know that I lived in Dwarka. I never connected to the Krishna of Vrindavan. I always connected to the Krishna of Dwarka. And so many of my friends used to love to sing about Gopal, Gopal. And it did not touch me deeply. It was always Krishna of Dwarka. So I took a pilgrimage to Dwarka, and it moved me very deeply. And I fell in love with Dwarka. And I came back, and a whole new series of stories came to me, of memories. And so I started writing about Rukmini. And I realized it was a continuation of the Sita book, because Sita's next birth was as Rukmini, and yet she's disappeared from history. We only know the story of how she married Krishna, how he eloped with her, and yet it was a completion in many ways of things that had been started during Ram and Sita's life. And so I knew there was a lot more there. And it was no longer the Treta Yuga. It was the end of Dwapara Yuga. Kali Yuga was approaching. So of course, the patriarchal worldview was much more embedded in the mind. And so Rukmini was just a queen. She was no more. But I discovered a lot more. And it was so mind-boggling to me to see what she achieved in terms of bedding a whole new series of collective thoughts. All of that will come out in my book, but I wanted to read a section of the book, and I also wanted to read some words from the Sita book, which affected me very deeply, because when I heard the Sita book, and I heard it, I was being taught, I was also learning. And there's a phrase in there that when I heard it, it just went into me so deeply, and I thought to myself, this is my lesson for this lifetime. So let me begin. I'll read 2 little passages, which are toward the end of the book, and then we can talk about it, and then I'll read from the Rukmini book. This is when Sita is about to leave her body. And Soma, even though Soma knew it was happening, somehow Sita took that away from her mind so that she wouldn't be constantly living with the thought of separation. But at a certain moment, when Hanuman is there, Ram and Sita are about to take off, and Hanuman calls out, Mata. And then Soma's talking. It was then that I realized what was happening. In mere panic, my mind cried out, you are leaving this world, aren't you, Mata? As this thought entered my mind, she paused. With such a loving look, she turned around and replied, how can I leave this world, Soma, when I am the world? When I heard those words, I can't describe the effect it had on me. And then Sita goes on and says, you of all people should know that. She clung to Sri Ram's arm as the 2 of them continued down the path that led into the forest. Hanuman started to follow them. Mata again turned around and said to him quietly, you must stay, Putra. Look after Soma and the children. Tears were rolling down his cheeks. I heard him whisper, Mata. She approached him and wiped his tears and gazed at him lovingly until she saw a smile across his face. She said in a gentle voice, this is a time for joy, not for tears. So what is the teaching from that? And as I finished the book, and as I said, I was so afraid of feeling Sita's absence, I would no longer be absorbed in this day after day after day, because that's what it was like for me every day, reading again to see if I wanted to change any word. And when I came to those lines, I thought, well, how is it possible for me to feel separate from Ram and Sita? I mean, she said it herself. How can I leave the world when I am the world? Which means that in every act that we do, in every person that we meet, we can see Ram and Sita, and we can know that we are in their presence. And so it took me many months to, as I started the Rukmini book, which was a few months later. First, I was just trying to kind of make the transition and understand what was happening, and then I began to write. Then I had a draft of the Rukmini book about 6 months later, when something else came over me. I was at a place in India, and I began to have recollections of the Vedic days, going back maybe 8,000 BCE. And as I recall those times, I realized this was the time when the soul who was born as Meenakshi received the curse. So it's a prelude to Meenakshi's story that comes out in the Sita book. So I didn't know what to do. I said to my friend, I've got these 2 stories I'm working on. I'm working on the Rukmini book, and yet I'm back in the Vedic ages. He said, if that story is coming, you put aside the Rukmini book. Now I understand why. I wrote that other book, which is When the Bright Moon Rises, Awakening Ancient Memories. The first part takes place in Vedic India, and then it moves into China. There's a lot about Devi Saraswati there in that book. And again, there's the women sages are very present in that book in that time. And I realized that I had to write that book to understand what was happening in the time of Rukmini. Now I'm going back and rewriting the Rukmini book with a different level of understanding. Each book for me is a different step on the journey. I gain deeper and deeper understanding. And now that I'm writing the Rukmini book or rewriting it, many stories about Sita are coming through, as you'll see in a passage that I'm going to read now. And so to me, it's an ongoing spiritual journey. I say to myself, when I finish the Rukmini book, what will come next? I don't want to leave. Now I'm very much in that world with Rukmini as Sita's rebirth, and I don't want to leave that world. Well, I've got a good 6 months left where I can continue, because I go over these things again and again to make sure I get it just right, because I hear these things and I want to make sure that I'm conveying what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. Many, many stories are coming through in that book. And I see the tie. Everything is karmically linked. Nothing is independent from anything else. So while I begin to see my own linkages in my own journey from one life to the next, I'm also seeing how Sita and Ram, when they returned in the form of Krishna and Rukmini, they were helping with the evolution that was needed at that moment. It was a very different world. And of course, there was that great war, which had such significance, and was the ending of an era. And so much about that is the ending of an era and the beginning of a new era. So let me just read you a passage now, just to give some context to this. Rukmini is sitting with a group of women. She has an attendant called Anjali, who's more than her attendant. Anjali is a great yogini who is helping Rukmini with her work, which is really taking in those who are suffering in society, the women who've been rejected, and helping them build a new life. She's very focused on the society now. And speaking in the first person as one of the women who've been taken in and had a tragedy in her life. And so before Rukmini arrives, the women are chattering and saying, what should we ask her to talk about? And one of the women says, well, let's ask her to talk about Krishna's escapades in Vrindavan. We love those stories. And another woman says, no. That was Krishna and Radha, and maybe she'll be jealous of Krishna's love for Radha. We shouldn't bring that up. We'll ask her about something else. So Rukmini arrives. Again, she's called Mata. For several minutes, Mata sat there quietly, continuing to look around. Finally, she said, "I think some of you would like to hear of my meeting with Radha." "You have met her?" asked Anjali in surprise. "I've never heard that story." "There are many stories you haven't yet heard, Anjali." Mata closed her eyes and for a few minutes sat in meditation. Then we heard her murmur, "Radha, Radha," repeating her name as if caressing it. Opening her eyes, Mata said simply, "She is well known to me." We waited for Mata to begin, but she just sat there as if recalling the presence of one who was very dear to her. After several long minutes, she began. "I first met Radha before my marriage. Some of you will remember when I spoke about how Krishna would meet me in the forest behind the palace where I lived when I was a small child. At first, we would play together. He was very mischievous and would hide from me, but I would always find him. We played all sorts of games at first, but gradually, as my memories of my previous birth returned to me, and I began to practice long meditation, everything changed. I no longer met him in the forest, but would travel with him in my meditations. At that time in my life, my brother was beginning to confine me to my room in an effort to prevent me from escaping. Mata smiled as she remembered these scenes from her childhood. No matter what he did, he could not restrain me. I always found a way to escape his watchful eye and travel at will. But that is a story for another day. In those early meetings with Krishna, I had shared with him many stories of my childhood escapes, but I knew little of his life in Vrindavan and had long wanted to see for myself what his childhood there had been like. One day when I was meditating in my room, I found myself transported to a beautiful wooded area, one I didn't recognize. It was not the forest behind our palace that I had visited so many times. I have such love for forests and was glad to find this new place to explore. And so I walked and walked, admiring the trees and animals, until I came to the edge where the trees began to thin. There in the open pasture, I saw Krishna talking with a woman I knew immediately to be Radha. By this time, he had already left Vrindavan to live in Mathura, but there he was, standing by the side of Radha. He felt my presence and immediately looked my way, offering a broad smile and nod of his head. I stood there at the edge of the forest, not sure of what to do, but as soon as Radha saw him gazing in my direction, she turned around and, seeing me, ran to where I was standing. To my embarrassment, she bent over to touch my feet with both of her hands. Now Radha is quite a bit older than me, and I felt it was wrong, and so I said, "No, Radha, you are my elder. It is I who should touch your feet." But she refused to rise, and as her hands lay on my feet, she transmitted to me many scenes of the early years when she and the children of the area immersed themselves in Krishna's play. It was a most joyful experience and the fulfillment of a desire. Mata paused, and many minutes passed in silence. The world sees the outer form of Radha, but I see who she truly is. The women all waited to see whether she would reveal anything more. But when she spoke again, Mata told of another meeting with Radha. I had a second meeting with Radha years later, not long after my marriage. It had been quite some time since Radha had seen Krishna, and she was experiencing an intense longing for him. I felt her pain in my heart, and it followed me everywhere. Her longing became my longing, and yet every day I was in Krishna's presence. This piercing pain was like arrows in my heart, and it grew to such an extent that I could not sleep at night. I could not eat. I felt myself wasting away. Radha's eyes became my eyes, and I found myself weeping uncontrollably all the time. Her heart became my heart, and I felt it aching so strongly that I thought I would fall sick. One evening, I went to Krishna and I said, I cannot bear Radha's pain anymore. He replied calmly, she must learn that I live in her heart, and that there's no distance between us. I realized what he was trying to teach her, and so said nothing more. But the pain persisted, eating away at me, and so I went to him again and said, I will die if you do not relieve her of this suffering. I looked at him, wondering why he seemed not to care. Why was he not disturbed by her suffering as I was? And then I saw tears flooding his interior. On the exterior, he was as calm as a windless day, and yet inside, he was experiencing her pain every bit as much as she and I were. Then go to her, he replied calmly. You can relieve her suffering as well as I. I will relieve her pain and yours, Prabhu, I whispered. And so that night in my meditation, I went to Radha. I found her sobbing outside her cottage. Her family was asleep inside, and she was moaning as if in physical agony. It was a pitiful sight. I called out to her, pleadingly, Radha, Radha, cease this weeping. I am drowning in your tears. She looked up, and when she saw me, she touched my feet and held them tightly and asked in a crying whisper, Mata, have I caused you to suffer? Your pain is my pain, I replied gently. I know no difference. Then take me to him, I beg you. I bent down and took her in my arms and said quietly, Oh Radha, Radha, take you where? He is right here. He has never left you, not for a moment. How could he? He lives in your heart. Lifting her to a standing position, I dried her tears and said, Let us walk in the moonlight. We found a place to sit in her garden. Look, Radha, how Chandradev is accommodating us. It is not yet time for the full moon. Look how bright he has become, so that we may gaze upon one another. I took her hands in mine, and we sat quietly without speaking. There were no words to be said. But in that brief time, I knew that her eyes became filled with Krishna, and she saw him everywhere she looked. Just as years before she had transmitted to me the vision of her early life with Krishna when she touched my feet. As I now held her hands, I transmitted to her the Krishna that exists in every particle of the universe. From that moment on, Radha has never been apart from her beloved. Mata's voice had become like the gentlest of waves brushing over us, leaving a joyful calm. For me, it wasn't so much her words as the upliftment she transmitted, as if she had carried us into another realm far away from this earth. This was always the effect of being in her presence. Mata continued. Later, when I was back in Dwarka, I asked Krishna why he had put her through such agony. She looked at me with that playful smile of his and said this was her own choice. Then I saw what had transpired. Before Radha took birth, she was deep in meditation, absorbed in her Lord, but the thinnest film of separation still existed, and she couldn't extinguish it. At a certain moment, she caught the subtlest wave of thought as it entered her Lord, and she knew that the movement had begun for him to take birth in human form. Without a moment's hesitation, she took birth first, so that she could express to him her yearning for union. She knew that on earth, he would erase that last remnant of separation. Mata smiled and continued, The Lord's play is never ending. He arranged it this way so that Radha's life would be an example for all, to show that only intense longing for the Lord will remove the last veil of separation and bring the ultimate union. Radha knew what she would have to endure on earth, the illusion of separation from her beloved, and she willingly accepted this role, knowing that her liberation would enable the liberation of so many. In her agony is the pain of every devotee longing for our Lord. It is that pain which carries one to final union. As she finished speaking, Mata smiled and said, "But Radha also came to participate in the Leela of our Lord, a Leela which has brought so much joy to so many." Everyone was quiet, reluctant for Mata's story to end. But then one woman asked, "The pain of separation that Radha felt, was that like the pain Sita Rani felt when she was held captive in Lanka, separated from Sri Ram?" Mata turned her eyes away from the gathering and gazed off into the distance without responding. Finally, she replied in a quiet and gentle tone, "Truthfully, there never was any separation between Sita and Ram. When Sita permitted herself to be taken to Lanka, she allowed that illusion of separation to come over her, so that she would know more fully the human experience, what it is like to be under the spell of separation from the Lord. In this way, she gained a deeper understanding of what all people on earth endure. Later, when she and Ram returned to Ayodhya and she retreated to the forest to raise her son, one purpose was to demonstrate that separation is a concept of the mind with no true reality. Physical distance is no barrier to unity. If we know this truth, we know the unreality of death. We dream ourselves apart, but it is only a dream. This is one of the teachings of Ram and Sita. A flicker of emotion had crept into Mata's voice as she spoke about those two beloved figures from the past. She ended her talk by saying, "This is the truth that Radha exemplifies. She now lives always in the joy of the Lord's presence." When I heard this story, one of the things that struck me was how Ram had come to Soma to dispel the last illusion of separation, and how Rukmini went to Radha, the beloved of Krishna, to dispel that last illusion of separation. And this made me realize how much in concert Narayan and Narayani work. There's no separation. One does the work of the other. They're Ram was acting as Sita would have. Rukmini was acting. Krishna had wanted her to do that, act on his behalf. And throughout this book, I'm seeing how much in concert they are working. And why I wondered was this message coming through so clearly about this illusion of separation. When Soma awakens, she sees Sita everywhere. When Radha awakens, she sees Krishna everywhere. And that is the story of each one of us. That's what our life is about, is how do we get to the place where that final veil is lifted? And I realized, as I experienced reluctance in letting go of these books and in kind of losing my absorption or my full identity with the story as it's taking place, I fear that separation. And at this point, the only way I can counter that is to be engaged in these books. But I know that I'm hoping in the final moment that it will be with me always. That I won't even consider that I might not be in the presence of Ram and Sita, or now it's Krishna and Rukmini, and that Narayan and Narayani will be such a living reality that it doesn't matter what I'm doing or where I am. And I think that's the goal for each one of us. And so what I've done is I take phrases from these stories that I hear, like the Sita book, How Could I Leave the World When I Am the World? And when Rukmini says to Radha, where could you go? He's in your heart. Where can I take you? She says, take me to Krishna. Where can I take you? To me, that's another articulation of that same thought, that there is no place to go. There's no being apart from that divine reality. So what is it that keeps us embraced in the illusion? A lot of it is our karma, our samskara that we haven't yet worked out. We have past desires, we have past ambitions, past relationships that need to be resolved. And all of life is really working through these samskaras. But we have to be mindful not to create new ones, because as we work out old patterns, we're creating new patterns. And so the story goes on. And so one of the things that I've learned through all of my experiences that I describe in the book is to be more mindful of the things that I say and think and do, so that you're not creating new patterns for yourself. I see that in my life today, I'm working out patterns from multiple different lives. And as I write about them, I can say, so that one goes back to that time. And I've repeated it 3 times since. And I could easily repeat it again if I don't really stop myself short and say, no, I'm going to break this pattern, this pattern of behavior or thinking. And so my hope is that in reading these books, that people really reflect on their own lives. I mean, what I show in another very touching part for me in the Sita book was in the last part, when Ram, when Meenakshi is reborn as Anasuya, and Ram in his last years has gone from household to household, really completing Sita's wishes from her beloved, the people who are around her in Mithila, putting people together. He's concerned about marriages. He's concerned about helping people find each other, because he knows that there's that's the next step in their journey. So no detail was too minor. I thought to myself as I was writing that, but Ram was really concerned with every single family. He had learned that from Janak Baba, who knew every family in Mithila. He knew their needs, he knew their concerns, he knew their suffering, and he saw his role as attempting to alleviate the suffering. I mean, how far we've come in our world today from having leaders who are so focused on the suffering of every person in their sphere. The same thing happens actually in the Rukmini book, where there's a story of a deer who had, this is not in the Sita book, this comes out in the Rukmini book, a story of a deer, a doe, a small female deer, who shows up one day at Sita's, where Sita's living in the cottage in the forest, but her sons are still young. She had been separated from her family, and she ends up spending a lot of time living there, and the boys take care of her, and they want her as a pet, and Sita says she's not to be restrained, let her come and go as she does. And Sita pays a lot of attention to this deer who's completely devoted to her. Well, thousands of years later, a woman shows up at Rukmini's at the palace wanting to be her servant. Sita recognized her. This was the deer who had been so attentive to her. And Sita immediately takes her in. But Sita doesn't want her just to be a servant. Sita wants her to learn. She doesn't have much discrimination or thought capacity. And Sita Rukmini would turn to her and say, "What do you think about this?" And she says, "Whatever you say, Mata." And Rukmini wanted her to learn how to develop her rational abilities. And so she was helping her take the next step on her journey, just like Sita was helping that deer move into the human realm. She was helping this devoted now servant take the next step in her evolution. And so there are many, and I realized that those who loved Sita, those who mean, she had thousands and thousands and thousands of people that she interacted with during her journeys. And then remember when she and Ram travel the earth, when she's in meditation and they're traveling the earth, again, thousands and thousands of more people. Every contact that was made, a relationship was formed. And that continues on when Narayan and Narayani take birth again as Krishna and Rukmini. Those relationships again come into play so that she can help them take the next step on their journey. It's all about the unfolding, all about the return to our true nature, taking the next step on the spiritual journey that will bring us one step closer to full awakening. And that is why they're as active and as present today as ever, because the story is still unfolding for each one of us. The story is still unfolding. And so to me, the most touching part is the love that's displayed for each and every one of us, no matter whether we're conscious of or not, no matter what we do, whether we misbehave as we occasionally do, whether we speak ill words. There's never a judgment or a lack of a full engagement in our unfolding. That is the quality of the love. You know, what I experienced through writing the Sita book was a quality of love that is so rare within the human realm, and yet once you've experienced it, you can't be satisfied with anything less. Once you experience the quality of that love, and this comes through in different ways in the book that I've just finished, When the Bright Moon Rises, and again in the Rukmini book, that it's the quality of that love that we have to emulate and become if we are to really be of service to Narayan and Narayani on our earth. And increasingly, once you see that one wants to neutralize all the samskaras, end all the desires, finish with the ambitions, make peace with all the relationships, what is there left to do but to be of service to them and help into the unfolding of the universe? So I think that's all I wanted to share today, just the journey that I've been on since I finished the Sita book. And as I said, it's an ongoing journey. I know that there's always more to remember. As I went back to the Vedic times, I said to myself, you know, we've all lived for how long? Hundreds of thousands of years in different forms. You know, they say it takes, I've heard it takes 1 million years of natural living to achieve full enlightenment, but many of those years are already finished. So we're reaching, those of us who are here in a meditation, in a spiritual organization, are already near the end of our journey. Full awakening is within reach. We have the practices, and that is a tremendous thing once you get the practices. How many lifetimes you have to search and yearn for a teacher, for practices that can speed up the journey, because we no longer want to wait for the natural evolution to unfold. We want to speed it up so that we can be of service more quickly. And so that's the process. Once you have meditation practices, the more devotedly we apply ourselves to those practices, the more we can exist and live in that higher realm of love that Sita and Ram manifested, and the more we could be their arms and legs and mouthpieces on this earth. So thank you all for inviting me to share my own experiences, and I always hope that they are helpful.
Thank you, ma'am. That was so beautiful. I actually didn't want you to stop. You actually took us to that times, and the most beautiful thing, the message that we have is in evolving better, how we have to get rid of the old patterns and behaviors by being mindful about what we talk and what we say. And it's about like you bring in those things here, but you became aware of them, and it's very important that you don't get tied up in those things and instead try to evolve by doing more meditation practice and try to expand your consciousness. Thank you so much, ma'am, for those beautiful words of wisdom and for your joining us.
My dear friends and my dear masters, namaste to all. Welcome to our second episode of the 4 principles of creation. In the previous episode, we saw the first 2 principles of creation, that is love and health and well-being. Now we will see the abundance and creativity, the last 2 principles. These 4 principles are basis for this creation and the basis of this universe. The universe runs on these 4 principles. Those who master these 4 principles will master the life on earth, which is the challenge. We took it. So let us look into the abundance, which is a 3rd principle of creation. This is also a very important principle, and everybody should master this principle. So first of all, what is abundance? Abundance is having everything that you need, having everything that you wanted, and also creating everything that you desire. But do you all have this abundance? Of course, we have this abundance. It is inside of us. We are all looking outside to create a wealth, to create health and other emotional things that we needed. But technically, the abundance is within us. We may need some practice to realize this abundance is within us. But my dear friends, you have to trust me. It is within us. It cannot be outside. Yes, it cannot be outside. The abundance that you are looking for is within us. The only reason we do not believe, or only reason we do not have it within us, because we feel ourselves unworthy. Lot of people don't know the value of them, the power of them, how much they can do and how much they can create and how much they can have. Everybody feels that I may not have it. I am not capable of having a big house. I am not capable of having a luxurious car. I may not worthy to have a unconditional love from a partner or from a other friend. A lot of people feel that unworthiness. But my dear friends, if you trust yourself, if you allow yourself to be a God, yes, you will realize that the abundance is within us. But if you look at the people, if you look at the society, a lot of people are craving for money. A lot of people are in poverty. When they have the abundance, why do they live in the poverty? First of all, they don't feel worthy of themselves. And they think the abundance is outside. And they think God did not give them the wealth and health. But the God or the universe or the super consciousness that you think treats everybody equally. There is no superior, or it doesn't treat individually differently. It treats everybody equally. Let us look at this way. The God or the universe. Let us ask, who is the richest person in this universe? If you think God is the richest person because he runs the universe, right? So he should be the richest person in the universe. So God is the richest person. And we all believe and we all know that the God is within us. When God is within us, we are connected with the God and we are in oneness with the God. Whatever the God that you think. When God is richest person and when you are connected with that God, when you are in oneness with the God, don't you think you are the richest person also? And also, I want to look at this other perspective. We all say that the God is within us. If we inverse this equation, right? God is within us. If we inverse this, what happens is we are within the God. If you think the whole universe as a God, and we all are inside that. That means we all are inside the God. That means whatever the God has, we have it. Whatever you say, wealth, love, health, well-being, whatever you think the God has, all the superpowers, you also have it because we are within that God, we are within that universe, and we are in oneness with the God. Now you realize this, the abundance is not outside, is within us, because you and God are not separated. It's one thing. When it is within the God, it is also within us. Only reason we do not have abundance, only reason we don't have health and well-being, only reason we don't have love is we feel unworthy, and we do not realize this fact, that we do not realize the truth that it is within us. You understand this, my dear friends? So it's very important to realize this. And when we ask for a health or wealth or money or anything that you wanted to create, most of the time we look at the others, we look at the society, and we create a desire out of the others. We create a desire looking at others and comparing others. But that is not the right way of asking. That is not the right way of creating something. You want to create the reality that is in sync with your inner core. The desire which is coming from inside, that is your own desire. When you look at others, you will end up creating others' reality. You end up creating others' needs, which you may not need it. So what happens when you look at others and when you compare with others and you try to have the same thing which others have it, which you may not need it, but you still want to have that. that will create pain and misery in your life, because that destiny, that creation is not in your soul plan, because you want to go through a different kind of experience. But with our logical mind, we are looking at others and comparing others. We end up asking for what others have it, and which is not in sync with your soul plan. Then when anything which is not in your soul plan or your higher self plan, which you have planned to go through some kind of experiences, if it is not in that plan, that will create a pain and misery in your life. That is not going to teach any lesson. So go inward, my dear friend. Listen to your core self, listen to your higher self, and say what it is asking, and you create that, and I'm sure you will create it. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. That gives you pleasure, that gives you joy, that brings you the realization that you are the God. You understand, my dear friends? Yes. But why do a lot of people has financial crisis? A lot of people suffering for food, they don't get enough food, they don't have enough money to go around, or they don't have, a lot of people do not have shelter. Because all these people are looking at the problem that they have. When you look at the problem, when you focus on the problem will grow. But you have to look at the other side, the positive side of it. What you wanted. You want a wealthy life. Yes, look at the wealth. Feel it. You want the house. Imagine the house. Visualize the house. That is the solution. You look at the solution. And you look at what you wanted. You focus what you wanted. That will be manifested. Through the law of attraction, whatever you focus, that will be manifested, my dear friends. Yes, it will be manifested. But it may take a little bit of time, depending upon your intensity of thought and the manifestation that you're doing, the creation that you're doing. If it's small, it may do it in a quicker time. If it's big, it may take a little bit of time. But you need to stay on that positive thought, and the universe will start bringing that subject or your desire or your creation. It will start sending it to you, my dear friend. You need to trust this. You need to allow yourself to be God, because we are one with the God. The abundance is within us. It is nowhere else. You can create anything that you wanted, because we are powerful being and eternal soul. We have given unlimited powers. Only reason we do not realize this unlimited power is we do not believe that we have this power. We do not believe that we are part of the God. So think unlimited, think rich, grow rich. So you will be rich. And the abundance means, my dear friends, it is a combination of power and love. For example, if you look at money, money gives you power. If it just gives you power, you are not a rich person. The money that you creation, the wealth that you have is, it should give you the power and the love. That means you have the abundance. If you just have a power and you do not have love for others and for this universe, you are still the poor person. The power which is a non-physical, the love which is non-physical will come with you, my dear friend. The money, the physical wealth, when you leave this physical body, you have to leave that. The non-physical essence of the money, which is power and the love, will come with you, my dear friends. That will lead you, that will give you realization of that you are the God. So what is the tool, or what is the key to create abundance? What is the key to realize this abundance in our life? The only key thing to realize the abundance is gratitude, my dear friends. the more gratitude you have, the more abundance you will have. To create any health, wealth, or money in your life, anything that you wanted, the more you feel gratitude, the more it will come into it. When you feel gratitude, you will look at the essence of the subject. For example, look at this way. You wanted a car, very good car. What is the essence of the car for you? What is the car mean for you? Is it a freedom? Is it a mobility for you? Or is it asset for you? What is it for you? Because I feel the car is a freedom for me. When you feel that freedom, and when you have a car, and when you feel that freedom, the freedom will increase in your life. The freedom will grow in your life because you are looking at the essence of any asset that you have. So always do not look at just a physical object that you have or physical money. Look at the essence of that money for you. What does the essence of that manifestation you are doing? In this case, the car is a freedom for me. When I look at that freedom, the freedom will grow in all dimensions. In terms of my job, in terms of my house, in terms of my relationships. Anything that you look at, that will grow. The universe will send the more of it, what you think. So the gratitude is very important. Most of the time we don't feel this gratitude, but we have opportunity to feel this gratitude every moment. Yes, my dear friends, look at your life. You pay bills. It could be electricity bill, it could be internet bill, or it could be a mobile bill. Did you ever feel the essence, and did you ever felt the gratitude of all these things? Imagine if you do not have electricity in your life, how your life will be. Imagine there is no power for like 3 days, how your life will be. Did you ever felt this? So every time you pay the bills, pay the bill of electricity, you feel this essence and feel the gratitude. Yes, because of this electricity, for 1 month, I had everything that I wanted. I could work from home, I could use my phone, I could use all my kitchen electricity things. Feel all these things and obviously you will get the gratitude. Yes, it's very important to feel the gratitude. Every time you pay money out of your pocket, every time you use a credit card. Why are you using a credit card? For example, if you use a credit card in a restaurant, you had a nice food. When you had the food, you really enjoyed it. The food was nice. The food was great. And now let's go to the cash counter and you wanted to pay the bill of that food that you ate. Do you have the same joy, same feel when you are paying the bill? Why you don't have it? Because of that bill, you had the food. It is because of the credit card that you're using, you had the food, right? So you should have the same thing. When you're paying that bill for your food, you feel the same thing. Because of this, I had a great food. So you need to feel that. This is a gratitude. And also be a gratitude for all the people who are in your life. Your wife, your family, your relatives, your friends. They are giving a great bonding to you. They're helping you in every aspect. Your wife or your spouse, they're making money, or they can making food for you, or taking care of your family and kids. Every day before you go to bed, look at your entire life and see how many situations you have and how many situations where you can feel the gratitude. So when you say gratitude, you look at the essence of whatever you are paying bill or enjoying it. Then that will keep growing in your life, and you will feel that abundance is within you. So this is gratitude, and to have a gratitude, you need to look at the essence. So the third principle is the abundance. So please practice this, put this into your everyday life and see how your life will transform. So the next principle of creation is creativity. The creativity, having everything new in your life and also creating everything new in your life. How many of us are creative people? But originally, we all are creative. We have this creativity inside us because we are this creativity. The God is creating everyday new things on this universe. So we are also creating new things. Yes, we have this creativity, my dear friends. Only reason we don't realize this creativity which is inside us, we do not appreciate ourselves. We do not have the self-appreciation. The creativity will come outside. You will realize the creativity when you have the self-appreciation. And look at your life. Did you ever create something new in your life? Go back into your life and see any small thing that you created which is something new. It could be routine thing for others. Just for you when you are kid or when you are growing up, when you are in school or college. Look at the situations, look at the incidents where you created something new and see how happy you felt, how great you felt. That creativity is inside everybody. Only reason we did not grow this creativity is we never believed it. We have the creativity and we never do self-appreciation. Through creativity, we will realize we are the gods. Through creativity, we will have a great spiritual growth because we are here to create something new, to have something new experience into our life, to have some new knowledge through some experiences on this planet. The creativity comes from self-appreciation, but a lot of people think the self-appreciation is like egoic thing or not good thing. No, my dear friend. We are not feeling so proud of ourselves. We are appreciating what is inside us. Yes, I am capable of creating some new thing in my life. That is, you are saying to yourself, yes, it is possible for you. You can do it. When you do self-appreciation, you are just realizing what is inside you. You are motivating yourself to do something new, which is nothing but creativity. So please practice the self-appreciation. You can look at your own life and see what new things you have created, what new situations you created, how special or in new way you can create a bonding with your family. That is also nothing but creativity. And you do appreciate at least once a day, see what I did today. Everything that we have in our life, that is nothing but we created. Every day is a new for us. If the day is same day like yesterday and today, how bored you will be. You want every day to be fresh and new, and so that you strive for that to have a better and creative day and a new day for you, because we are being of creative. If you have the same food every day, how do you feel it? You want every day something new. So that creativity is inside us. That is why the planet will transform every 10-15 years. The technology will change, the houses will change, everything will change every decade, because we are creative beings. Yes, we are creative beings. In order to realize the creativity inside us, we need to have the self-appreciation, the self-love, that will automatically come out, my dear friends. These are the 4 principles of creation. I request every one of you, put this into practice and see how your life will transform. I am sure your life will be much, much better and joyful. We are looking out for everything. Technically, realistically, everything is inside us. Everything is a thought and energy. Because of this thought and energy, the physical world is manifested. When this thought and power are inside, and when you realize that is inside us, and creating outside world is a cakewalk for everybody. So please practice these 4 principles of creation. I just recap. The first one, the first and foremost, very important, was the love, the unconditional love. It is nothing but acceptance. Your acceptance will grow through allowing. The second is health and well-being. The health and well-being is our natural state. The health and well-being will grow inside you when you are forgiving others and forgiving anything that comes into life. The third is abundance. The abundance will grow through the gratitude. And the fourth is the creativity. The creativity will grow through self-appreciation. Please make use of this knowledge and become a better person. Use these 4 principles for your spiritual growth and self-realization, and finally you will realize you are the God. Yes, we are the God. We are one with the God. There is no 2 things, there is only one thing, that is you. Thank you, my dear friends. Thank you, PMC, for giving me this great opportunity to share my knowledge. It is a great pleasure sharing my knowledge, because sharing is caring, and I grow sharing my knowledge with my friends and masters. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful practice and have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ni our PhD system has started a new program called as SWAG. It means save water and go green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green. Plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact? That you must plant trees every day. And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water. And you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as SWAG. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. SWAG. What is SWAG? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Namaste everyone. I'm Dr. Suniti Sharma from Delhi. I'm a gynecologist, a spiritual scientist, and a holistic healer. Today I'm here to share some of my understanding about what is happiness. Everyone is doing whatever they're doing, and everybody is looking for happiness. No matter in what way, in which direction they're going, and whatever they're trying to is ultimate aim is to get happy. But why is it that everybody wants happiness and nobody seems to be happy? And why is it so elusive to get happy? So I would just like to share a few perspectives from the scientific point of view as well as from the spiritual point of view about happiness. So my key points of this presentation is to share my key points are DNA of happiness. So what is happiness? What are the levels of happiness? Why we need to be happy, and what are the factors which influence happiness? What prevents us to be happy? How to connect, enhance, and stay happy? What is the neuroscientific perspective to it, and what is spiritual perspective to it? What is true happiness, and what is a virtual happiness, and how to connect to that source of the happiness which is right within you? So, what is happiness? Happiness is a journey, it's not a destination. So it is not that we are doing everything to be happy. In fact, the happiness, if you're happy, you will create what you want in life. And it's just a state of mind out of all the different various emotions which are like nature is the 9 types of emotions. The love and the happiness is the one which is everybody desires for. And so what is if we are not happy, then what is the other side of it? It's unhappiness. So the absolute truth is that everybody wants to be happy and they want to avoid suffering. But the truly sad thing is that most of the people, they are looking for happiness but doing things which are against it and not the right way, right direction they're choosing, which sabotages their own effects and own attempts for happiness. And again, it's just neural gossips, in the sense that mind creates a stories, mind with the ego self creates a stories, and that leads to different emotions, and that leads to the different feelings in your body, and that's how you become happy or you become unhappy. Again, when we blame for things in our life to people and situations and not accepting things as they are, that also creates unhappiness. Now, what are the levels of happiness? Simple, there are many levels which come under the heading of happiness. So it may be just a pleasure or maybe just contentment, in fact, like when we achieve something and we feel that kind of contentment. That's also another one kind of a happiness. And then there's a pleasure. Pleasure is like it depends on the outer circumstances, like maybe you had a good food, you met up with friends, or anything like that which gives you a kind of a maybe exercising, that gives you kind of a pleasure in your body. The feeling of pleasure is there, and that's, but it's again external, it's at the gross level. Then comes a joy, which is like which has a part in external and the internal both. Like for example, a mother giving birth to a child. So the joy the mother feels within is amazing experience which cannot be expressed, but it has to be felt. So the babies come out, but the mother feels the joy within. So that is a kind of a joy, and it's like, it has the both factors in it, external and internal. Then comes the true happiness, which is called this bliss, and that is sattvic, and that's only internal, and that's divine. And the main thing is how we connect to the bliss is only and only through going within. It has no outer external factors to give you that kind of a feeling within. It has to be through awareness, through meditative processes and meditation itself that can take you to the center within, which is the bliss center. Then why we need to be happy? What are the advantages of being happy? So happy, see, we have just spoken about, like, what are our thoughts, what we think. The thoughts are nothing but it's a package of images. There are emotions, there are some feelings to it, there are some colors to it, and there are some internal talk going on, and so that is what is self-talk basically. So that is responsible for your happiness or your unhappiness. So if we consciously choose happy thoughts, that lead to the happy emotions, and which in turn lead to happy feelings, and that creates a beautiful good health. And why we need to be happy? Because your personal happiness is the best gift that you can give to the world. And happy individuals will create a happy family. Happy family will create happy societies. Happy societies will create happy nations, and that will contribute to a happy world. And also it activates the heart chakra and vice versa. Once your heart chakra is activated, you are happy. So what is happiness? How the happiness is related to health? How it can create a good health? So it's again interconnected. If you have a good health, that will create happiness. If you're happy, that will give you a good health. So many diseases, they improve like just by being happy. You can improve heart disease, migraines, psychosomatic diseases, arthritis, autoimmune diseases, anxiety, depression, cancer, and overall well-being it can create. And as it also increases the immunity, so it helps in getting your various diseases under remission or under control, or they improve. Just be happy. Now, happy means what? It may be just, maybe just a simple smile or a laughter. So a simple, let me just get to the smile. A general smile, normally we think if somebody is smiling means they're happy. But even fake smiles have a positive impact on the moods, So we can, just by smiling, it increases the secretion of our happy hormones, that's endorphins and other happy hormones. It also has an effect of anti-aging, and it is anti-gravity. And now, why we say the laughter is the best medicine? Because it reduces stress, it reduces the blood pressure, and just a single hearty laughter can, the effect can last for almost 45 minutes and into your heart, and it brings glow to the skin by increasing the blood supply to your skin. And so it's such a simple formula. Just laugh it off, do a actually what you say, hearty laugh or a belly laugh, and laugh at no reason, laugh at yourself, and just be with the spirit of joy, and that brings the whole biochemistry of your body, and your feelings and emotions, everything gets enhanced, and you already have a gush of these positive happiness hormones in your blood, and that creates a good health and well-being again. Now the interesting thing is that the children laugh more than 40 to 50 times a day, whereas adults laugh just 4 or 5 times a day. Sad state of affairs. Now again, the Buddha said that when he got enlightened, the first teaching that he gave after enlightenment was the essence of ordinary life is suffering. And you know what the antidote he gave? Laughter. Just laugh. Particularly laugh at yourself, So that again, it lightens up everything. There are no judgments about others and yourself. There's a kind of acceptance. There's kind of a no bar to let your hormones of happiness just flow. And so it's again a choice that we can, if we choose the ignorant self, that is being with the ego self, then our ego self and with the mind, it connects us to the world and its miseries. But if we choose the awareness, and that creates a nirvana or the bliss or the state of ecstasy. Choice is yours. Now, what are the factors which influence human happiness? So there are various studies being done, and so these are some of the factors that has a bearing on your level of happiness, like whether you're male or a female, how much income you have, whether you're wealthy or poor, how are your relationships, your married life, education level, job satisfaction, health, knowledge, attitudes, your personality selves, like whether you're very accepting or you're resisting. So when you are in resistance, it's always like You're driving a car with one foot on the accelerator and the other foot on the brake. So you are not reaching anywhere and you're resisting, not being in the flow of life. So that also creates unhappiness. Now, this is your happiness depends on your these major factors, which are not absolutely categorized into these percentages, but it's approx that our genetics count for almost 50% of our happiness state of mind, because we carry the genes from both our parents. And so some people are born very easy and happy and easy go and flowing in life, and some people are very hard. They find the happiness very elusive, and they find it so hard to just laugh and be easy with their lives and all that. So this is 50% of genetic part, nothing much that we can do about it, because no matter, even if we try to change, it's going to bounce back again. Then 10% is your circumstances, like your relationship, your job, your wealth, your success, your all these things that achieving things, being successful, all these things, they count just for 10%. And the rest 40% is a major chunk which depends on our internal state of mind. And now we know that internal state of mind is very variable. It can be changed. It can be through the help of epigenetics. It can have major changes in our genetic system and in our DNA, and that we can recode our brain and our DNA for happy state of mind. And this is good news that this can be manipulated. And now, in fact, the latest thing is that we need to have the epigenetics is playing a major role, and it can really change our overall look towards life and happiness. So, how much of the wealth, or how, if you're very wealthy, are you really happy? Not necessarily, because wealth increases the happiness, but it is very short lived. And how much wealth is enough for everyone is very variable, and it's not necessary that the wealthier countries, the people are much happier. It's not like that. For example, USA, it's not, the USA doesn't come in that category of the study or the survey they have done, that happiest countries in the world. The USA is not on the top, it is somewhere in the middle, and even India is in the middle. But the topmost countries are like New Zealand, Switzerland, Sweden, Iceland. These are those countries where they have the happiest people. And so maybe the reason could be because in these countries like USA, uh, the finding of happiness, the approaches towards outer things, the gross things, that material things. If we have a beautiful house, if we have the beautiful big cars and things like that, then we'll be happy. And that is again an illusion. It leads, for some time it makes you happy, but after that it really, again, they feel emptied. So there's a new term called gross national happiness, which was started in the country of Bhutan, which is supposed to be the highestly happy level of happiness in their people. And so now it is better if we should judge, or we should label the countries as happiest or not the happiest through the GNH. Okay. And so success again, it leads to positive emotions, and so that again gives you happiness, and vice versa. And if the people are happy, they are bound to be more successful, and because they're more confident, they're more optimistic, they're more energetic, and they're more likable and sociable. Now, what is a neuroscientific perspective of happiness? So everyone wants to be happy, but most of people are not. So good news is it's very easy to be happy if only you know how to be happy. So there are 4 intrinsic hormones which determine the human happiness. They are oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. and these are the they come in the spurts. They are not having a sustained level within our blood, but in our biochemistry in our body, but they can be stimulated. And once they're stimulated, so we need to work in a way that we, instead of getting them in spurts and feeling happy, then depressed, then elated, and then again, like the various levels of our emotional outbursts in the whole day. Sometimes we are low, sometimes we are high. Instead of that, to how to have the sustained level of these hormones of happiness, and that is possible. So these are again the happy hormones, which are secreted in our brain, most of it in our pituitary. So what are endorphins? They are called the pain-killing molecules, and they're like natural painkillers. And like when you hearty laugh, or when it's exercising, not a low-pace exercise, but a good average exercising, it releases the endorphins. And then also like spicy food, and we may feel that spice is really creating a lot of heat in our body and things, but somehow it gives you kind of a pleasure. It kind of gives you kind of a happiness. And again, like acupuncture, the needles, when you stimulate those acupuncture points with a needle, it has little bit of pain, but that again stimulates the secretion of the endorphins. So like, just for example, like a person who's a runner, and on the way to his running, he twists his in a competition or something, that he twists his ankle or a foot, but he will not stop. He will not stop till he has reached to his finishes his run, because of the endorphins. That pain is masked, and that gives you kind of feeling of high. It gives you kind of feeling of a pleasure. So this is again the work of the endorphins. Then comes the dopamine. So dopamine is also called as a reward or the motivation molecule. So this is released when we accomplish any task, whether it's a small or a big task, or we get appreciated at home, at workplace, and it motivates you, to do even better. So that's why most of the women at home who are housewives, they don't feel very happy, because they're not appreciated enough. So once we join, buy anything new, and we just even shopping and buying new gadgets and things, so again that you feel dopamine high. And so it's like how does the dopamine gets generated? Create small goals for yourself and achieve them and celebrate. That's how the dopamine high you can be at all the time. Then comes the serotonin. Serotonin is also called the confidence molecule. And so this serotonin is released when our actions, they benefit others. So like when it's not just we're doing things for ourselves, but we're transcending ourselves to help others. And it may be small little things like somebody wants you to do a Google search for them, or just writing a blog for them, or in some way you're just extending beyond yourself, and giving back to the nature, giving back to the society. That's how the serotonin is increased. And I think now most of us, we're aware that serotonin, if it's less, it leads to depression. So most of the people with depression, they have low level of serotonin. So also there's some other way how you can increase the serotonin. And now oxytocin. So oxytocin is called the bonding molecule, also called the love hormone. So when you show your love in terms of hugging a child or your partner, it really that automatically that this oxytocin is secreted. It's a love hormone. So wherever you're expressing your love, and so that increases your levels of oxytocin, and that gives you kind of a happiness within. So let's see, what is a happiness formula. Everybody says be happy, remain happy, choose happiness, but it becomes quite a task to be constantly being aware of what you're thinking, what you're feeling, how you're behaving, what is your attitude, and what's your belief behind it, and things like that. So it becomes really a sometimes a task. So, but the simple formula is like, accomplish small goals, dopamine. Help or be nice to others, serotonin. Hug our kids and partner, spend time with friends and families, oxytocin. And be happy. When we are happy, we can deal with our challenges and problems in life much better. Now, is happiness is in your DNA? Coming to the topic of this presentation is the DNA and happiness. So we need to understand that happiness is, again, we have seen it's 50%, almost 50% is happiness is dependent on our DNA, the genetics, what we are carrying, what we have received from our parents, and the whole of our ancestral tree, in fact, because all of our ancestors are within our own hands. In every cell of our body, we're carrying their energy, we're carrying their beliefs, we're carrying their emotional levels and everything, the emotional DNA. We all are carrying all those things which we are not even aware of. So we think that what can we do? We are just born with that, but actually you can do a lot. So start questioning your beliefs, whether this belief is working for me or not. So that is again a work of the epigenetics. Like, if the things are not working for us, let's choose something else. So then you have your behavioral choices, like the attitudes, your attitude towards life, your attitudes about how you deal with situations in life. So how can I choose something different and choose what will create the happiness and not the other way around? Then what happens is that, they have scientifically studied that if there's a DNA is methylated, so that suppresses the happiness genes. And those happiness genes are something like, it's like a chewing gum. When you have it, covers the tooth, so you are not able to chew it directly. The tooth is all right, but there's a chewing gum on that. So same things, like when there's a methylation of the DNA, it doesn't allow the happiness gene to express itself. So when you have that's how it happens. People who had bad childhood trauma, mental, physical, or emotional traumas, they have this DNA of happiness is there, but it gets methylated, and that does not allow it to express. But again, the good news is that with help of epigenetic and different energetic healing modalities, that can be reactivated. Now, the interaction between the genes and the environment is responsible for the feeling of happiness. So it's not only the genes, but also the environment. So together they create the feeling of happiness. So there are a few genes we have found, the scientists have found, they have actually able to spot those genes which are responsible for the happiness in our DNA. And the people who have these genes, they're definitely happier souls. So we are born with the happiness genes. Some are born easy, some difficult, but practices like meditation can trigger the activation of these happiness genes. And epigenetics, of course, it helps a lot, great deal, to develop a outlook of life which will stimulate our happiness genes. So now so much studies have been done and so much research has been done, and the scientists are able to locate, there's so many different genes specific for different hormones. So some of the examples like DRD2 is for dopamine, HTR1 is for endorphins, like that. So there are many genes have been located, but mind you, not just one gene is not responsible for one issue. There are many genes related to a same issue, like for a heart disease. There may be many genes which are responsible for the heart disease to create the heart disease, and accordingly you can change your genetics by your epigenetics, and you can suppress those genes if you're aware of them, and activate the genes of the good health. Now, what is the epigenetics? It's not our destiny. What we think that DNA is our destiny, that everything, we are the victims of our destiny because it is all in our DNA. What can we do? It's not so. Actually, now it's time that we need to take charge of our lives, and the new science of epigenetics, we can rewrite our destiny by changing the rules of the disease, changing the genetics, changing the identity based on the epigenetics, those fundamentals that have come up recently. And so now what we see is the iceberg. The tip of the iceberg is the genetics, and the huge submerged part of the iceberg is the epigenetics. And you can direct your genes by changing your thoughts, changing your beliefs, changing your emotions, and that will activate your happiness genes. Then using the consciousness techniques, and especially with intention, that's the most powerful package. That you with your meditation with awareness and intention can actually change your beliefs. Also, when you pray with feelings and emotions, when you change your emotional states using EFT and other methods, and which ultimately reduces the stress, because stress is one of the main factors for your unhappiness, because it does not allow the expression of those happy genes. And the stress, because of the stress, there is a secretion of cortisol, adrenaline, and that which is also the source of the DHEA, and that is a hormone secreted from the same space where the cortisol is. But if the cortisol continues to be high, then it will eat up your organs, your body system, and it will keep into the chronic fight or flight state, and it will not allow the expression of the healthier and the happier genes. So if you need to relax more, and for allowing this happiness genes to express themselves. And then our beliefs run our life and affects our health and longevity. So if we believe that we're born unhappy, so nothing can be done, so it will be affecting your health and longevity accordingly, and you will experience the same thing in the world, in your day-to-day life, based on those beliefs, because your beliefs run your life. So what you think, what you feel, what you believe, that changes your genetic expression, and also the chemical composition of your body on a moment-to-moment basis, because every stimulus from outside has an effect continuously. Our genes are going off and on, off and on, off and on. So it's like every moment we need to choose awareness, and choose with awareness the choice of choosing happiness. What is neuroplasticity? So we were born, for so many years we have been taught, the brain cells cannot change. You've been born with that predisposition and things like that. So, but now it's basically the neuroplasticity is the science is realizing that certain changes in your environment, the outer and the inner environment, by different thinking, by different choices we make, it can actually, the neural network in the brain, they start changing, and even to the extent of some new neural pathways have been created. When you try to develop a habit of happiness by choosing happiness, they will change and create a new neural network. So of course it takes time, because through practice and repetition, and but we can still learn new things, new habit creation and things like that, and that will, your whole brain can be changed again. What is the psychology of happiness? So what kind of psychology, there are a lot of people, psychologists are working on this, how can you make people depressed who are depressed into happy people? So it's it's again a lot of intrinsic and extrinsic factors are there, and those differences of our psychological makeup is right in our DNA. So, but that doesn't stop it here, and it doesn't mean that it will remain so. So, the people who are able to make their own decisions and create a life the way they want, their dreams, their desires. So they feel they suppose they look to be happier people. But you can also depending on your psychological makeup, you can choose different vocations, you can choose the different even your higher purpose of life that also is being coded in our DNA. So if you want to release that or decode them, choice is ours. We can do it. Good news is that. So what obstructs our connecting to the source of happiness within us? So again, going back to the same, our thoughts, our beliefs, our mind patterns, our compulsive traits, and our reptilian brain, that is the limbic system, which is the center of the emotions, of center of fight or flight to any life situations. So that is the security and things like that. They were looking for those things. Immediately any situation comes, we are frightened for survival. So these things again, they disconnect us because that's our instinctive basic self, and we need to release that to see beyond and go to the new cortex or the new brain, which gives you a new understanding and seeing things from different perspective and choose differently. So just like a muddy water, you cannot see your own reflection, and the same thing is when we sit down, we meditate, the thoughts start getting settled, and the muddiness goes away, the clouding of the sky clears away, and we are able to see through clearly. And that's how we just see the emotions. They're just energy in motion, and just by an awareness, by witnessing it, we can actually see the source within, which is the source of the happiness. So what enhances our connection to the source of happiness? True happiness is found within. So stop searching for it anywhere outside and start living from within. So by choosing happiness, developing the habit of happiness with awareness, mindfulness, meditation, there's no other way. That's a must. Then you can also use some visualizations, and those visualizations every day about 10 minutes also if you do, and you visualize yourself that happy being and doing things happily, and the happiness is coming back to you, and you're surrounded with loving people, and all that visualizations can also help. Compassion and kindness, forgiveness and love, these are basic heart-centered emotions which are so important. So, and then again, we can take the help of neuro-linguistic programming and hypnotherapy to change the habit of unhappiness and develop a habit of happiness. So what are the role of consciousness or visualization? So like scientifically, they've seen that there are different parts in the brain which get lightened up, and there are different spots in the brain where they have this if you're happy, a different area of the brain starts getting lightened up, and if you're sad, the different areas get lightened up. So they have, so you're not really trying to displace anything, but you're just trying to activate those areas which are healthy for you, which creates a happiness for you. So how can we stay connected to the source of happiness? So there's no way out than meditation. So meditation, a simple meditation of Anapanasati, like what Patri Ji has been teaching us, and mindfulness of practices, and make a list like when you're unhappy. So what you need to do to change that, shift that emotion of unhappiness. So what is it that can, to the next possible better level of emotion that you can get hold of in order to feel a little bit towards joy, and then slowly towards bliss or towards the next level of happiness. So it's like, we have the whole range of emotions, from the apathy to grief to fear to anger to moving towards a courageousness, the acceptance and the unconditional love. So, and that's a state when you start feeling really happy from within. Then choose happiness every moment. Yes, you can choose happiness. Every moment gives you an opportunity to do that. So laugh more often, have a belly laughter, laugh at no reason, laugh at yourself, have a spirit of joy. It brightens up everything. Exercising, yoga, dancing, whatever brings a pleasure, and that will again multiply and lead you to happiness. Changing the perspective that pain is inevitable but suffering is optional. So changing the basic attitude towards life. Then linguistic programming, hypnotherapy, EFT for emotional management. These things all can help us to enhance and sustain that level of happiness. Acceptance creates happiness. So if we keep on, like we talked before, if we are driving and we're putting one foot on the accelerator, the other one on the brakes, so we are not going to reach anywhere. So just be in the flow, be in acceptance of everything, and in this moment, how can I respond the best way? And so this is the short formula of happiness: complete acceptance of this moment, because this moment is the only moment which has the power, not bringing the stories of past and not worrying about the future. So bring back to this present moment. That's how the meditation helps us to connect to this moment and to feel happy. Is happiness a choice? Yes, of course. It is a choice. We can choose to be happy, we can choose to be unhappy. So our brains are not wired for long lasting happiness, but with meditation, with awareness, we can always choose happiness to rewire our brains, and slowly there will be different connections will open up which will help you to remain in that long lasting happiness. So now a spiritual perspective to it. The source of happiness is within us. So what's the true nature? The true nature is Sat Chit Ananda. Means we are the truth, we are the consciousness, we are the bliss. And when we are into that center of Ananda, and that is our core, and that is where we feel that bliss and ecstasy. So who we are, the first thing first. Let's correct the equation of life first. So we are magical beings, and who as co-creator with God constantly keep creating with every thought, belief and emotion. So whatever we're having in life at this moment, we need to understand it's all our creation, whether good or bad. It shows up, but it is our creation. The good thing is that we can uncreate it and choose something else. So we need to take responsibility for our creation and stop blaming others. And we are the miraculous beings. The sources within and external sources can never bring us long-lasting happiness, for sure. The only way is connecting to our source within, that we can remain happy all the time, unconditioned by any external conditions. So it's like, people, like everybody wants happiness. They look for the happy chemicals being produced when they have been doing certain things in certain way all the way in their life, including even addiction to alcohol, addiction to any kind of addiction. Also the baseline is that happiness, they want to re-experience that, but they're not looking at the right way to receive it or to activate it or to connect to that happiness. So once that dose of that alcohol or the drugs they finish off, then they again desiring for the same happiness again and again, but a wrong way. So it's like we need to consciously cultivate and enhance the happy hormone secretion in the most stable way, and by developing a new habits. And new habits are like it takes any habit to be cultivated. It needs little patience, it needs perseverance, it needs because it takes around 45 days to create any new habit, but we can start taking small steps in order to achieve that. And consistency is of course important. So what is true happiness? True happiness is enjoying your own company and living in peace and harmony with your body, mind and soul. It's a state of mind constantly being in love with yourself without the need of other people or materialist things. and a sense of purpose and meaning of life. And what is bliss or ananda? So ananda is the highest state achieved when there is no mind state. That's what happens when we meditate. Slowly we have the awareness with the breath, and slowly the breath becomes shorter and shorter, and suddenly there's a stoppage, automatic stoppage, and that's a point when there is no mind. And the individual consciousness, our ego self, that gets merged with the universal consciousness of oneness. Anandamaya kosha is when it's activated, is how we get the bliss, and meditation and breath work helps to activate that Anandamaya kosha, and one feels experience of being one with the source, and that's the ultimate bliss, because that is not individual level, it's become like a universal consciousness of oneness. And so this is what is the highest state that we all actually looking for and don't know how to go about it. Even if we know, we just keep postponing it. We just do the we just postpone and just keep trying to okay, one day I'll start meditating, one day I will do this, and we don't know, because when we sit down, close our eyes, and we think what's happening, actually nothing's happening. But in that nothing is happening, also a lot is happening. We don't understand that. So we need to start, take the first step, and then the sources within the meaning of life is again depends on your psychological predisposition, your DNA having for the asking for the higher purpose of life. So it's a small story. I think most of us must be familiar in some version or other of this. There's an ancient Sufi story that the angels, when the time started, the whole universe was made, human being was made, and so were created. So they were discussing where to put the meaning of life, and so they were saying, okay, we'll put it on the top of the mountain, or we'll put it under the sea, or we'll put it, there's just everybody's giving the different explanation for it. And then suddenly one angel said, okay, let's put it inside the heart of a human being, where nobody will look it and will be very safe, and only the person who really seeks for it only will find it. So that's how it is, that we have to find the meaning in the higher purpose of life while we're here, because this life is very precious. With so much difficulty we find we have got this human life, as even Buddha says, and so easily we let go of it and we don't make the best use of it. So reorienting ourselves, reprogramming our brain, reprogramming our inner system, we need, or we feel aligned to our higher purpose, and the way to connect is meditation. So ultimately everybody wants happiness and peace, and because that's our true nature. So how does the meditation and happiness are connected? We now know the biggest obstacle to our happiness is mind with its thoughts and beliefs. How can we control the mind? Mind is very space. It's like space. It's very difficult to control it. But we can give it an anchor. So the best anchor would be breathing, because it's natural. We all breathe. We all alive. And that's how when mind connects to the breathing, and it balances your inhalation and exhalation. Just being with the anapanasati, what we are doing is that we just being one with the inhalation and one with the exhalation. So following the breath, we reach to a no mind state. The mind and ego dissolves, and we are in connection with the source, and that's the source of bliss. So there are no neural gossips there, no stories remain. Our sense organs and organs of action are greater than our body. The mind is greater than the senses. I'm sorry. So intellect is greater than the mind, and the self is greater than the intellect. So mind should always be under the control of the intellect, and to absorb the mind with the breath is the best remedy for this monkey mind. So once totally absorbed in that breathing, it can keep functioning without even affected, and no single breath should go unnoticed. And so when we are doing that, when we are so aware of every breath, so it can increase our longevity, because number of breaths are very much calculated, as our ancient rishis also said, that your life depends on how many breaths you have. So when we do this practice of mm, pranayama, a kind of anapanasati also is a kind of that practice where slowly our breath goes ultimately, ideally it should reach to something like in a automatic way to 2 to 3 breaths a minute. So that is the state where external breathing doesn't really have to be there. I've experienced that, and many other people, the meditators, have experienced that. And so what happens is once you are external breathing stops, and it starts also automatically, but the internal breathing continues, and that is the one which we are longing for, because that's eternal. Your the prana which is pure prana and not connected with mind. So that leads to longevity, happiness, bliss, and everything looks so easy, everything looks so beautiful. There's total acceptance, there's total flow, and it's ultimate happiness. So I think we all are familiar. This is the last message I would like to give. Is we're familiar with this figure called Laughing Buddha. So there are two very important things here. One is have a hearty laughter or a belly laughter, not just breathing from top of your lungs. So it should be full 4 quadrant breathing, but if nothing that you can think that way or do that way, just allow your tummy to come up when you inhale, and when you exhale it should go down inside. And that's a way it'll help to create the abdominal breathing, that will help to stimulate your lower dantian, and that is a concentrated source of your prana. So just it'll help to balance your prana, it'll help to connect to your anandamaya kosha faster, and the anandamaya kosha is the innermost covering where our core is. So that anandamaya kosha, one is touched with breath work, with meditation, with the heart, the abdominal breathing. That is the state which leads us to ecstasy and bliss and samadhi, and the whole process of cascading this starts on that way. So I would close it here. Thank you so much.
पितृभ्यो नमः वंश ऋषिभ्यो नमः सर्वगुरुभ्यो नमः सकल देवतेभ्यो नमः नवग्रह देवतेभ्यो नमः पंचभूतेभ्यो नमः नमस्कारम I am Narasimha Siddhanti Malladi. I am very glad to present Prahalad Vidya
and Pyramid Dhyanam as related to Kalyana Yugam, a new concept in spirituality. There were some recordings of me in Telugu, so in them I have already described quite a few things. So in this, and I am also going to give some recordings in detail about the theory, but in this auspicious gathering, since time is the essence, I would like to give a brief version of the sadhana of Prahalad Vidya. Now, there is a meaning that pyramid is essentially a vessel of fire. So, pyramid dhyanam in a way is a ritual of practicing the inner fire in a person. And so is Prahalad Vidya. In other words, all our life surrounds around fire. For example, if you want to cook something, we need fire, either of a log fire or a fire using oil or gas. So what happens in a fire? Fire requires air and a logs which essentially contain glucose, or oil comes in the form of carbohydrate, and so is gas. So if you see the equation of burning, you have oxygen plus glucose is equal to carbon dioxide plus heat energy and then water. Whether you burn a log or an oil through a wick or a diesel in a diesel engine or a gas in a stove, this is the essential thing that is happening. And when once the carbon dioxide is emitted into the atmosphere, it reaches the trees and the trees itself absorb this carbon dioxide, and it cannot use the heat that is emitted in this reaction. Instead, it takes the sunlight from the sun and it takes the water from the earth. So therefore, it does what is known as photosynthesis. This is also a well-known reaction. Therefore, so the tree or the atmosphere or the cosmos in turn turns this combination of carbon dioxide, sunlight plus water into again oxygen and carbohydrate or glucose. And this glucose comes in the form of a vegetable or a fruit or anything else like that. So therefore, what is happening is, even in ordinary burning, the carbohydrate and oxygen are producing into three products, and in the cosmos again they are turning back into oxygen and carbohydrates. So this is a cycle basically. This is exactly happening in our body also. How is our body warm? We take in oxygen in the form of air and it is filtered in the lungs, and then we take food and this food is digested, and then through the blood it gets deposited as glucose or mitochondria or whatever you want to call into each cell. So what happens in the breathing process is, we take in air and then that air gets the blood oxygenated, and this oxygenated blood goes to the cellular level, and at the cell it is containing glucose, and we have two kinds of pressures, a higher pressure and a lower pressure. And at the higher level, what happens exactly in a diesel engine due to high pressure is taking place in the cell itself. So therefore, this combination of oxygen and the glucose explosion emits heat. We don't see the light, but it definitely emits the heat, and then carbon dioxide and water, and then this carbon dioxide gets into the bloodstream again to the heart, and ultimately through the other process of the lungs it comes out. So therefore, what is happening in outside, a cyclic thing, is also happening in the body. So this is happening. Now this is happening in a physical sense. So this equation that is happening or reaction that is happening in our body is called cellular respiration equation. Okay, cellular respiration. And then when once the carbon dioxide comes out of our nose and all the animals, again it reaches the leaves of the trees, and then the photosynthesis happens and a river action and the thing. So therefore, there is a perpetual thing that is going. Only thing is the heat or the light energy is from the sun. So we can live here on this earth comfortably as long as there is sun. So we don't have to bother about it. Now, this is happening at a physical level and this is automatic. Now, suppose we impress mind to this. So the equation becomes mental oxygen plus mental glucose is equal to mental carbon dioxide plus mental energy or mental heat plus mental water. And when you add this mind to this, the whole thing becomes a yogic pranayama. So the mental oxygen becomes prana, the mental glucose becomes apana, what you call. So the yogic equation and this mental carbon dioxide is nothing but the so-called Vyana. Mental carbon dioxide is Vyana in the yogic terms, and this is something new. And then mental energy is called Udana, Utana Udana. And then you have the mental water is called Samana, that gives equilibrium. So we have a wonderful equation now. Yoga equation is prana plus apana is equal to Vyana plus Udana plus Samana. It's a great equation. Now we can ascribe different meanings to this at different levels, because in yoga what we have is so-called Annamaya Kosa related to the earth, and then you have Pranamaya Kosa related to the water, then you have Manomaya Kosa related to the fire, and then you have Vijnanamaya Kosa related to the air, and then you have Anandamaya Kosa related to the ether, and there is one more, that is you have Brahmamaya Kosa. Okay, you have, these are the 5 stages. Okay, in a typical what you call when you are consecrating the food, okay, we say prana, pana, vyana, udana, samana, cha, brahmane swaha. This brahmane is the 6th one basically. So in this sense, we can elevate the so-called physical action into yogic action in 5 different ways, and Prahalad Vidya is based on this. Now, in practice, so now that we have established the equation, we will see how do we practice it. And Prahalad Vidya is developed in 5 steps. One is cleansing the body. Okay, that is, whenever you want to visit a temple, you take bath and you circumambulate the temple, pradakshina, and this forms one unit, preparation. And then you enter the temple, and in the temple you have 3 options. One is to do puja. So you have a puja, Prahalad Vidya. Then you have the option to do the yajna. Then you have the yajna Prahalad Vidya. Then you have the option to do the abhisheka. And you have the abhisheka then. And after, when once you do these 3, there is one more, we call it as Dhyana Prahalad Vidya. So how many we have? One is the cleansing, the snana, then you have puja, and then you have what you call the yajna, okay, then you have the abhisheka, and then you have the dhyana. So these are the 5 modes that will cover all the spirituality. And interestingly, in Prahalad Vidya, we perform all the 5 with a unique pranayama. What is this unique pranayama? See, the divine manifestation, people say, happens in 4 stages. One is the srushti, the creation, then the other one is the sthiti, existence, and then you have the laya, then you have the tirodhana, return. So these four are also expressed in the pranayama process. How? The sthiti, the srushti is very much similar to the inhalation. It is also known as porakam in Sanskrit. Then sthiti corresponds to the so-called kumbhakam. Then laya is known as the exhalation, which is also called rechakam. Then finally, the tirodhana is the bahya kumbhaka or external hold, or it is also called sunyakam. Okay, you have these three. And we can assign a timing for this, a very safe timing, very similar to the baby breathing. So, if the poraka or breathing in is for 4 seconds, then the kumbhaka is only for 2 seconds. Then the exhalation should be longer. So, say it is for 6 seconds. This is called rechika, is 6 seconds. And then finally, you have the so-called sunyaka, that is holding outside, it is 3 seconds. So, we have 4 plus 2 plus 6 plus 3, totally 15 seconds. This, and there could be some variations according to the comfort of the practitioner. And these are applied in different ways. So, let us come back how we can apply this. And to this, we can superimpose mantras and then some mudras. So, these will improve the force of whatever action we are doing. Let us give an example. Suppose I sing, you heard it. Then I dance, you heard it. Then you play some musical instrument, say tabla. So, you can do these three separately, or you can superimpose. What is the difference? Hearing a song, seeing the dance, and hearing the tabla. Suppose this is something like my Aadhaar card, you can see that. So, this is flat and I can bend it like this very easily. So, this is like spreading the song, dance and music side by side horizontally. Okay? Now, suppose I superimpose them. I have the song, I have superimposed the dance and I have put the music. You see that? There is a tabla, dance, all the. So, it becomes more force. See, same chord, when the matter is superimposed, it becomes stronger. If it is put in a flat way, side by side, this is called the beam theory. And this theory has been proposed by a Maharshi called Kanada. So, if you put these things if you put beams horizontally side by side, this is the effect. But if you put one beam over the other, that is, if you have a beam with a longer depth, or it becomes stronger. You can see any structure. So, that is why if you simply breathe, it's only one unit. To that breathing, if you superimpose a mantra, it becomes stronger. And if you impose imagination or make feeling to it, it is still stronger. Then you do it with a particular mudra, it becomes stronger. That is why you can go up to, you can make your ordinary breathing as much as 100 or even 144. That is, you can square things, 10 square or 12 square, and this has been accomplished and proved in Prahalad Vidya. How do I do that in practice? Okay. Now, suppose I want to cleanse my body in a pranayamic way. What I do is, in an ordinary bath, you take a liquid and pour it on you. Okay. So, you imagine it. Suppose you sit in, I put a mudra. Okay. So, I am clasping like this and putting like this. This is called Purna hand mudra. Then I also put a mudra of the tongue, Khechari mudra. I flip the tongue. So, I am connecting my mind and body by this kind of mudra. Then I do what is known as Siddha Asana. Okay. that is, I am connecting myself to the ground that way. And then I am doing this Purna Mudra, as I said, this will connect me, my body, into the cosmos. So this hand represents the cosmos and this hand represents me. So when I put together, I am in union. This is all happening mentally. Yat bhavam tad bhavati. As you think, it happens in the phenomenal or higher world. Now there is one more mudra with the eyes. You have a choice. You can close your eyes like this, but I prefer, I open the eyes, only thing is I look upward, so that mentally imagining I am correcting myself or my sight to the spirit. So I have 4 mudras. I call this mudra as Samba mudra. What is this Samba? The Samba is nothing but Prahalad Vidya in English. What is it in English? In English, it is called scientific algorithm for miracle brain activation. Scientific algorithm for miracle brain activation. SAMBA, Samba. So this is called Samba mudra, like this. But if you are not familiar with it, if you are not comfortable with it, you can close your eyes also, but still put your gaze upwards. Your choice, basically. So I have 4 mudras. So when I am breathing in, I mentally say Ha-Om. You are all familiar with Om. Why do I add Ha-Om? This Ha is revealed in what is known as Devi Pravachanam. Okay? Between 1958 and 68, one gentleman received dictations from my Guru Bhagavan Ananta in his transcendental form, and also from the Divine Mother and several rishis like Bharadwaja, about a new age that is we are in now. This is known as the Satya Yuga by some people and Golden Age by other people, and it is described as Kalyana Yuga, and this has been described by Sripada Sri Vallabha Charitra history. It is said we are familiar with 4 Vedas, but there is one Veda which is the root of all these things. It is known as Sandra Sindhu Veda. It is Sambhala, a region in the Himalayas unseen by the human eye. And in that it is said that 5,000 years after the Kali Yuga started, there will be a Satya Yuga within Kali Yuga, and in that Yuga it is possible for a divine manifestation or for a divine body to manifest here. And there were efforts by Vidyaranya several centuries back, and recent history, Master CVV tried for the divine manifestation. Then afterwards, Sri Aurobindo has tried with the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, and then afterwards, my Guru Bhagavan Ananta has tried also. And finally, that mantle has been given to me, and I have been working with what you call the pranayama prakriya. Pranayama has been neglected by Buddha and also by CVV and also by Sri Aurobindo, but I discovered a secret vitality that will help us in meditation as well as other things. So therefore, this pranayama has been integrated with mantra and so many things. And also this text, Devi Pravachanam, a dictation given to a gentleman between 1958 and 68, tells about this new age, and it is described as Kalyana Yuga, and some new mantras as well as the yogic details are given. That yogic detail is that the original pranava sound is not just Om, but is Ha-Om. But people did not hear it properly, only Om came into being. And then the second pranava mantra or Srushti mantra is called as Harim. Then in time it became Hrim. then why this ha is missed? For that, we have to go back to Shiva Purana. In Shiva Purana, it is said that Brahma and Vishnu approached Shiva to decide who is more knowledgeable. Then Shiva appears as a Jyotirlinga, a shaft of light, and asks Vishnu and Brahma to find out the end of this Jyotirlinga. And Vishnu goes up and he couldn't find the end, then comes back and says, I couldn't find it. Whereas Brahma goes down and then he also didn't find it, but he makes a lie and then says, I found it. Then, of course, this Jyotirlinga has no end. So, therefore, Shiva knows that Brahma is lying, and then he gave a curse to Brahma that you will not be worshipped. Your 4 Vedas will not be as effective as you think. So, therefore, what is the meaning of this curse to Brahma? We are all created by Brahma, the creator. Therefore, the curse was on us for ages. There was one gentleman in East Godavari district, and he is known as Balasava Yogi. When he was a teenager, Lord Shiva himself has appeared to him and initiated him, and he went into a trance and he did tapas for 12 years. Out of those 12 years, his mission is to remove the curse of Brahma. So he faced east, then north, and then west, and then south, and all these 4 directions, and he spent 2 years on each direction, and then he removed the curse and stabilized it by another 4 years, total 12 years. Therefore, this is around 1950s. So, since the Brahma's curse is removed, the humanity has been liberated. So, therefore, what you have is this Havom, and the Devi Pravatanas are revealed through my Guru Bhagavan Ananta. His ashram is at Orikai, about 80 kilometers from Chennai, which is near the town of Kanchipuram. My Guru was a descent, it is called Avatarana, of Paramashiva to deliver this Kalyana Yuga for this age, and he was a what you call natural Sri Vidya sadhaka. Then he has several disciples, and one of them is, his spiritual name is Sriman Narayana. He happened to initiate me into a new Gayatri mantra. What is popular now is known as the Vishwamitra Gayatri. Vishwamitra Gayatri will enlighten you into the ways of the world and so some spiritual knowledge, prachodayat, but it will not deliver the total truth. So, to do this, Bhagavan Ananta as well as Sri Aurobindo created this Notana Gayatri, and the Notana Gayatri literally says, Tatsavituh Paran Rupam Jyoti Satyasya Dhimi Enna Satyena Vardhayet. And if you add the words Ananto Sri Vijayate, it becomes Purna Gayatri. And that mantra has been given to me so that I grow into a higher spiritual, total Satyoga consciousness. So, this has been initiated in me in my Upayanam in 1960s, and then I am giving this to several people. Now, we have Notana Gayatri. Now, coming back to this, we have learned the value of superimposition, and we have this mantras, and other mantras are also revealed. 3 mantras are revealed. One is called Sarva Rakshakara mantra. It is called Ananto Vijayate. There is another one, Sarva Sadhaka mantra for practice. That is practice of the pranayama. That is called Jaya Jaya Anjaneya, because Anjaneya is the god for pranayama. Okay, he is the son of wind god, that's why. Then we need Siddhi. Siddhi means materialization. So, and another mantra is given as Jaya Kamakshi at the earth level. So, we have these basic mantras, and I developed what is known as Kamakshi sadhana and Meenakshi sadhana, which I will describe very briefly. Now we have in our hand, okay, I will use this Havom and Harim for cleansing the body with water, like snana. It is known as Antar Snana. Antar Snana, Antar means inner influencing the outer. So the corresponding word in English is antar, means inter, in from inner, and outer, ter. So that is why international, that's the word it comes. So therefore we are doing performing antar snana or inter cleansing. Basically, how is it done? You imagine water pouring in. There are different types of water. So you can, like in Abhisheka, you can pour yourself with milk, and then you can pour yourself with honey water, and then coconut water, and turmeric water, and kunkuma water, and you can put hot water, and then you can put well water, and you can put lake water, you can use river water, and you can use rain water. So these are the 5 different waters. You can do that ritually, imagining it. So you have poured these. How do you do that? As you pour in on, you breathe in and mentally say Om. Okay, and then hold it for 2 seconds. Then as you breathe out, you imagine the so-called toxins are going out as the so-called Dhyana, that is mental carbon dioxide. So Om, then as the water is coming down, it is Harim. Then hold it. So therefore, you have taken. Now let us see the equation. When you are doing it, the prana and apana are uniting during the so-called kumbhaka, that is when you are holding the breath, and then out of the 3 products, Vyana, which is the toxins, okay, mental toxins in this case, are going out, and then you are retaining the so-called mental energy as well as the so-called mental water, which I call as the nectar at one level. You are keeping the nectar and the energy within you, and you are doing this out. And this corresponds to what is known as the Ksheerasagara Mathanam in our Puranas. In Ksheerasagara Mathanam, what happens? The Devas and the Danavas or the Rakshasas, they work together. Okay, that means they are doing the so-called prana and apana action together, and out of it comes the poison. This poison corresponds to the carbon dioxide in our body. So if carbon dioxide comes out and Shiva takes it, just like the trees are taking our carbon dioxide, then in that what we have got is they retain the Shakti, okay, in the form of Lakshmi and all the other things, and finally the nectar comes, they keep it. So therefore Ksheerasagara Mathanam refers to a pranayama in the body. Okay, you can do all, and same thing is happening right now in us. Okay, so you are cleansing and you are giving out the toxins outside, and then you do the pradakshanam. You see, pradakshanam also, it can be done in a rhythmic way, just as you are walking left, right, left, left, right, left. That is, you take 4 steps, that breathing in 3 steps and holding the breath, and you are breathing out in 3 steps. So this can be done in detail separately. You do the pradakshanam, about 10 rounds of this. That is Om Om Aim, Eem Eem Hum, something like that. You breathe in 3 steps, hold it, you breathe out in 3 steps. So like this you do 10 cycles, and this prepares you to enter the temple of what I call as youth, eternal and success, YES. We have gone into the youth temple. This is all imagination. Okay, so you remove the toxins out by this process. Okay, now you have got it. Now you do what is known as puja pranayama. So what is this puja pranayama? Here I invoke the sloka from Bhagavad Gita. What is that says? Apane juhvat pranam, prane pane, तथा परे प्राणापान गतिरुत्वा प्राणायाम प्रायण. अपाने जुह्वति प्राणम, प्राणे पाने प्राणापान गतिरुत्वा प्राणायाम प्रायण. What it means is, I offer prana into apana, and then apana into prana, I reverse the addition, and I also hold it, and this is exactly a pranayama process is done. So therefore what we do in this puja pranayama, it is done at different levels. We don't go into all the details. I will tell you one level, that is the prana is in the chest, Okay, and then apana is all over the body, but its representative is in the stomach. So when you breathe in, you imagine you are bringing prana into your stomach, and in the stomach it is uniting with apana, then it is producing these three products, vyana, udana and samana. And you imagine as you are breathing out, harim, it's going out, okay, it is going this way, all the way. So you are sending out all the toxins. What are the mental toxins? These mental toxins are nothing but the vasanas, or the impressions that you had, and in other words, it is called your so-called prarabdha karma that you are supposed to go through here. So mentally you clear yourself. Therefore, this is a kind of an NLP, self-help NLP. It goes out. So this is one, okay. Then when it goes out, then it forms back into prana and apana outside. Okay, as I said, carbon dioxide plus sunlight and all these things. Then they are ready for the next cycle. And when you say, now what I did is I impressed upon the mantras here. I breathe in saying Om, then hold the breath and mentally chant Ananto Vijayate. That means this mantra transforms the 2 into 3. Then when I say Harim, this Vyana goes out, okay, as the carbon dioxide, and then the other 2 are retained. And when I hold the breath, I mentally say Jai Jai Anjaneya and Jai Jai Kamakshi. This is a set of things that can be mastered very easily. Then that will prepare prana here, bring back prana here, and the so-called Kamakshi, which represents the apana, that is the food, comes back to here. Then you are ready for the second cycle. So this way it can be done. There are several levels. That is, you are going from here to here in one, and in the second one you are going from medulla to the other one. And then in the third cycle you are going from perineum to top, that is a reverse process, that is apana moving into prana. And there are then apana goes to the next level and the next level and next level, and these are all described elsewhere, so I don't touch upon them here. Now, so in this we are fulfilling, prana is coming apana, and then this is known as the pratyahara, the opposite. Apana, we are raising apana into prana, and this is known as the Kundalini yoga basically. So this we have done the puja pranayama. By this you have cleared, you have done the puja in the body. The second level is known as yajna. In the yajna, again you use some mantras and bring prana and apana in 6 centers. One center is this, okay, the center of Vinayaka, and then you go down, center of Subramanya, then you bring here as Lakshmi, then you go to Parvati, and then you go to Saraswati, then all the way you go to what is known as Paramakalyan. So there are 2 levels, okay, and there are prana, totally 6 levels. This is an yajna, and it's simple but a bit involved, okay, we can do that. Then finally Abhisheka. When you come to Abhisheka, what you happen is you go into chakras. There are 9 chakras in the body, as against the 7 chakras. The 9 chakras are the 5 chakras for the 5 elements. Then you have the 6th chakra, which is known as the Agnya chakra. Then above that you have the chakra for the Jivatma, that is living self, and then you have the spiritual self, that is for Atma, and then finally you have the so-called Paramatma, that is supreme self. Okay, so there are 3 selves. So 5 for the 5 elements, and then you have this so-called third eye center, which is known as Agnya chakra. Then 6, and then you have 3 more. Then you have 9. And how are these reflected? If you read about the Supreme Court of United States, there are 9 judges. At the state level, there are 7 judges. So therefore, this kind of spiritual understanding is not only in India, but all over the world. Okay. Now, so, and in this chakras, what we do is, we do the chakra cleaning. Again, the chakra cleaning is done by breathing, Om and Harim. I don't go into detail. So you go from bottom, that is Mooladhara chakra, okay, and then 5 chakras here, and the 6th chakra and the 3. You go up by cleaning these chakras. It's a very simple process. And then finally, when once the chakras are cleaning, you fill them with what is known as somarasam. Okay? This somarasam is brought down by a mantra. As you breathe in, you say somam, okay, and then as you breathe out, you say sravaya, sravaya, swaha. That is, you bring it and then you distribute it into each and every cell or chakra. So you go from top to bottom, and this is also done. Okay. Now you have done puja and yajna and abhisheka. So we have done. Now we go to the 5th stage. When you go to 5th stage, all you do is you fill all the chakra, because your whole body is cleansed. You got rid of all the karmas through this various stages of cleaning, etc. So your body is ready to take the so-called somarasa as a whole. Now I will recall your attention to the Puranic story where during this Ksherasagara Madhanam, a Rakshasa sits in the line of the Devatas to get the Amrita, and he was beheaded and he became Rahu and Ketu. Now through the evolution, this Rahu and Ketu together represents the ordinary man, basically imbibing both Rakshasa as Daivi Gunas and as well as Asuric Gunas. But through this evolution, many people, average people, have grown into Daivic level through the efforts of people like Patri Ji and pyramid meditation and so many. So they are ready to receive the Amrita now. Therefore, a new mantra is created for this. That is, you imagine, this is called, you can say, Punarnava Dhyanam or rejuvenation Dhyanam. So what is this Dhyanam says? It imagines, you imagine when you say Somam, you imagine Somam is coming into your head like this up to here. Okay? It settles there, and then you pause a little bit for 2 seconds, and then Sravaya, Swaha. The first Sravaya fills the chest and the hands, and the second Sravaya, that is flow. Sravaya means it is descending as a flow. Then second Sravaya fills the stomach area, okay, called Manipura, you can say. Then the third Swaha fills the Swadhisthana and the root chakra and the legs. So therefore it is coming like this. Somam, okay, Sravaya, Swaha. So by this simple mantra, you are inviting this. This is exactly a sophisticated way of, you must have read the book called You Are the Placido. This Placido is the Somam. And as you do it, it is possible for rejuvenating the body. Not only rejuvenating the body, you can fill with Soma and you can attain the same divinity in the body as the Devatas. That means the promise was given to a Rishi that a divine life is possible, and that Rishi is Bharadwaja, and it is to fulfill his request and the boon given by so-called Parameshwara and Parvati. This Kalyan Yuga is created, and so many people are working, and Bhagavan Patri Ji is one of them. Okay, in fact, he is one of the foremost ones. Now here he says you work with the swasa. So as you breathe in, you superimpose the of a mantra and feeling that you are receiving the soma. Soma is somarasa, it is not energy, it is actual somarasa. Okay, and then that is filling up to here in your in-breath, then you hold it, it spreads all over the head. And then in the second stage, Sravaya, and then Sravaya, Swaha. Then, so if you keep on doing it like this, you can become or divine, or you can develop a divine body. That is the ultimate purpose of Prahalad Vidya. But you may not always say Somam Swaha. You can do a few times and then put that in your consciousness and then simply imagine you are receiving them without the mantra also. That is like that. So, after some time, this flow is possible even when you are working, even when you are watching TV without the mantra, you can do that. So, therefore, it is possible, and I have tried this. Okay, this mantra, and then my energy level has increased a lot. Okay, my body is purer. I got rid of my the first level of puja. I am getting rid of the so-called impressions I have as prarabdha karma, and then agami karma and sanchita karma, etc., which are described elsewhere, and I will be doing a particular tape on this, all the possible ones. But now, what I am trying to summarize is, we are in a great age now. Okay, this Prahalad Vidya has 5 stages. One is the ritual inter or antar snana and pradakshina. That is, you are taking bath, okay, spiritually, and then entering the temple of yes, that is youth, eternal and success. Number 2, we are doing the puja pranayama, okay, that is moving prana into apana as well as apana into prana. Both ways we are doing with using different centers. That's a simple detail. Then you are doing yajna, that is you are bringing prana and apana directly into different centers. Those centers are stomach and perineum, and then this, and then this, and then this, and this. So, there are 2 below the neck and there are 4 above the neck, you can say that way. And then finally, you are doing abhisheka for the 9 chakras. You are going up, cleaning them, and you are filling each and every chakra while coming down. That is the 4th one, that is abhisheka. Then finally, you are doing the so-called Punarnava Dhyana. Punarnava means rejuvenation, meditation. Okay, what you do in that? You imagine as you breathe in, that is, as you consciously breathe, or as you become aware of the incoming breath, so you are aware that soma is flowing in. It's not energy, it is actual soma liquid, soma rasam. Okay, and then it is flowing to the chest. This way you are combining Rahu and Ketu. Okay, this Rahu and Ketu represent the ordinary man, in which the asura content as asura content. Now you got rid of the asura content, the rakshasa content, the undivine content, by removing all your karmas and impressions, and you are ready to become one. This is a great moment today. So, you can do the other pranayamas, okay, you can specialize them in one of the or the many, or you can do this invitation of soma. And what is this soma? All this happens through an axis called Jyotirlinga that connects the top of your head to the perineum like a light tube. So, there are, when you are saying somam, you are filling in 5 chakras. The top chakra, okay, then that is Paramatma chakra, Atma chakra, and Jivatma chakra, and Agnya chakra, and the throat chakra, 5 chakras. Then you are filling the other 4 using Sravaya Swaha through the shaft Jyotirlinga. And why Soma? Why the word Soma is taken instead of Amrita? Because the Someswara Alayam is in Gujarat, and it has been plundered by so many people. Finally, a temple has been built after India got independence, so that nobody can touch it. So, therefore, that Alaya is the first Jyotirlinga, and there are other Jyotirlingas also. So, the word Soma has been mentioned in Puranas. So, and Soma also means Sa Uma. Sa Uma means Uma is the Divine Mother. Sa Uma Soma. Okay, so again Samba, Sa Amba Samba. This is a Samba technique. So inviting the Soma or the sudha or the nectar or the elixir or amrita into your head and neck during the inhalation. Then during the exhalation you are continuing its flow into the chest and stomach and this. So this is a complete yoga, Prahalad Vidya. And you are uniting, you are impressing your thought and mudras. So it becomes very effective, and I can see it in mine, and it has been tested with a few people already. And if more and more people join together, we can make it very effective also. For example, if 10 people do this yoga together, so the force will be 10 times 10. Just like this I said, if one person do it, okay, if 10 people do it separately, it is like this. If 10 people do it together, they have a force of 10 into 10, 100. If 100 people do it together, 100 into 100, 10,000 people. Like this, at a time if you do it, you bring the force of that. This is the what you call principle of squaring, which is an engineering principle basically. It can be done. We can bring down the Sambhala into our pyramids, into our homes, into our consciousness, and that is how this particular conference is very significant. 2020, okay, we have this seen, we have found out a particular Vidya. There may be other Vidyas, but this is my contribution as inspired by Vidyaranya, Master CVV, and Aravindo, and finally my Guru Bhagavan Ananta, and of course my other Guru Sriman Narayana, who initiated me into Nutana Gayatri as well as this. And there is a way to do Gayatri also in this sadhana, but that will be dealt in detail in other interviews. But they are already done in Telugu, but we are going to do it in English also very soon. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity, and I thank you, and I thank and appreciate Bhagavan Patri Ji for promoting this spiritual integration of India and the world. Thank you very much. Namaste again.
Our PhD system has started a new program called as SWAG. It means Save Water and Go Green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green. Plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact? That you must plant trees every day. And always, every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as swag. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Swag. What is swag? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Hello, my dear friends from all over the world. This is Partha here. I would like to take this opportunity today to define a few aspects of life, a few aspects of spirit, spirituality, a few aspects of the breath with you all. In life, if we look at, largely we are always talking about spiritual and material. Let's begin from there. Today I'm going to define 4 things with you all, which I'm going to share with you. One is, let's define yoga, meditation, spirit or spirituality, and breath. I would love to end up this particular video with a couple of tips on the breath so that your breathing becomes effortless, breathing becomes free. It is so simple to understand if you look at it that way, that if you are breathing free, everything about your life is going to be effortless and with ease. Just think about it right now. Everything is going to be effortless in your life if you just find out a way how to breathe free. What is the problem? Why are we not able to breathe free? There you will see that we are encountering things like questions, compulsions, expectations, emotions, fears, memories, all these things to be coming in the way of us breathing free. So today I would like to take you to that place where we are able to breathe free, because if we are breathing free, then everything about our life, all resources of our life is going to be effortlessly coming towards us. Just like I say, I give the example of a small child, okay, breathe like a child and receive like a child. If you would see the breath of the child, the small child's breath is absolutely free. There is no fear, no memory, no task to do, no desires, no goals, nothing in it. The child is just simply breathing free. And as a result, what do we see? We see that everything that the child needs, all the resources that the child needs, comes to the child on its own. Isn't it so? It's like as if the child is living in an auto process with life. While as we slowly get adulterated, we become adults, we seem to lose this auto connection with life. We go into the manual mode. So it's all about coming back to the auto mode. Say I'm 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old, and I realize this has happened with me. Can I regain that breath of a child? Can I breathe like a child again? Yes, my dear friends, we can breathe like a child again and also receive as effortlessly as a child normally receives. What are we actually looking from life? What are we actually looking from life? It seems like we are looking for name, fame, wealth, money, travel, holiday, good relationships. All this seems to be what we are looking from life. But these are all in the surface. That's not true. Is it true that we are looking for all these things? Just think about it. I think what we are truly looking from life is an effortless connection with it, where we are able to perceive life effortlessly. Because once something is in our perception, there is a connection. Once there is a connection, there is a communication. Once there is a communication, there is a projection, and so there is a reception. As simple as that. So life, or those aspects of life, consciousness, energy, all these things should come into our perception first. We should be able to define it first. Then everything becomes easy. So I said the 4 aspects that I'm going to define today. You have heard it so many number of times. Let today be the day when it finally nails it. Let's talk about yoga, meditation, spirit and spiritual, and the breath. The breath, the whole purpose is to ensure that the breathing is free. If you breathe free, everything about your life is also going to be effortless and free. Yoga. How do I define yoga? See, yoga literally means union. Yoga literally means union. Union of what? Okay, without going into very complicated answers like, Atma and Paramatma and all that, you will see that everything that we are experiencing in life is in form of energy or matter. Everything in life is energy and its matter. It is this union of energy and its matter is what is yoga. There is nothing in the world that is not in the form of yoga. Even right now you are in yoga. You are in yoga with your breath. You are in yoga with your emotions. You are in yoga with your thoughts. Okay, there's never in a moment that you are not in a form of yoga. Yogasanas, which you normally will say, I'm going for a yoga class. So going to a class, doing yogasana and coming back is not yoga. Asanas are body's preparation for you to breathe free, so that your connection with life is effortless. So asana is only a preparation for the body. Asana is not yoga. Okay. So we spoke about energy and its matter. Please understand, wherever there is a union, there is also a separation. This study of union and separation of energy and its matter is the study of yoga. I'll give you two simple examples. One is the food that we eat. It is matter. Why are we eating the matter? So that will give us energy. How can that give us energy? Because energy is already embedded with the matter. So the food that we eat is already in a state of yoga. It is in yoga sthiti. Now when I consume the food, it's gone inside. What should happen? There should be the separation. Energy separates from matter. Matter goes back to where it came from. Energy is used by the body. As simple as that. So yoga is your union with an aspect, with an idea, with your emotion, with a person. This union is what is yoga is. You'll see that our grandparents and all that we have heard, so easily they used to use this word. They say that, the neighbor's son has got a good job. And they say, oh, unka yoga tha. They had, that aspect in them. In Telugu also they say, Vallaki yogam unde, they had a union aspect with that particular thing, that particular aspect of life. So yoga is nothing but your union with a certain aspect. Okay. Now coming to meditation. The hundreds of definitions have been floating around and all that. So let me try to reach this today, so that the whole idea, the very purpose of this video is to understand that meditation is common sense. Meditation is our relationship with life. Meditation is when we do not exist and we are a witness to life functioning in us effortlessly, clearly, and we are just a witness. Life is functioning in us. So meditation, I will call it, is a time frame. It's a time frame where the intellect is not interfering with the intelligence that is flowing in our breath. Breath is also yoga. I said everything is in a form of yoga. So you see, I will discuss about breath a little later more. Breath, it's very, very clear that in meditation, you do not exist. You are just a witness. The moment you exist, the intellect exists. The moment intellect exists, aspects of the intellect, which is emotions, fear, memory, all this come and interfere with the flow. Life is functioning in us as breath. And every breath is a communication with life. Every breath is a communication with life. A communication happened. Another communication happened. The moment you do not wish to know what was the communication, Your intellect is not interfering with the flow of life. The moment you want to understand what was the communication, the interference starts. Anyhow, we will come to know what was the communication. When we see reflections from life, we will know what the communication was. Why don't we just allow life to effortlessly, freely come in to us, have a beautiful flow within us. So meditation is when you do not exist. We can be meditative all the time. Meditation does not mean you have to close your eyes and just sit down. When you're totally with one particular thing, you're already meditative. The third thing that which I wanted to talk to you about is this word called spiritual. As I began with the fact that there is nothing material or nothing spiritual, or everything is spiritual or material. We have kind of divided the world into spiritual and material. They are into meditation, into some religious practices, vagara and all that. So they are spiritual people. This guy is always running behind money and material purpose. So you are materialistic persons. This is not true, my dear friends. Matter and spirit cannot exist separately. Spirit becomes matter. This is the truth. Spirit becomes matter. So spiritual and material are the two ends of the same thread. So let's define this particular word called spiritual, because even in probably the dictionary, the word spiritual, spirituality, spirit is not properly defined. Let's understand it today very, very clearly. Spirit, what we see as the body, when we say it's a body, mind, spirit complex, and we call this as a body, mind, spirit complex. The spirit, the third factor, the third element in it. How do I understand what is the spirit? Please understand, I'll give you a small example. Suppose we have taken two vessels with some water in it, and we have put one on firewood and one on the gas. You will see that one on the gas is heating up faster than the one in the firewood. What is the difference? The difference is in the gas you will see there is a third element. Apart from the fire and the heat, there is a third element. And what is the third element? The third element is force. The fire is hitting the vessel with a certain force. Body, mind, spirit. Spirit is the force. Okay? I am interested in doing it. I want to do it. There's a force. I want to do it. So there is spirit in that thought. I want to do it, but I don't know whether it will happen or not, and all that. There is low spirit, low this thing. So please don't try to search for spiritual in anything, anywhere else, in God or anywhere else. Spirit, the force is within us. It is to be identified as our will. Our willpower is our spiritual power. Our will is the spirit. So how do I define spirituality? Okay. So duality, all about the dual nature, okay, or congeniality, all about being congenial, okay. Spirituality, all about the spirit. That's all. Okay, so all about the spirit, all about the force, all about the presence, all about the will is what spirit and spiritual is all about. As simple as that. And finally, I would like to talk to you about breath. Okay, most of us have been introduced to Anapanasati. Or it has always been told that you just, the simplest meditation in the world is just to watch your own breath. My dear friends, you will see that 9 out of 10 times 90% of the people who are into meditation are actually attempting meditation, are sincerely attempting meditation. However, becoming meditative, experiencing meditation, is missing, because This is always a common thing which is always told, that thoughts come in, we don't know how to silence the thoughts, which is bothering, which is coming in as an interference. So please understand, let's remove that from your plate today, and let me give you some very, very simple aspects of the breath. Even our breath is in form of yoga. Even breath is in form of yoga. There are 3 elements in it. The oxygen, the prana, and the 3rd element again. Everything has the 3rd element. Body, mind, spirit. Body, oxygen, mind, the prana, 3rd element, the spirit. You find the 3rd element in your breath. The force that is carrying it. Okay. So even our breath, each and every breath is in form of yoga and is absolutely spirited. Okay. So coming to the nature of the breath, as I said, that every breath is a communication with life. So what I wanted to reach to you about breath today is that if you are breathing free, all the threads that you are connected to, all the relationships, all those little desires, all that you wish to see in life, all these threads will also receive this effortlessness through your breath. Now, what is the problem? What is coming in the way of me breathing free? What is the difference of my breath as an adult and the breath of a child? Why is the child able to breathe free? Why is the adult not able to breathe free? What has come in the way of breathing? It's so simple, it's so beautiful, and today I want you all to release these aspects from your breath so that you are also breathing free. The 3 identified aspects that come into our breath, they are questions, compulsions, expectations. The breath of an adult has questions, compulsions, and expectations. A child's breath does not have that. A child is breathing free and receiving from life also freely. Now how do I remove these elements out of my breath so that I am also breathing free and I have a very clear, effortless relationship with life? Very simple. Questions. First is questions. We have hundreds of questions running inside. What is happening now? What will happen tomorrow? Will this happen or not? What if it does not happen? One single thing, and there is a flurry of questions that come into us. Questions to which we do not have answers in the present. And yet we are entertaining that questions all the time. So you're sitting for meditation or whatever it is, these questions seems to be coming all the time. So how do you remove these questions from your breath? How to remove questions from interfering from breathing free? Very simple, my dear friends. Answer the questions. Yes, answer the questions. Answer, one single answer is I do not want to know. What will happen tomorrow? What if it does not happen? What if this opportunity does not come? I don't want to know. I don't have to know. Mind will come in and say it is dangerous not to know. You must know. Just tell it, I don't want to know. Now you have answered the question, and the same question will stop bothering you because you have already answered it. You do not want to know. Because the moment you want to know, the intellect is interfering with the free flow. So you want to keep the intellect away. That's what is meditation. Keep the intellect away. Just be a witness. Allow life to freely come and go within you. As simple as that. So, questions, all questions in you can find one single answer. I don't want to know. The moment you don't want to know, the questions are gone. Number 2, compulsions. Sometimes in life we experience compulsions. I do not want to do that, but I am forced to do this. I don't like what I am doing today, but I have no choice and I am having to do it today. Please understand, it this is the worst thing that can happen to anyone, to live in compulsion. What happens with compulsion is that now I will have to carry my body. I don't like going there, but I have to go there. So the body is not effortlessly flowing with the mind. The body is not responding to the mind effortlessly. Okay, there is an objection. The body becomes heavy. The body becomes stiff. I don't want to do this. Simple example I'll tell you. Like if a small child comes in, I'll tell the child, hey, come on, why don't you dance? He will not think. He will begin to dance. You give him a chocolate, he will dance furthermore. He is not having any questions coming in. But you ask an adult, hey, you come in, you dance, I want to see. He cannot dance. Suddenly, a flurry of questions will come in today. What? What did he say? Why should I dance? Should I do or not? What if I do? Will he laugh at me? There are hundreds of questions that will come in. An adult can't effortlessly do what a child so effortlessly does. Why? Because he feels compulsive. He does not want to do it. And, he has to do it sometimes. We all face compulsions in life. The easiest way to deal with compulsions is number one, first, accept things. Temporarily accept things. Do not fight with it. Do not have a conflict with it. Okay, right now I have to do it. Okay, let me do it. First, accept things. And number two, please understand something very spiritual, something very deep, that is your truth within. Please understand that, there's something which is your truth within. There's so much of data accumulation inside, so much of social influence inside. Now, how do I identify what is my truth within? My truth within is what I feel about it. What I talk about you can be a lie, but what I feel about you is my truth within. So, how to come out of compulsions? The easiest way to come out of compulsions is holding on to our truth within. In a given situation, what is appearing to us is different from what is our truth within. We want to see life this way, but what is appearing is something else. My dear friends, just hold on to your truth within, and appearances will fall to make its way to your truth within. Your truth within is what you have been manifesting in your life all the time. Even now you will be manifesting only that which is your truth within. So how do you identify your truth within? Your feelings towards something is your truth within. So hold on to your feelings. Don't allow what is appearing to you to disturb your truth within. As simple as that. Hold on to your truth within, and that shall manifest. The number three, which I said was expectations. Okay, we all seem to be, in this world of so-called expectations. Everybody seems to have expectations from everyone. Okay, there is this particular line which is so much a truth, which says that disappointment is the mother of expectations. If there is disappointment in somebody's life, it is only because of one's expectations. So, as you are freeing yourselves from all questions within you, as you are freeing yourself from all compulsions within you through acceptance and the truth within, now third thing is that you must free yourself from all expectations. Now, how do I release myself from all expectations? It's Bhagavad Gita will tell you, you do your karma, you do your action, okay, don't think about the fruit. But it seems like we are always working for the fruit. Fruit is the expectations, okay, and we forget that, we only have to express, we only have to do the action, but it always seems to be the fruit is behind the reason for all actions. And whenever the fruit is the reason why you are working, there are expectations. If there are expectations, there are disappointments. Now, how do I release myself from all expectations? Please understand, my dear friends, I tell most of the parents also to please teach, please reach to your child as early as in their life the word called self-responsibility. Our life is our responsibility. It is my journey, it is your journey, it is his journey. This is our individual journey. Each one is going through this individual journey of our own. But we seem to be, interfering through our expectations from everyone. The child has expectations from the parents have expectations from the child, husband has expectation from the wife has expectation from, the in-laws. So it's all, this expectations is crippling the breath. One is not able to breathe free because of this particular thing. Now, how do I free myself from expectation? Is to once for all know for the rest of my life that it is my journey, it is my responsibility, I am self-responsible for my life. Everybody else with me are only facilitating the journey. Like I am also only a facilitator to others' journey, so are others are only a facilitator to my journey. I cannot demand from them. I can only be in gratitude for all that they do for me, but I cannot demand from them. Once this demands goes off, expectations goes off. Now that your breath is free of questions, of compulsions and expectations, you can again be breathing free, just like a small child. Again, as I remind you, breathe like a child and receive like a child. Please understand, meditation should never be a technique. Meditation is not a technique. Meditation is your relationship with life. Meditation is consciousness. Meditation is your awareness. Meditation is your non-interference with life. Okay, so two very simple aspects I will tell you about the breath today, so that becomes a part of your breath, and meditation is an effortless happening. Meditation is not a doing. You cannot do meditation. No one can do meditation. No one can learn meditation. No one can teach meditation. Meditation cannot be taught. Meditation cannot be learnt. Meditation can only happen. And meditation will happen to me only when I am able to define it right. Okay? So, very simple two, three aspects I will discuss about breath today, which you apply in your life, and you see that, meditation has become so effortless to you, So, the easiest way of meditation is said that, you focus on your breath. Okay? Focus on your breath. Just watch your breath come and go and do nothing else. But when you do that, there seems to be a lot of interference happening. So how do you come out of it? Very simple, my dear friends. Take your palms, close your ears, and listen to the sound of the flowing breath. Close your ears and listen to the sound of the flowing breath. 10-15 breaths. Just listen. It will be high definition clear. The sound of the breath will be so clear. Now, having heard the sound of your breath, release your palms. Now, where is the experience? Where is the experience of having heard the sound of your breath? Just 1 minute back, you heard the sound of the breath. Where is that sound? Where is that experience? Isn't that in your memory? You remember an old movie, you remember an old song, you remember the kindergarten rhymes that you learned when you were a small kid. How do you remember it? You remember it because it is there in your memory, correct? Even now, just a minute back, you had an experience of listening to the sound of the flowing breath. Where is that experience? It is in your memory. Now release your hands, put it down, and engage yourself in listening to the sound of the flowing breath. Reproduce that memory. Replay that memory. How did it sound then? Just a minute back. How did it sound? Recollect. Replay that memory. Go so deep into that memory that everything else about you falls silent, and you're so engaged with the sound of your breath. You're so engaged with your breath that meditation is a natural happening. Another beautiful tip that I will give you about the breath today is keep your out breath longer than the in breath. Effortless in breath, very slow, very calm, very pleasant, long out breath. Whenever you keep your out breath longer than your in breath, you will experience calmness and pleasantness. Just do it 10 times, and even if you were agitated, you will feel that you are settling down, you are calming down, you become pleasant. And the moment you become calm and pleasant, that is who you are in this moment, calm and pleasant. What will life's reflection be to you? Life's reflection to us is always who we are this moment. If I am very pleasant, every breath is a communication with life. This pleasantness goes to life, and pleasantness comes back to me as a reflection. So the opposite of it is also true. You see, when you are agitated, when you are angry, you will find that your in breath is long, out breath is short. So the opposite is also true. In breath is normal, out breath is slow and steady. Make this your natural breath. You will always be calm and pleasant. When you are always calm and pleasant, that is what you will get back from life. Okay? So I hope this video is helpful to you in setting some definitions right, the definition of yoga, the understanding of meditation, the understanding of spirit as a force. And spirituality is all about the force, all about this willpower of ours. And fourth, finally, about the breath. If you are breathing free, you don't have to worry about reading the Vedas, the Upanishads, or anything at all. Just breathe free, and life will flow freely through you, and you will become a witness to all the wonders of the life. I hope this video was helpful to you. Thank you so much. Till we connect again.
Hello everyone, Pranahita here. Today we'll know about Divine Feminine. Each and every person has both Divine Feminine and Divine Masculine qualities inside them. Irrespective of the gender, they have these qualities. And Divine Masculine qualities are like they are goal oriented, they do actions and they protect. They give the security to the family. They listen to others. These are some of the divine masculine qualities. Whereas divine feminine qualities are caring, kindness, love, patience, and also whatever they think, the same thing they speak, and whatever they speak, the same thing they do it in action. So all their thoughts, words and actions are in perfect sync. And also they are always connected to the source. They get these intuitions, what to do and what not to do. These are some of the divine feminine qualities. And as I mentioned, these qualities, divine feminine or divine masculine, these qualities are present in each and every person. Some of them may have more masculine qualities, some of them may have more feminine qualities. But every person will have these qualities and we have to perfectly balance them. So that is very, very important, my dear friends. And today we'll know more about divine feminine and also about womanhood. So as a woman, we are born in this woman body in this lifetime. So every lifetime we take different bodies. We come onto this planet Earth to have different experiences. Like in some lifetime we may be born as a king, and in other lifetime we may be born as a poor man, a beggar, and sometimes we may be born in a woman's body, sometimes in a man's body. So every lifetime we take different bodies to have these different experiences. And this lifetime we are in this woman body to have this great experience, to experience this womanhood. So let us all embrace this womanhood completely. When you accept and embrace this womanhood, you can have a great experience in this body. You can completely be happy in this body instead of rejecting every time and thinking that why am I born as a woman? I don't have any freedom, or I have too many things to handle, and so many other complaints. Instead of that, start living, start accepting the womanhood and start living that way and see how you can transform your life. And one more thing about a woman, which is very, very important, my dear friends. So every month a woman goes through a cycle, a period cycle, and during her menstruation a lot of women, they'll be having so many premenstrual syndrome emotions, and even during the periods they'll be having so many pains. So it may start few days before the period starts with anger, irritation, sadness, depression, or pain or cramps, and so many other things will be happening. It depends on woman to woman. It may differ from woman to woman, but more than 80% of the women complain of one or the other issue during their menstruation. And millions of women across the world menstruate every day. So the whole of this collective consciousness, what exactly happens to the collective consciousness if so many millions of women are very angry or very depressed or having these lower emotions? The whole of this collective consciousness is affected, my dear friends. It is not just about you. Start thinking about this collective consciousness. It is our responsibility to shift this collective consciousness, the whole of this female collective consciousness, and so the planet Earth's collective consciousness. We can do that. And in my meditations from the past few months, I have been channeling the same wisdom. So the main thing that we have to understand, my dear friends, is not rejecting these periods. When we are rejecting and when we are every month, if we are thinking, oh, why did I get this again? So when we are rejecting it again and again and again, and rejecting the womanhood for whatever may be the reasons, so there will be some energy blocks that are created in the energy body. And slowly, if we are not addressing those energy blocks, slowly they will come on to the physical body and take different forms of diseases. It could be infertility issues, it could be PCOD, bleeding, or any of the gynec issues like fibroids or anything. So all these gynec issues, anything related to the uterus, they are all formed mainly because we are not accepting our divine feminine, my dear friends. Once you start accepting the divine feminine, you can clearly see a difference. Your life will be completely transformed. You will be able to get rid of all such issues and everything will be perfect. And I have experimented this with thousands of women across the world. So, my dear friends, what exactly happens during the period? It is the egg that is released, and as it is not in contact with the sperm, it just comes out as blood. So, when it is in contact with the sperm, it will create a beautiful baby, a great creation, a life. That means that egg has that life energies, those creation energies. It is very high in the energy. But when it is coming out, every woman thinks that it is impure and it's dirty. A lot of cultures, they reject that. They don't accept it. But when it becomes a baby, it has got that life energies. Everyone appreciates. So, my dear friends, we just have to understand this small thing, that the egg, irrespective of whether it is coming in contact with the sperm or not, it has got those life energies inside it. That means it has got those very high energy inside it. When we are not utilizing that high energy in the right way, it will just take a form of anger, sadness, depression, cramps, pains, or anything else. So we just have to redirect those energies, because everything is an energy. Even the anger or jealous or sadness, depression, everything is a form of energy. But we have a choice. We can transform those energies in the right way. So these high energies, every month when you're going through this phase, menstruation phase, you can keep 3 intentions, my dear friends. Just by keeping these 3 intentions, you can clearly transform the whole of these low vibrations. So those 3 intentions, one for yourself personally, and one maybe for your family or a group of women, and one for the universe. Anything related to your health, career, relationship, it could be anything, but redirect those energies by putting that intention. And I have experimented this with thousands of women, my dear friends, and most of them, they have transformed the whole of this pain, the whole of this anger, sadness, all these premenstrual syndromes. Everything is gone now, and whatever the intentions they are keeping, they are getting manifested. So it is miraculously getting manifested. Everyone is thinking that it is miraculously getting manifested. But the only thing is they are redirecting these energies. I got this message in my meditation, and as I shared with a group of women, they started experimenting. And now this knowledge, this wisdom has been translated into 6 languages, my dear friends. I started with English, and then Telugu, and then Kannada, Tamil, Malayalam, and Hindi. So it is spreading in different languages to thousands of women. It is mainly because it is working. It is spreading through word of mouth, not with any advertisement, just with word of mouth and just with the testimonials. So give it a try, my dear friends. So every month, just before your period starts, make those 3 intentions along with your meditation. Meditation is very, very important, my dear friends. It will keep you grounded. It will completely help you. So along with meditation, try these things. And whenever you're getting any thought of rejecting your womanhood, just delete that or transform that thought by accepting your womanhood. Once you start accepting your womanhood, and along with that, if you're doing meditation and doing these intentions, the whole of your life will be transformed. So many women, they have got rid of all these gynec issues whatever it may be, the PCOD. One lady, she did not get periods for more than 10 months and she got periods immediately after trying these things. And other lady with O bleeding, that was cured. And another lady with infertility issues, she was trying for more than 6 years for babies. But just by doing this, she got conceived. And one other lady with fibroids, the fibroids were cleared miraculously. So this is working, my dear friends. And please give it a try. And one more thing that we are doing in these groups, I've created these groups. So one of the practice that we are doing, which all the women are loving, is this practice that I got in meditation again. So whenever a woman gets a period, she shares it in our group that she got her period today. And all the other women, they welcome her, they congratulate her. They all say, congratulations and welcome Devi. So when all the other women are saying congratulations, automatically whoever the woman that got period, she'll feel good about it. Instead of rejecting it, she starts feeling good about it and inviting it, accepting it. And this is making a lot of difference. And the women call her Devi is because during that phase, the menstruation phase, the woman will be in very, very high energies. So much high energies that she will become the Shakti. She will become the goddess. And that is one of the main reasons why in the olden days, women are not allowed into temples. Even now, a lot of people, they don't go to temples. But the main reason behind not going to temples is because the woman becomes a Shakti. She will have so much power that it is not needed for her to go to the temple. It's not that she is not allowed there. It is not that she is impure, but she becomes the Shakti and it is not needed for her, my dear friends. So such a beautiful thing, but not many of us know about it. So I wish you create such groups in your communities, wherever you are, from wherever you are listening this. Just gather few women and create a group and support each other. Or even you can join our Sangha, Divine Feminine Sangha, which again I got in my meditation to create this Sangha to support all the women for all their challenges that they are facing in day-to-day lives. So when you support each other, you can completely transform yourself and also all the women around you and the whole of this female consciousness and the whole of this planet Earth. I wish you all the very best and thank you so much, my dear friends. Love you all. Bye. Hello everyone, Pranahita here. Today we'll discuss about spiritual parenting. So my dear friends, a lot of women, when I ask them a question about pregnancy, why do you want kids? Not many of them have an answer. A lot of them say, oh, it's already been 5 years since I got married and I'm not having kids. Is that a rule that you have to have kids after 5 years? Or some people say that, oh, my in-laws are forcing me, or my parents are asking, and everyone around me is asking. Everyone has got kids and we don't have kids. So, they don't have a clarity. Do you want kids just because everyone is asking? My dear friends, just think about it again. I'm not against kids, but you should have clarity. A woman, when she is about to become a mother, she should have clarity why she wants kids. It is not just because the society is asking. It is not just because your parents or your in-laws are, or your friends or the society or whoever it may be, they are asking you. Or it's not because you already got married 5 years ago or 10 years ago, or you're already 35 years of age or 40 years of age. These should not be the reasons, my dear friends. It is very important. If you want to enjoy the motherhood, if you want to invite a great soul through you and support them in their journey, invite them, but not for your personal reasons. Because the souls come onto this planet Earth to have great experiences. It is not because you could not pursue a career that you want. You could not become a doctor or an engineer or a fashion designer, and you want to bring that child onto this planet Earth and force them to become that engineer, doctor, or a fashion designer, or whatever that you wanted to become. That's not fair. They come onto this planet Earth to have their own experience, to fulfill their own purpose of life. As parents, we don't own them. It is just that we are allowing them to come through us, and we are not the owners. We have to remember this every time, my dear friends. So whenever you're thinking to become parents, discuss with your partner. Only if both of you are completely ready, and only if both of you are completely there to support them and not forcing what you want onto them, only then invite that child, my dear friends. Just be clear. It is not about your parents, in-laws, or society, or your age factor, but it is supporting a great soul that is coming through you. That's very, very important. So, whenever you are planning for a pregnancy with your partner, discuss, and then together you meditate to invite a soul into your family through you. Together, when you meditate, you both will be in harmony, and then you can invite a great soul to come through you. That's very important. And one other important thing is to become vegetarians. That's the basic thing. When a soul is inside a woman's tummy, when she's putting all those dead animals into that tummy, just imagine yourself, if you're there in a cemetery for an hour, sleeping with all the dead people, how would you feel? Just imagine that when you're putting that non-vegetarian food into your tummy where your baby is also there. Just with that thought, next time whenever you are putting that non-vegetarian food into your tummy, just have this thought. meditate on this, that you are sleeping with some dead people or dead animals in a cemetery and spending some time there, I'm sure no one will put any non-vegetarian food once you start meditating on this, my dear friends. So it is very important to become a vegetarian when you want to become a mother. Once you have this thought, learn more about spiritual pregnancy and how to raise a baby, how to balance your emotions. In our society, to become a doctor, to become an engineer, we study for at least 4 years. But the sad thing is, when we are raising a kid, about to become pregnant, we are not having knowledge or wisdom on all these matters, which is very important because a soul is completely trusting you and coming into your family. They don't even know how to talk, they don't even know how to walk, they don't know what you're feeding them. They completely trust you. Whatever you feed them, they drink, they eat. Wherever you take them for a walk, they just trust you. So how much we have to learn just for engineering or to become a doctor. We learn so many years. We take so much wisdom. But when we are raising a baby, a minimum study, a minimum wisdom is very, very important, my dear friends. So whenever you are planning for a pregnancy, whenever you're planning to invite a baby into your life, then start reading about pregnancy, about raising a kid, about vegetarian food, about balancing your emotions, because a mother's emotions are very, very important. They reflect onto the baby who is in her stomach during the pregnancy. So whenever a mother feels sad or depressed, those emotions will directly or indirectly affect the baby's emotions. So all these are proved scientifically also. So it is very important for a mother to balance her emotions and also to create a good environment with the partner or with whomever she is living with. The environment should be very peaceful. The whole of the family should support this pregnancy. The whole of the family, whoever that she is living with, just with a partner or with in-laws or with parents or with friends, whoever it is, the whole of the family should support. That is very important. All these things will clearly reflect on the baby's emotions and the way that the baby is growing and the baby's health. And also, along with these things, music also plays a great role. Some of the Indian ragas are said to benefit the baby's brain development. Along with that, Mozart music, Beethoven music, all these things are said to develop baby's brain. So whenever you're planning for pregnancy, read about all such things and take very nutritious foods. And whenever you are taking supplements, just check if they are really important. And check whenever you are taking some supplements, is there any non-vegetarian in that? For example, some omega tablets will be having some fish oil. Try to see if you can avoid that. Try to see if you can take a vegetarian alternative and take very nutritious foods. All the sprouts and salads, vegetables, and as much as possible, eat nutritious foods, vegetables, fruits, and definitely not non-vegetarian food. In this way, if you can maintain throughout the pregnancy, you can really give birth to a healthy baby who is not just healthy physically, but healthy emotionally and mentally. That's very important, my dear friends, because a lot of people, they just think about the health. But the emotional well-being is much more important. They just give nutritious food, but they don't think about their emotions. Most of the times the mother may be sad or maybe fighting with the partner or the mother-in-law. Not many people think about it. Just at the end of the day they give these nutritious foods. But start thinking about the emotional well-being, my dear friends, which is very, very important. The whole of the lifetime of the kid, these emotions will play a big role. How the soul was inside the womb, they will reflect the whole of their lifetime. A lot of past life regression therapies, when they were in the womb, they were saying the same thing. Whatever the mother's emotions are there, the kids will be having the same emotions. So the mother needs to be very happy. The whole of the family environment should be very happy. That's important. These are few of the tips about spiritual pregnancy. It's a vast topic. It is like an ocean. And maybe I just touched a drop in the ocean. But I would really advise all the women out there, whoever is listening now, when you are planning for pregnancy, read more on pregnancy, talk to other women. We have so many support groups and we have so many websites where whoever has gone through these phases, they have written the articles, they have shared their own experiences. So you can just go through them and get the right wisdom and then choose your life and give the best to your baby. Even in my life, there was a phase when everyone asking me about kids. We were married for more than 6 years and everyone started asking us. Then I started asking them, why do we need kids? No one had the answer. As I was just mentioning, everyone was saying different reasons just for the society, family or age factor or all these things. But I was not satisfied with all these answers. Then one day, I was just talking with my brother Prabodh over the phone. And as I was talking, so I just told him that if me and my husband can do work together and if that benefits the universe, or if I invite a baby and if a baby comes through me and if I spend my time with the baby and to support her, if that baby can make a difference to this planet Earth. So whatever is the best, if I am doing the work by myself with the support and help from my husband, if that is the best to the planet Earth, or if a baby comes through me and we both support her, if that is going to be the best for the planet Earth, whatever is the best, I'm going to happily accept that. And I shared the same thought with my husband and he was so happy, and we meditated on the same thought together, holding hands. So that time it was a great thing. We were feeling so much energies with that thought. So at that time I accepted if a baby can come through me and if she can make a difference to this society, to the planet Earth, then we are allowing that baby. And just after few days I got conceived. So this is my personal experience, my dear friends. In the same way, whatever you feel like, whatever that comes from within you, choose that. That is important. Never ever chose because of your peer pressure, partner pressure, or whatever the pressures. Never choose from that. That is my advice. Thank you.
Namaste, everybody. My name is Balraj Kapoor, and this is my wife, Riju Kapoor. And we currently live in London. We are happily married, I guess, for the last 26 years of our life, and having been blessed with a son and a daughter who currently live with us. I am basically from the hospitality background, having worked in this industry for the last 35 years of my life in various fields like the hotels, restaurants, and catering organizations in many places, interesting places, prior to coming out of India. Having worked in Dubai, Bahrain, Moscow, and currently living in London for the last 15 years. So after having worked for 35 years in this industry, which is I'm very, very passionate about, I reached a point in life where I realized that, it's become a very, very stressful environment. And like every other, profession, this too has become very stressful. So thought of changing and switching over. I started my own chauffeuring company, which is about 4 years ago now. And, we kind of cater to people who are, very high profile clients, guests, providing them with chauffeuring requirements, providing them with luxury vehicles to various places of their requirements. 26 years in marriage, 57 years old, but just about 6 months born in this meditation world. So it's been a very, very interesting journey in this last 6 months, which both me and Riju would, like to share with all of you. And I would like now to request Riju to kind of, speak her experience about meditation and how it has helped us. So, Riju.
Namaskar, friends. My name is Riju, and by profession, I'm a teacher. I'm working in this industry or in this profession almost more than 22 years. And in this teaching profession, I've taught various people, worked in Middle East for many years, and now currently past 15 years, I'm in London and teaching primary school children. 1st of June 2020, it transformed our lives, I would say, when my husband insisted me to join meditation classes with him. My first thought was no, as usual, because I'm a very happy person and I'm a very busy lady. I do not have any time for do this because as a spiritual journey, I'm already involved. I'm giving my time to community. So why do I need another thing on my plate? But when he said, yes, join, and I thought, okay, I don't want to say another negative thought. Let me join with him. It was the time lockdown period. And my husband found this meditation program through Facebook. And, sometimes we thought so many things and we do not know when these things are going to manifest. And this, my husband wish manifested on 1st of June when we both were on the same platform and started doing our meditation journey. Initially, I was thinking what's happening, very curious, but so many doubts were going on and doubting myself that I have guru and why do I need another person to say he's my guru. But this meditation program, Anapanasati program, opened so many closed doors in my darkness within in ignorance world. And guru is every path. You can have thousands of gurus because you learn everything daily from a child, from a postman, from a delivery man. So I should not narrow my vision for this, saying this, oh, I have guru, what is going to happen? And so this door opened. I think first or second day, this door opened, that gurus are everywhere. Everyone is your guru. The things, computer is your guru. You learn something from there. Internet is your guru. You learn something from internet. So it was, very positive thing. I said, wow, amazing things, like a genie got that lamp. It was that kind of feeling. But second or third day, it came into my knowledge that you can get rid of your illnesses. I said, illnesses, wow. So doctors are mad. They are working so many years, doing so many daily experiments are going around in the world. And these people are telling you don't need any medication. Interesting. now I'm going to use this term I was asthmatic, chronic asthmatic on steroids. And but as aging, I was also getting lots of illnesses like women related problem with the menstrual cycles, pre-diabetic condition, and gaining weight. Though I was doing exercise and everything, but it was not making any difference in my life. So I always reluctant to take any medication, but because now everybody was forcing me, I need to take iron tablets, vitamin D tablets, various things I was taking. But on 5th of June, I decided that let me experiment it, whatever they're telling, let me experiment with myself that I'll stop medication from today onwards. So my dear friends, it was a very difficult time. By profession, I'm a teacher and I was working. Lockdown was for everyone, but not for the teachers. We were still going on. And what happens in asthma, if you do not take your inhalers, you start coughing and you start panting. And during this pandemic time, if you cough, people were thinking you have COVID, and they were just with one cough, they run 10 miles away from you. And I was in the school, what is going to happen? All people are going to criticize me. So 5th June to 10th of June, it was a big juggle with my thoughts. And I was taking just 10 steps, heavily breathing, panting, but still going on. Shall I take? Shall I take? But that again, during meditation, our mentor, Fultushi Rose, she lives in Raipur. She was our mentor. She told us, you from now onwards, you need to say to yourself, you are not the mind, you are not the body, you are the soul, pure conscious, and you have all the reins for everything. So this was my mantra jap from that day onwards, 5th of June to 10th of June. Very difficult period. Means really my house is on 2 floors and I was doing all the chores. Very stressful. What shall I do? I don't want to share because this thing, what I have took this oath on myself. If I share with my family, why are you, troubling yourself? Take that inhaler. It is in front of you. Why are you suffering? Why you're doing this? If something happened to you during COVID time and asthmatic people were on the top of the list, why you're taking this risk? But it was again this. But one day I remember 10th, I put all my inhalers, medication, all on my dressing table, and I said, you are the non-living thing. I am the living thing. I have more power than you. So I'm not going to. And my dear friends, from 5th of June onwards to today is 12th of December, I didn't take any medication. My all parameters are normal. Nothing is happening. Yes, initial, I would say I'm not become like a big runner, but I do everything. My weight reduced, my pre-diabetic condition improved. Now I do not take any medication. But along with this journey, I met many of masters on Zoom classes and many facilitators. They inspired me a lot. The first one is our beloved Patri Ji. I've never seen guru like this, who goes to people's house and go on cycles and say, come on, do it. And being a teacher, you want your children do something and you slap, you do whatever. Though we cannot slap nowadays, we cannot scream in Western world, but we do, really knock them. And that kind of guru is in front of me. I was blown away. First time when I met him on Zoom session, one of the Zoom session I think it was the Chhattisgarh Zoom session, when first time I spoke to him, and he asked me, Madam, sing, bhajan. And I used to sing, but because of asthma, I stopped. But I thought this is the now best time. In front of 300, 400 people, I sang. I am too shy person. I'd never come on the camera. And I don't know how this happened, but I sang in front of so many people. After that, I was crying very badly, but that journey started. I think from that day onwards, we met Patri Ji 7 or 9 times every day. I don't know how he was, waiting for us and call our name, both of us name. Now I'll move on to, I think I've talked a lot. I will continue on this one, but now I pass on to my husband.
Meditation to me, prior to, as I said, prior to this period of pandemic, life was very stressful, like any other person's life. I used to have a lot of negative thoughts coming in my mind. My mind was never at one place. It used to always travel in different directions, a monkey's mind. I was never still in one place, sitting in one place. I was sitting right now in one place, but I probably would be thinking about 6, 7 different things, thoughts that coming into my mind. So I wanted to win this. I wanted to somehow, I tried every possible thing for, to relieve me of this problem. And I just couldn't find that, relief coming out of various, things that I tried in the past. And then somebody, as I said, my own niece, who lives in Delhi, her name is Charu, she recommended to us this Anapanasati meditation. And, we kind of got connected to Rose from Team Zorba, who lives in Raipur. So again, as I said, this is all cosmic connections. It has got nothing to do. We never ever imagined we could probably, travel from London to all the way to Raipur and get connected to a lady who probably doesn't even know us prior to this. So she connected to us. We started attending these Zoom classes. And very interesting, I would say, because the only thing that I understood out of this entire journey of 6 months is, to put it in a nutshell, what is meditation? Meditation is just giving a break to your brain, because your brain is always running. It is running constantly 24/7, 365, and it has no time for it to so you need to give a little bit of time, a break time to your brain. And that is only possible through meditation. And this meditation, the Anapanasati meditation, which is taught by Lord Buddha 2,500 years ago, it was introduced by him, and various masters, including Osho and other various masters, have, recommended this particular meditation. The PSSM movement, with whom we are affiliated now, its, founder, Subhash Patriji, I don't call him a master. I mean, to me, he is the greatest friend. To me and to us, he is our best friend. He does not come across to you as a person, with that wisdom and knowledge and, with bodyguards or people behind him, walking when he's walking around. A very simple person who talks to you, who gets connected to every person. Believe me, he's one person who gets connected to you. He believes in connecting to each one of you. And that is his USP. To me, I address him as the modern day Pied Piper. A Pied Piper, we've heard about the story of the Pied Piper of Hamlet, who with his flute used to play the flute and get rid of all the rats and mice of the town. So to me, Patri Ji is like this modern day Pied Piper, because through his flute, he plays such wonderful music, mesmerizing music, that kind of, removes those different thoughts or different kind of things that are, sitting like clutter in your mind. And he makes you get rid of all this. And to us, it has been the most beautiful journey of our life. I can very proudly say the changes that has happened in our life is all because of this founder member of PSSM movement, Subhash Patriji. We are ever grateful to him for having bestowed his wisdom not only on us, but on millions of people, because through his very simple teaching of, Anapanasati. So meditation, how do we do meditation? What is the secret behind this meditation? And who can do meditation? Well, they say that every person above the age of 5 years can do meditation. So if you are 10 years old, you can do it for 10 minutes, recommended time. If you're 20, you do it for 20 minutes. If you're 40, you do it for 40 minutes. If you're 50, you do it for 50 minutes, and so on and so forth. So the next question comes, like Riju said, we don't have time. Every person would say, we don't have time. So to that, I found a solution. The time you can remove out of your sleep pattern. So suppose you sleep at 10 o'clock in the night, try to remove 30 minutes of sleep time and devote it to meditation. That will help you to kind of, give you a lot of answers to your inner self. So 30 minutes is actually equivalent to, they say, about 6 hours of sleep. So similarly, that's what I did in my life. I started meditating for 45 minutes before going off to sleep in the night. And the first thing in the morning when we get up now is we meditate. So we get up, say we're supposed to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. We now make it a point to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and we meditate for 45 minutes and then we start our day. And during this 45 minutes, we just try to, put on some instrumental music, which you can do, and try to basically, not think about anything but observe your breath. So Anapanasati, which Riju will explain to you, is all about, the observing of the breath. And maybe Riju, you can talk a little bit about the Anapanasati now.
Okay. See, thank you, Balraj. Anapanasati meditation, when we started, I am from a Satyasai organization and I'm teaching children for a quite long time. And this recently, before June, I decided that I need to quit and do something else in the community. And see, God has various plans. So Baba has given me this Patri Ji Anapanasati meditation. In a Satyasai organization, we do light meditation and we do various other meditation. But I was always wondering why we never connect to our inner self. But Anapanasati is so simple. It is just you need to focus on your breath. Whenever your mind is diverted, it's drifted away, you need to tell your mind, no, where I'm sitting in the meditation. And it with just, consistent practice, you will come to know where it leads you, but do not stop your journey. So we also did the same thing. Initially, it was difficult. Focus is not happening. In the group, people were talking about, I've seen this color, I have seen this Babaji, I have seen this. But both of us, we were not experiencing any. In fact, till today, I would say, I didn't experience any of these wonders. Yes, in terms of day-to-day life, I can tell you daily there is a new experience. And daily I observe so many things. That antaryami term, that God is inside you, this is 100% true, and I experimented this. When I read this book, You Forever, recommended by Patri Ji, it's written there that we all are connected through silver cord. This silver cord is like an umbilical cord. Umbilical cord is, we disconnect after baby is born. But how amazing this creator is, who is connected to us. A ripple of something in our mind, in our life is happening, and he gets that connection, he gets that feeling, he gets that wireless message. So I came to know, and this experience of this, once this sentence that there is a silver cord, it changed my life. That how many years I was suffering and telling, oh my God, where are you? Where are you? You are with me, you are my breath. And I was searching for you outside. But once this nectar, this wisdom came into my chip, in my mind, that God is with me 24 hours, 7, front me, out, above me, everywhere. Believe me, it's magical. My workplace, I believe in karmic, and I've recently changed my job. And I never share. I thought this is my karmic result because already my family was against me. Why did I change? Because I was on such very big position and I moved on to just teaching career. I get rid of all my management status and everything. I don't know what had happened. A salary deduction, everything. My family was against me, but I took this decision. And initial period, it was really suffering because when you become a boss and you lead and suddenly you're no more boss and somebody else is leading you and telling you off for certain things, you feel, oh my God, what did I do? But that time I was reminding, this is my karmic chakra. And that God was answering me, you never done something wrong. Why are you're doubting yourself? That inner conscious was telling me all the time. And with this inner conscious, what had happened? I moved on to different department where I was suffering. I didn't say anything. I thought this must, she's become my best friend. She comes to me all the time and talks to me. This is all I didn't see anything. My inner connection, my antaryami dialogue was going on, and I move on to different. And daily I feel so many challenges. Three things in thing I would say definitely meditation taught me: acceptance. It is very easy to say acceptance, but daily when, then two swords, even my husband and myself, we daily when we do arguing, how can you accept people? But this was the most important thing I learned. Whenever you think, you need to accept everyone. Not always look from your eyes, think in other person's shoes. And when you surrender yourself, you say that, yes, I accept everything, whether it's a good or bad, I put everything on you. That gave me immense power, my friends. And bliss, happiness. My colleagues say, how come you smile all the time? I have the biggest class in the school. I am doing one person men show. I do not have any colleague to work with. But everything is, I don't know how this happened. Even I myself now wondering how these things are happening. But these things are happening. Second thing was forgiveness. Beautiful thing, forgiveness. Yes, we say sorry very easily. I have said thank you, sorry many times to people. But really from deep root, I have really forgive that person. The answer was no. I can tell you, my friends, I remember my uncle, very close, my mama. I was thinking I'm not going to talk to him. But my mother, during this meditation journey, my mother came into my dream. She said, do you fight with your brother? I said, yes, I do. Till today we are fighting. She said, then you stop talking to him? I said, no, I talk to him very often. Yes, maybe after 2 weeks, but we still patch up. And she said, this is between me and my brother. Who you are to telling that he was a bad person? So my mother, after 15 years she died. And now she came in my dream and telling me this thing. And another, in the family, so many things happen. And forgiveness means deep-rooted. When I was thinking that this person, if I didn't solve my problem at this birth, my present life, I have to take another birth. Believe me, I got such a jittery feeling that no, God, thank you very much. I do not need anything. So I really, really bowed down to that person and deep-rooted, I've said, please forgive me. And surprisingly, on Diwali day, the first call I received from that person. So forgiveness, amazing. Amazing means we are not angels. So why do we need to take grudges in our mind? Just be light like a feather. So we can travel, astral travel. The third thing is gratitude. Amazing. I thought I will be dog, cat or something. But when I was reading again this You Forever book, that we were minerals, we were plants, then animals, then humans. So I started appreciating everything, even spoon, even pen, even anything you ask. I started paying my gratitude. And since so I was thinking, when you say gratitude to somebody and people are also acknowledging you, and there is a big smile on your face that everything you're acknowledging, spoons are happy, crockery is happy, everything is happy. So I am living in a very happy, blissful world. This is how this happened. This is all meditation. And one thing very important, as a mother always thinks about their children. All the time they think about what is going to happen, this is going to happen. And I asked once this question to my mother. I said, Mom, when are you going to stop thinking about us? She said, till the time I'm not in my grave. So I do not live my life that in my grave I remember. I want that Anup Jalota's bhajan on my tips that when I die, I don't want my children. They are happy, they are doing their own jobs. So I need to do my own path. Oh, that spiritual path I need to work on. So yes, I surrender all my children. Yes, I'm a caretaker of my children, but I do not come in between whatever the decisions they are going to make. I started accepting those decisions. And who is helping me? The cosmic energy is helping me. So meditation it's a euphoric reaction, my dear friends. It's like a drug. More you take, it's not going to harm you. It is going to benefit you, not in your present, in your future life. What you want to paint your future, this is going to help you. So it is just a beautiful, beautiful experience. Anapanasati meditation, please continue on this path. And
Yes, so as Riju said, the magic of meditation. The magic of meditation is absolutely, awesome. It just takes you into a different world. It made me a person, with so much of negativity with me, so much of depressing kind of thoughts coming into my mind, into a person now who's so calm. I don't think about my past. I don't think about my future. I just want to live my life on the present moment. In this pandemic situation, when everybody was going through this fear of, having this fear of this phobia of, of oh my God, this pandemic, COVID. I was moving out every day in public and did not have a scare. I did not have a fear because I had actually had that confidence by doing this meditation, which I strongly recommend and I strongly believe in the fact that, and I always say that कि meditation से कभी नहीं होगी हानि, meditation से कभी नहीं होगी हानि. What does it mean is that with meditation, I don't think no harm can come to you physically. I can assure you on that, and I can vouch you on that as a person who's just been in this meditation for just 6 months. Nothing can harm you because you are going to be protected. And who's going to protect you? Your own self, your own person within you. And up until 6 months, did we ever, or do you ever think about the breath that we take, the breath in and out, how important it is? It is the energy. It is the only thing because of which we are currently living. The moment the breath leaves your body, you're gone, your history, your ex. So, respect your breath, dear friends. Respect your breath. Acknowledge everything that is around you. Acknowledge the living beings, acknowledge the non-living things, gratitude towards them. And the other important thing which I realized because of meditation is self-love. It's very important for every human being to be acknowledging your own self. Acknowledging, let's not be that, the bullock cart of others around us. Let us not be that. Let us enjoy life. Let us also say that I am unique because there cannot be another person like me. There cannot be another person like you. So start having that belief in yourself and having pure thoughts. Help ever, hurt never. I personally believe in this. Try to help whoever you can and do not hurt anybody, because the moment you hurt somebody, that thing comes back to you. So make this a habit of meditating in your life, because the more you meditate, the more it will become a habit in yourself. It's like eating your breakfast or doing any other normal course that you do during the course of your day. Make meditation a habit of your life. This has become a habit of my life. This has become the habit of my wife's life. And we are very proudly saying this, that through meditation, we have become a very different people. We look at the problems in a different direction now. We don't look at the problem as a problem. We look at the problem as a challenge.
Yes.
That is the difference.
That we are going to learn something from it.
And we are going to learn out of that problem. So any problem that comes over to you, it is not a problem. It's a challenge that comes towards you. And nature is trying to give you that challenge for you to solve it. And you should be able to solve it. And every human, there is a supreme inside.
Yes.
God is there within you. You have to have the confidence and the belief, the self-belief in yourself to be able to achieve it. And there are a lot of things, which we were kind of given information about. The importance of a pyramid. Let me show you one right behind us. That's a pyramid which we got, So that pyramid gives you 3 times more energy if you do meditation under it. Okay, so this is again a tool which we realize in meditation. So we try to do meditation under the pyramid, and it gives us a different kind of energy, a different kind of meaning in life. And what else do I say? A foodie, a person like me who was always around food. I used to always love food. I love eating food. I love cooking food, and I did a trial on my body. There was a group in our group, and we had to do a body detox. So I was asked to stay away from food for 10 days during the Navratri days. And I thought I could not even survive for 1 hour. But believe me, friends, I managed to do it along with the support and motivation of other people in the group for 12 days. So for 12 days, I was just on a liquid of just water, orange juice and coconut water. I survived 12 days. Of course, it gave me a lot of clarity. It gave me a lot of different direction towards life. I also went into silence mode for 7 days. And, again, learned so much out of silence. So what I would request all of you is that to kind of, try these kind of exercises within yourself, within your body, in your everyday life. Let's not be, always running around for materialistic things, because those materialistic things are not going to give you that eternal happiness. The eternal happiness lies in being simple in life. Look at our master, Patri Ji, such a simple person in his life. And there's so much to learn from him. So,
at the end, I would say, my dear friends, whatever we are telling, or if you are wanted to come in Anapanasati meditation, experiment everything, not just blindly, just do it, have faith, and just try for 21 days, then 30 days, and see what happens.
Let's take a 40-day challenge. I would suggest go for a 40-day challenge. A commitment of
to yourself.
40 days that you're going to try this for 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the night for 40 days. And believe me, you're going to come back to us and tell us the changes that you probably have experienced. Because those changes are going to be unique to you.
Yes.
It's not going to be, and believe me, it's going to have a different person in you. You will be a different person. So 40-day challenge is something which we are requesting you to take for yourself, because that's going to benefit you. And with this, we hope that you will accept this challenge and try to be a different person in your life, and try to be a different human, a better human, a wonderful human, because, unfortunately, humanity is gone towards the animal kingdom. And, let's be human beings first. Let's be better humans. So thank you very much for giving us the honor. And, Ritu, do you want to say something?
Just do meditation.
Yes.
And focus on your breath.
Be happy.
God is within you.
Just be happy.
Just
be happy. And just enjoy your life.
And enjoy each and every second of your life. Okay. This life is very unique. This is given to you. Yes. Please do not underestimate yourself.
Yes.
You are Rama, you are Jesus, you are Harry Potter, you are everything. Everything. Yes. Okay, my dear friends.
And you can create that thing within yourself.
Yes.
Because every person, prior to being a Buddha, he never thought he could be a Buddha. So let's not be Buddhas in our life. Let's all be Buddhas in our life.
So paint your picture, your portrait with the beautiful thoughts, beautiful actions, and do your hand, heart and head coordination, and go ahead in your spiritual journey. Thank you very much.
Namaste. Namaste to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
from Basingstoke, southwest of London, UK. I have been doing meditation since my college days. Since 2005, I learned from my family friend, my uncle. So today I would like to talk about 4 principles, human evolution stages, as defined by Attaining, and this has been explained by Osho. So Attaining is a French philosopher, and who is popular by his theory. Man is in evolution mentally, emotionally, and he is traveling towards spirituality. Right, friends? So he has defined 4 stages. One is geosphere, biosphere, noosphere, and Christosphere. Geosphere means, in Patanjali's version, he says it is Sushuptavastha. Then the biosphere is Swapnavastha, and the noosphere is Jagratavastha, and Christosphere is Turiyavastha. And coming to geosphere is a state of consciousness of matter, rock state, right, which is not awakened state. So in mineral kingdoms, a lot of rocks are there. They are really an example of matter consciousness, like they don't have anything. There is and also in human also, people are in this state, in a lot of tamogana. They are reluctant to know anything. They don't want to be consciousness. So that is all the people most of the time spending 80% of time spending laziness, all these patterns. So this is called geosphere. And also, if you analyze, Osho says old physics in 1950s, even before, it is the scientists or old physics people didn't understand the theory that electron moves both in particle and wave motion, right? It can exist in both forms. But so the word consciousness is because it is still in that geosphere state. Now new age physics believes all this and practically prove it. Let's take 2 more examples. Like there is a house in fire, right? And a person inside, after realizing the house is in fire, immediately jumps out of the house. Similarly, there is a snake. Let's say I'm walking on a evening walk. We are walking on an evening walk, and we just found a snake there, and we jump out of it. So there is no decision, right? We don't call our friends to talk about whether it is right or wrong, and is it a right timing, and also which direction I should run away. We don't ask these stupid questions. This is an instinct, right? So why this is emphasized is the matter consciousness, people who are in matter consciousness, these kind of instincts, life kicks out. Some situations come where they have to act. Those moments are really take to Buddha's consciousness, like awakened Turiya state. Those are very minute. Okay, so let's talk about biosphere, which is a Swapna Avastha. It means pre-consciousness. First sphere is all about matter, and the second one is life. That means trees, animals, and birds. They all come under this biosphere concept. Consciousness comes like a dream in this, and all the past always in the thought forms for this conscious people. 80% of the time they talk about past. They just talk. That's it. Time passes by. So days pass by. They never think about future, right? These conscious people. So this is how the nature it would be. To live in the past, it's a lower state of mind, dear friends. So we must be saying a lot of people who are in biosphere as well. So the first 2 stages are very low conscious frequencies. Then the next one is noosphere, Jagratavastha. It is a period of anxiety, it's all about future. They keep on 80% of the lifetime, they keep on thinking about future, or what happens then. My resources are good enough. So, and also, this is called pseudo freedom. It's a false freedom. And we sit in the classroom and the professor is talking and we are somewhere else, so we are not listening. We cannot listen most of the time because it's inability that because of this state of consciousness that disciple or student exists. And people act from the confusion. For example, there is two girls to marry for a boy or for a man. Which one to marry? One is he loved that girl, but she may be very poor. One girl, she is very rich, extremely rich, and he is settled in his life. So what does he want? If he acts from his fear, security point of view, that he chooses this girl who is very rich, but she may be not looking good for him, according to him. So, but he is not happy, right? So, various reasons. So, thing is liked or not. So, the next one is a state of conditioning. So, to take an example, people might have been born in some religion that their parents suggest to do these rituals, from morning to evening or every day 1 hour. But he or she don't like that, right? He don't understand first of all what is that ritual is. So unless you awaken, right? Unless you come into Turiya state or 24/7 that awakened state, we cannot enter into that. We cannot understand what is that ritual, the inner meanings of the ritual, what is the beauty of it, what is the energy, right? How can you feel your energy? So this state of conditioning, acting from conditioning, and it is like a lukewarm state. It is so. They are not really into it, dear friend. So this is about no sphere state. So currently 60% of people in the planet are on this conditioning. They act out of fear. Even though they don't like a politician, they just start their revolution. They just start their party in that. They go into that party just to, out of conditioning. Their views are completely different, but still they say that, yeah, this man is great. This kind of conditioning is happening, but the trouble is, this is a no sphere state, Jagruta Avastha, right? Let's talk about the final one, Christosphere, very interesting one, Turiya Avastha, as per Patanjali's classification. This is a no mind state, pure consciousness, emptiness and nothingness. This is also called as Buddha sphere or Krishna sphere. This means totally is a person with this state, totally in the present moment, acts from the core consciousness. And regarding any statements they listen, whether it's a truth or he may not agree or disagree, right? It won't be like that. I did not agree or disagree. It's all about mind consciousness. Mind always says it's right or wrong. But for this soul conscious people, sensitivity, they just totally listen it and acts from the sensitivity. Because it's all awareness, sensitivity is totally turned on. Okay? So this sensitivity works. Okay, dear friends? And intellect, let me talk about intellect also. Intellect people has to go to tuition. They have to learn, constantly upgrade, otherwise they cannot sustain. But intuition develops with this Christosphere. Intuition means the quality of consciousness. So you can act from your intuition. So Detergent calls this omega point, Buddha calls this nirvana, and Jains calls it moksha. And Christ calls this God the Father. Right? We have to upgrade to this level of consciousness, dear friends. This whole Prajna Paramita Sutra told by Buddha is to transform from third Jagrata Avastha to Turiya Avastha. So most of spiritual people who are in the seeking path have to understand their patterns in the Jagrata Avastha, how much conditioning, how much confusion in their lives in all the departments, and in each one during meditation sessions that upgrade to Turiya Sthiti, right? So these are all practical experience wise. You have to day by day live, and through meditation we cleanse all our bodies. Arjuna was like a student. He is listening to Lord Krishna in the war field while Krishna is explaining Bhagavad Gita. He became a disciple. When he became a disciple, Krishna became a master. So there is a difference between student and disciple. So become a disciple. Listen to all the masters, what they are saying, what is the inner message, right? So those who are in the lower conscious frequencies, they all think about, even though he is a bad teacher, right? They struggle to get the message out. So those who are really from enlightenment path, ready to learn, ready to understand, ready to live the life with passion, right? In any field you choose, any skill you are in, that drive, that inner fire will take you to those masters and surrender and understand. So my message is learn from all masters, dear friends. As Patri Ji also said, so I have learned from Patri Ji, and he said, learn from all masters, right? So even though we are bigger or elder or younger, it doesn't matter. So physicality is just like a form, but consciousness matters. Buddha also tells about a great spell. So this Christosphere state, this conscious state is a great spell. So for those who are in Jagrata Avastha, like an example, one person goes to a forest and he has to cross a cemetery to go to his home, right? There is a cemetery, big cemetery, and due to that, one day, he is very fearful crossing that bridge, crossing that cemetery. So he went to a master, a guru, and asked Master Ji, what should I do? Then he has done some yajna and he has given a box. Keep this with you throughout. Whenever you cross, keep this with you. Nothing, no ghost will come to you. Then from that day, he has that. Whenever he is walking, he walks as if with very much confidence, because protection is there. Then after many days, he experimented, even standing many hours in the whole night, and he realized that there is nothing happening. Then after a few months, he got that awareness that what if I lose this box? He's so scared. So he went to that guru again and asked, Master Ji, what should I do if I lose this? Now I am very happy, crossing that cemetery. But then Master said, there is no spell like that. There is nothing in this box. It's just in your brain that I have cleared it out. That ghost is a fear, right? That is inside you is appearing like a ghost out there. So I have cleared our fear. There are many other fears. There are many other dark forces like jealous and attachment and greed, hatred, mania, ego. These are all your ghosts. So the mantra which gurus gives, those are like spells, temporary spells. Those works for a lot of people who are following certain gurus. But understand, friends, everything is within us. All the Arishat Varga, all these negative emotions, negative frequencies are within us. We just need to learn, right? So with awareness, Christosphere consciousness, Buddha, Nirvana consciousness, Turiya Sthiti, we can easily do that. We are our own, breath is our own guru. We just need to follow our breath. I'll come to that point in a minute. And so with this example, this amitya. So the mithya is all the fears. Amitya means just break that. Okay, so finally I'll tell Buddha uses the term gone beyond. What does it mean? Gone from matter, gone from the body, gone from the visible, gone from the tangible, gone from life and death, gone beyond mind, thought, thinking, self-ego. Dear friends, this is the beauty of it. Gone from matter state, gone from body consciousness, gone from visible, what you think is right, that fearful consciousness, we come out of that, and tangible, the fears inside, everything we come out of it. So that's the beauty of it. So before meditation, I was in Jagrata Avastha and even some percentages of other consciousness, biosphere and geosphere also. So that laziness patterns, that fearful, lot of fear, lot of confusion in my life, dear friends. When I was studying college, I have lots of confusion in any subject. Should I read this book or should I read this? I was always depending on other friends and they are also not very clear. So I am looking for who is enlightened here in this space, in any subject. Even in workplace, nobody is enlightened. Like nobody is continuously in this Turiya state. So it's much difficult to help others. The space which we operate is completely from confusion a lot of the times. That's what I observed. That's what, after I started my meditation, daily practicing, this consciousness is improving day by day. And in every area, wherever the confusion patterns are coming up, it is transforming into clarity. Because of awareness, we just love the difference in other people. We don't see the awkwardness or the why that person is different, low or higher than me. We don't worry much on those space. We just love the differences. We see the beauty, how they do the things. So in every aspect, it is much beautiful. It is helping me personally. In my opinion, we should all do some meditation practice every day. And we should also do the right meditation. So do the Anapanasati meditation to start with. As Patri Ji guiding us, so just do that. So over a period of time we will understand. So it will take us to the awareness states much easily. So this is what proven by Lord Gautam Buddha already told. He has experimented all 108 techniques and he has given this wisdom. Start with Anapanasati meditation. It's the simplest thing. Sit comfortably, clasp your legs, cross your hands and close your eyes. Just observe breathing. Okay, so there are many other videos in PMC. You know how to do meditation, and please watch out and learn meditation and connect to all these wisdom messages, which is very essential, dear friends. And thank you for this opportunity. Thanks for listening today, and I wish you all the best. Best wishes. Thank you.
कई बार हम ध्यान कर चुके हैं। ये सिलसिला कभी भी खत्म नहीं होने वाली है, ये अनंत काल की है। ध्यान ही इंसान की जिंदगी का एकमात्र लक्ष्य है। एकमात्र मकसद उच्छ्वास निश्वास के साथ एक होते हुए हम अपने आप में लीन हो जाएंगे। హాయిగా కూర్చున్నాము, మనకి మనమే రాజు. ఎంత భాగ్యమో, ఎంత భోగమో ఈ ధ్యానం. Aham Brahmasmi, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi Shvetaketuh, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi Shvetaketuh, Ayam Atma Brahma, Ayam Atma Brahma, Prajnanam Brahma, Prajnanam Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma, Sarvam Nidabada Nidadiri Danidadiri Dini Sada Nibadama Payama Pada Nira Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Sarvam Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Nida Nibadama Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma Dom dom dum dum darana dom da 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 dom darana dir 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 dom dom da dom da dom da da dom da dom da dom da dom 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 darana
Thank you. ఎంత బాగుందో ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం ఎంత బాగుందో మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం ఎంత బాగుందో మహిళా ఎంత బాగుందో दर्शन दो दर्शन दो दर्शन दो घनश्याम सुख में सुमिरन करे दुख काहे को कभी भाई ధ్యాన మహాచక్రము ముగింపునకు వస్తున్నది, ముగింపునకు వస్తున్న మళ్ళీ సంవత్సరము వరకు వేచి ఉండవలే. కళ్ళ మీద చేతులు పెట్టుకుందాం. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly remove your hands and you may open your eyes. my dear friends, my dear masters, and my dear gods, I request all the musicians to come onto the stage. Sanjay Kingi, Guru Prasad, Ganesh, Tansen, everybody come here. आप सब चले जाइए. ఒకసారి కళాకారులకి
ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ శ్రీ హనుమంతరాజు గారు, శ్రీ విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు, జక్క రాఘరావు గారు ఈ ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం 2 మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం 2ని వారి భుజస్కంధాలపై వేసుకొని అత్యంత అద్భుతంగా విజయవంతంగా నడిపించినందుకు ఆర్గనైజింగ్ కమిటీకి ఒకసారి గట్టిగా సహస్ర ధ్యాన ప్రణామాలతో సార్ ప్లీజ్. బాలకృష్ణ గారు, రాంబాబు గారు, ఆనంద్ గారు, నవకాంత్ గారు, ప్లీజ్ కమ్. ఈరోజు
అలా వైకుంఠపురం ఇలా కైలాసపురంలో 11 రోజులు మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం పత్రిజీ గారి యొక్క సమక్షంలో ఎంతో అద్భుతంగా జరుపుకున్నామా? ఎలా ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ వంటలు? ఎమ్మెల్యే గారికి తెలియాలి కైలాసపురంలో ఎలా జరుగుతాయి. ఎమ్మెల్యే గారు రాష్ట్రమంతా చెప్పాలి కైలాసపురంలో ధ్యానం చేస్తూ సంతోషంగా సంతోషంగా ఉన్నారా? దేనికి భయం లేదు కదా? ఎమ్మెల్యే గారు చెప్పాలి రాష్ట్రానికి అనే విధంగా ఇంత అద్భుతంగా కార్యక్రమాలు చేశాం. 30 రోజుల్లో రాత్రి పగలనకుండా కష్టపడ్డ PMC టీవీ వారికి, కైలాసపురి ట్రస్ట్ బోర్డుకు, ముఖ్యంగా మన సాంబశివుడుగా ఒక శివుని రూపంలో 30 రోజులు ఆయన కష్టపడ్డాడు. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా
సాంబశివరావు గారికి
జై,
సాంబశివరావు గారికి
జై,
సాంబశివరావు గారికి
జై. అదే విధంగా ఈ యొక్క కార్యక్రమానికి అద్భుతంగా సహకరించిన తన్ మన్ ధన్ ప్రత్యక్షంగా పరోక్షంగా కష్టపడ్డ ఎంతో మంది మాస్టర్స్కు హైదరాబాద్ ట్రస్ట్ తరఫున చేతులెత్తి నమస్కరిస్తున్నాను. కరోనా టైంలో ఇది ప్రోగ్రాం జరుగుతుందో జరగదని ఎన్నో సందేహాలు. నాకు చాలా ఆలస్యంగా అర్థమైంది. పత్రిజీ గారు చెప్పిన ప్రతి మాట వేదం, సత్యం, ఇక అనుమానం ఉండకూడదు. అనుమాన పడుతున్నారంటే మనం అజ్ఞాని అని అర్థం. అక్షరాల సారు ఎలా చెప్పారో, ఎంతమంది రావాలో, ఎలా భోంచేయాలనో అలా జరిగింది. వారికి మొదలే తెలుసు ప్రణాళిక అన్నది సత్యం. దీనితో రుజువైపోయింది. ఇక వచ్చే సంవత్సరం కైలాసపురి కొత్త ట్రస్ట్ బోర్డు ఏర్పడుతుంది. మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు. శరవేగంతో క్షణం అభివృద్ధితో కైలాసపురి ఆ మానస సరోవరం ఎక్కడుందో కానీ ఈ మౌన్ కైలాసపురిలో ఈ యొక్క పిరమిడ్, అద్భుతమైన పిరమిడ్లో మహాశివరాత్రి నాడు 10 టైం ఇచ్చాను. 10 మార్చ్ సాయంత్రం 6 గంటల నుండి పత్రిజీ గారు చేతుల మీదుగా ఆ యొక్క పిరమిడ్ మరొకసారి ఓపెన్ అయ్యి 36 గంటలు అఖండ ఏకదాటి ధ్యానం జరగబోతుంది. తర్వాత ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు జరగబోతున్నాయి. వచ్చే సంవత్సరం పత్రిజీ గారు మ్యాక్సిమం టైం కైలాసపూర్లో ఉంటారు. ప్రతి పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్ మీకు తెలియజేస్తాం. ఒక్క క్షణం ఉన్న సార్ను మనం మిస్ చేసుకోవద్దు. సార్ సమక్షంలో వచ్చే సంవత్సరం ఎన్నో కార్యక్రమాలు ఉంటాయి. మరొకసారి పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్స్కు ప్రత్యేకంగా వచ్చిన వారికి, టీవీలో చూస్తున్న వారికి అందరికీ శతకోటి వందనాలు. హ్యాపీ న్యూ ఇయర్, ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు
ధ్యానమిత్రులారా, జగద్గురువు పితామహ పత్రిజీ డాక్టరేట్ మన గురువు గారికి నమస్కారం చెప్పుకుంటూ, అమెరికాలో ఒక రోజంతా థ్యాంక్స్ గివింగ్ ఉంటుంది. మనకు 2 నిమిషాలు థ్యాంక్స్ గివింగ్ చేసుకుందాం. ఫస్ట్ ఇద్దరికి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పాలి. పత్రి గారికి, స్వర్ణమాల పత్రి గారికి. తర్వాత మీ అందరికీ పత్రి గారు లేకపోతే, మీరు లేకపోతే ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం లేదు. సో అందుకని మీకు పత్రి గారికి ప్లస్ స్వర్ణమాల పత్రి గారికి, మీ అందరికీ చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు. ఇది సమయంలో మనము పంచభూతాలకు కూడా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. అవి కూడా మనకి బ్లెస్సింగ్స్ ఇచ్చినాయి. మనకి భూమి, ఆకాశం, నీరు, వాయువు, నిప్పు అన్నీ మనకి అవకాశం ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళకి కూడా మనం థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఆ ఇనాగరేషన్ రోజు మన ప్రీతమ నాయకుడు జైపాల్ యాదవ్ గారు, కార్తికేయన్ గారు, మన బివి రెడ్డి గారు, ఇటు 106 ఇయర్స్ సాధువు స్వామి గారు, వాళ్ళందరికీ మనం చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. మన రవిశాస్త్రి కూడా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. సార్ చెప్పారు నాకు ఇది అవ్వాలయ్యా అని చెప్పేసి, ఇది జరుగుతుందని చెప్పారు. చాలామంది చాలా డౌట్లు ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేశారు. సార్ యొక్క మాట ఇప్పుడు భాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు చెప్పారు కదా, ఆ మాట ఎప్పుడూ పొల్లుపోదు. కానీ టైం లేదు, ఏం చేయాలి? అప్పుడు నేనున్నాను అని వచ్చాడు మన సాంబశివుడు, బొల్లిమంత సాంబశివరావు గారు. వారితో పాటు మేముండామని చెప్పేసి సేతు బాలకృష్ణ గారు, రాంబాబు గారు దిగారు. దీంతోపాటు మేముండామని చెప్పి కుక్కటిపల్లి లక్ష్మీ, పూల, చందు అండ్ మాధవి వీళ్ళందరూ దిగారు. వీళ్ళందరి యొక్క వర్క్ తోటి ఇది ఈ స్టేజ్కి ఇలా వచ్చింది. పత్రికల సంకల్పం అనుకోండి, కాదంటలేదు. కానీ ముందుగా మనము ఈ విలేజ్ సెక్రటరీ గారికి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పాలి. రామచంద్రారెడ్డి గారికి ఫస్ట్ టైం లెటర్ ఇచ్చారు, మీరు చేసుకోవచ్చు, యాజ్ ఫర్ సర్క్యులర్స్ ప్రకారం మీరు చేసుకోవచ్చు అన్నారు. దాని తర్వాత మన మాధవి ఏం చేసిందంటే, ఆనంద కుమార్ గారు ఏసీపీ గారు ఆయన కూడా పర్మిషన్ ఇచ్చారు, చేసుకోండి, మేము 40,000 50,000 కూడా చేశాము, మీ కరోనా టైంలో మీకు డెఫినెట్గా చేసుకోవచ్చు, మీ గురుగారు చెప్పండి అని చెప్పి వారు కూడా భరోసా ఇచ్చారు. సో వీరందరికీ మనము చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలండి. దాని తర్వాత ఇలా మొదలు పెడితే అక్కడి నుంచి మొదలు పెట్టండి. ఆ రిసెప్షన్ కమిటీ కానీ, ఆ కలెక్షన్లో కృష్ణమూర్తి గారు కానీ, వెంకటేశ్వరరావు గారు కానీ, ఇటు సేవాదల్ పరమేశ్వర రెడ్డి గారికి కానీ, జక్క రాఘవరావు గారికి కానీ మనం ఎంత చెప్పినా తక్కువ అవుతుంది. ఇలా నార్త్ इंडिया ध्यान मित्रुలందరికీ आप लोग आया, हम लोग बहुत खुशी हुआ, आप इधर प्रेजेंस दिया, हम लोग बहुत आनंद हो गया हमको, आपको आके खाना खाया, अब बोला है खाना बहुत पसंद है, हमको बहुत हैप्पी हो गया. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. అండ్ ఇంకా ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతుంటే మనం క్యాటరింగ్ ఓనరు ప్రసాద్ గారు అంటారు, వైష్ణవి క్యాటరింగ్ ప్రసాద్ గారు, వాళ్ళ లెఫ్టినెంట్ వెంకటరెడ్డి గారు, వారికి మన వాళ్ళు మన నరసింహుల గారు కానీ, మన వెంకటేశ్వరరావు గారు కానీ ఎంతో చేశారు. బ్రహ్మయ్య గారు కానీ చాలా చాలా చేశారన్నమాట. వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఈ సంవత్సరం మనం థ్యాంక్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఇంకా పత్రి గారి యొక్క పర్సనల్ సెక్రటరీస్ ఉండారు, కేశవరాజు గారు కానీ, శివప్ప కానీ, నందా కానీ, సాయి కుమార్ రెడ్డి కానీ, మన దామోదర్ రెడ్డి గారు కానీ, మీ అందరికీ కూడా ఒకసారి థ్యాంక్స్ సార్. ధ్యాన జగత్తు యొక్క టీం మొత్తానికి, వాణి మేడం కానీ, కేశవరాజు గారు కానీ, మిగతా అందరికీ చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. ఇటు వెళ్తే స్పిరిచువల్ ఇండియా వేణు గారికి కానీ, సాయి కుమార్ రెడ్డికి కానీ, అటు మల్లికార్జున కానీ, మీ అందరికీ కూడా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్. అన్నిటికంటే 365 days 365 రోజులు పత్రిగారి మాట అనుసరించి మనకు ఒక పూజారి దొరికాడు. ఆ పూజారి రాజశేఖర్ గారు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరికీ 365 రోజులు ధ్యానం నేర్పుతూ అక్కడ ఉంటారు వాళ్ళు. వారికి వారి మిస్సెస్ కూడా మనం ఈ సందర్భంగా చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఇంకా అసలు విషయానికి వస్తే మన పిఎంసి మన ఛానల్ పిఎంసి డైరెక్టర్స్ అందరికీ పేరున మనం చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఇప్పుడు మనకి పిఎంసి జిఎం గారు వచ్చారు, సురేష్ బాబు గారు, శాస్త్రి గారు వచ్చారు, అకౌంట్స్ ఆఫీసర్, వారికి కూడా. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఇంకా ముఖ్యమైనది ఏంటంటే ఈ పిఎంసి ఇన్ఛార్జ్ సత్యం గారికి. అంతకంటే ఇంకా ముఖ్యం ఏంటంటే ఆ కెమెరామ్యాన్ సార్, మీరు ఏం కష్టపడ్డారు, మీరు ఎంత కష్టపడ్డారో. 4 గంటలు లేచి 3 గంటలు లేచి 4 గంటలు లేచి మీ అందరికీ కుడోస్ టు ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ. కెమెరామ్యాన్స్ భీమరాజు గారు అందరికీ మీకు ఎంత చెప్పినా, మీకు ఎంత చేసినా చాలా చాలా తక్కువ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. వస్తున్నాను, అన్నీ వస్తున్నాను సార్, మీరు ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగండి. సో సరే బాబు.
రాఘవరావు గారు,
సౌండ్ సిస్టమ్ వాళ్ళకి కానీ, ఈ స్టేజ్ డెకరేషన్ చేసిన వారికి కానీ, పోలీస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి కానీ, అటు ఫైర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్కి కానీ, ఈ విలేజ్ యొక్క పంచాయతీ ప్రెసిడెంట్లు కానీ, మన జయపాల్ యాదవ్ గారి యొక్క ఆధ్వర్యంలో మనం వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా మనం ఒకసారి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి. 365 రోజులు ఎవరు వచ్చినా ఏం రాకపోయినా మన క్యాంటీన్ వెంకటేష్ ఉన్నాడు, అతను కూడా సర్వీస్ చేశాడు, ఇప్పుడు కూడా చాలా ప్రొవైడ్ చేశారు. అతను కూడా మన ఈ సందర్భంగా చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలండి. ఇంకా పిరమిడ్ సేవాదాలు ఎంత చెప్పినా కూడా మీకు చెప్పే కదా, ఎంతైనా చాలా తక్కువ. అక్కడి నుంచి రిసెప్షన్ కమిటీలో మన వాళ్ళందరూ చాలామంది ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళు కూడా చాలా చాలా చేశారు సార్. ఇంతమంది ఇలా చేయబట్టే మనం ఇలా ఉండాము. అది యొక్క పత్రికారి యొక్క సంకల్పం, పత్రికారి యొక్క ఆజ్ఞ, పత్రికారి యొక్క విజను. నాకు 2500 5000 మంది కావాలని చెప్పారు. చూడండి, ఎవరిని ఏం ఆపరు. అందుకని చెప్పాను మీకు చాలాసార్లు, మనం ఎంతో అదృష్టవంతులము. ఆ జగద్గురువు, ఆ విశ్వగురువు మన ముందు ఉన్నారు, మనతోటి షేక్ హ్యాండ్ తీసుకుంటున్నారు, మనతోటి కలిసి తిరుగుతున్నారు. ఒకసారి ఎప్పుడు అన్నారు పత్రికారు, ఎవరైనా నన్ను కలవాలంటే వాళ్ళకి అన్ని కర్మలు దగ్ధం చేసుకొని ఎంతో అదృష్టం ఉంటే నన్ను కలుస్తారంటున్నారు. అందుకని మీ అందరూ ఎంత అదృష్టవంతులు, ఎంతో పుణ్యం చేసుకున్నారు మీ అందరూ. సో అలానే మనము పిఎంసి హిందీ ఛానల్ కానీ, పిఎంసి కన్నడ ఛానల్ కానీ, పిఎంసి ఇంగ్లీష్ ఛానల్ కానీ, ప్రదీప్ కొండారు బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. ప్రదీప్ మన పిఎంసి తమిళ్ ఛానల్ కానీ, వారికి కూడా ఒకసారి మనం ధన్యవాదం చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఇంకా మన పిరమిడ్ ఇలా ఉందంటే నేనున్నాను అంటూ వచ్చారు మన మారం శివప్రసాద్ గారు. వారు ఎంతోమంది వారికి డొనేషన్ ఇచ్చారు. ప్రతి దాతకి, పిరమిడ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రతి దాతకి చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకోవాలి మనం ఇప్పుడు. సో అందుకని మారం శివప్రసాద్ గారు చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. మీకు ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము. అలానే పిఎంసి ఇలా ఉండాలంటే పిఎంసి యొక్క షేర్ హోల్డర్సు వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్లో వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మనకి ఫస్ట్ చేశారు 1.25 crores ఇచ్చి, తర్వాత ఇంకొంచెం ఇచ్చారు. మొన్న పత్రికారి సంకల్పంతో ఎంతో ఇచ్చి పిఎంసి ఈ నడవాలి, పిఎంసి అందరి ఇంట్లో ఉండాలి. ఇప్పుడు 4.5 కోట్ల ఇంట్లో మన పిఎంసి ఉందంటే ఈ షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ యొక్క తపన, షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ యొక్క కాంట్రిబ్యూషను, చార్లీ హోల్డర్ యొక్క ప్రమోషను ఇదంతా ఉందన్నమాట. సో ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతుంటే అందరికీ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పాలి. ఎవరినన్నా మిస్ అయి ఉంటే ఇది కాకతీయులం కానీ మామూలుగా బై మిస్టేక్ ఉండొచ్చు కానీ ఇంకో రకం కాదు. అందుకని మీరు రిజర్వ్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఎవరికన్నా మర్చిపోతే, ఎవరికన్నా మిగిలిపోతే థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తే వాళ్ళకు కూడా థ్యాంక్స్. ఆర్టీసీలో శివశంకర్ రెడ్డి గారు ప్లస్ సెక్యూరిటీస్ కానీ, మన ఇటుపక్క మాధవి కానీ, పూలా కానీ, లక్ష్మి గారు కానీ, చందు కానీ, ఇలా చెప్పుకుంటూ పోతుంటే ఎందరో మహానుభావులు మీరందరి వల్లనే ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం ఇలా సక్సెస్ అవడానికి అయ్యింది. ఇంకెవరు ఉన్నారు సార్? గ్రౌండ్ స్టాఫ్ కానీ, సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు కానీ, సాగర్ కానీ, సత్యనారాయణ గారు కానీ, మీ అందరికీ కూడా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్. దీని యొక్క హరి ప్లస్ ఈ యొక్క కాంట్రాక్టర్స్ చాలా తక్కువ టైంలో సాయి వీళ్ళందరూ చాలా బాగా చేశారనమాట. సో సోహీలు వీళ్ళందరికీ చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పాలి. అందరికీ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్పుకుంటూ ఇంకెవరన్నా మిగిలిపోయినా కూడా రిజర్వ్ థ్యాంక్స్ ఉండేవి సార్. వారందరికీ ఎవరైనా మిగిలిపోతే అవి మీకు ఇస్తున్నాం అనమాట. దయచేసి ఏమనుకోదు.
శ్రీ జక్కా రాఘవరావు గారు,
ये खबरें आज तक इंतजार कीजिए अगले साल तक. खुदा हाफिज.
म्यूजिक
మీరు గట్టిగా ఉండండి కొంచెం. ఓకే రైట్ ఫ్రెండ్స్, ఈరోజు ఇంత ఆనంద డోలికల్లో తేలియాడుతున్నామని చెప్పనంటే వీటన్నిటికీ ఉన్నటువంటి మూల కారణం బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారి యొక్క దివ్య విజన్ ఏదైతే ఉందో ఆ విజన్ని అనుకూలించి గత 30 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి జనాభివృద్ధిగా చెందుతున్నటువంటి పిఎస్ఎస్ మూమెంట్ యొక్క విస్తరణ ఈరోజు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో మొదలైనటువంటిది భారతదేశం అన్ని రాష్ట్రాల్లో కూడా వ్యాప్తి చెందుతూ అలాగే ప్రపంచ దేశాలన్నీ కూడా విస్తరించి ప్రతి మానవుడు కూడా ధ్యాని శాకాహారిగా కావాలనేటటువంటి దృఢమైనటువంటి సంకల్పంలో ఆ సంకల్పం ఎంత శుద్ధంగా ఉంది కాబట్టి సంకల్పం సిద్ధించి ఈరోజు మనం ఇంత స్థాయికి ఎదిగామని చెప్పంటే ఈ క్రెడిట్ అంతా కూడా బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారికి చెందాల్సి వస్తుంది పరిస్థితి అంతా కూడా. మరి పిఎంసికి బ్యాక్ బోన్గా ఉంటూ దాంట్లో హనుమంతరాజు గారు ఇప్పటి వరకు వివరించి చెప్పినటువంటి వివరణ చూసుకుంటే బహుశా ఇంకెవరైనా మిగిలారని అనుకుంటామా మనం? ఏ ఒక్కళ్ళైనా మిగిల్చారా ఆయన? అది అంటే ప్రతి వ్యక్తికి కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు చెప్పాలని చెప్పి అనుకున్న దానిలో మరి హనుమంతరాజు గారి యొక్క దృష్టి ఎంతవరకు ఉందంటే పత్రిజీ విజన్ మొత్తం కూడా ఆవరించి ఉండబట్టే ఈరోజు పిఎంసి ద్వారా 30 సంవత్సరాల చరిత్రలో గత 27 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి పిఎస్ఎస్ మూమెంట్లో ప్రతి పిరమిడ్ మాస్టరు ఎంతగా కృషి చేస్తూ వ్యాప్తికి పాటుపడ్డారో ఈ 3 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలో పిఎంసి అంతకంతా చేస్తూ 100 రెట్లు చేసిందంటే వేరే ఆశ్చర్యం ఏం కాదు పరిస్థితి. మరి దానిలో భాగంగానే మరి 30 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఆనాడు ఎవరైతే విత్తనాన్ని నాటారో నీళ్లు పోసి పెంచారో ఈరోజు మహావృక్షాలుగా ఉండి ఈరోజు కూడా ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తం అవుతున్నందుకు దీని వెనకాల ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్క విధాన్ని మరొకసారి మనం గుర్తు చేసుకుంటూ ఆ స్థితిలో మనమంతా కూడా ఆత్మవత్తు జీవించాలనేటటువంటి దృఢ సంకల్పంతో మరి విచేసినటువంటి వారందరికీ స్టేజ్ మీద ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రముఖులందరికీ ముఖ్యంగా బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు నేను తెలియజేసుకుంటూ సో థ్యాంక్ యూ
సార్. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ మేడం స్వర్ణమాల పత్రి బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీని మన ధ్యాన మహిళలందరూ సాదరంగా వేదిక మీదకు తోడుకొని రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. మేడం నీరజ విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు, అలాగే మన పరిణిత పత్రి మేడం ఒకసారి సాధారణంగా వేదిక మీదకి ఆహ్వానించుకుందాం.
త్వమేవ మాతా చ పితా త్వమేవ త్వమేవ బంధుక్ష సఖా త్వమేవ త్వమేవ విద్యా ద్రవిణం త్వమేవ త్వమేవ దేవా మమ దేవదేవ. గురుర్బ్రహ్మ గురుర్విష్ణు గురుదేవో మహేశ్వర గురు సాక్షాత్ పరబ్రహ్మ తస్మై శ్రీ గురవే నమ. ఇది మన బ్రహ్మర్షి పత్రిజీ గారికి నేను అంకితం చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా సర్వమంగళ మాంగళ్యే శివే సర్వార్థ సాధకే శరణ్యే త్రయంబకే దేవి నారాయణ నమోస్తుతే. మన స్వర్ణమాల పత్రిజీ గారికి ఇది కూడా అంకితం చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం. నీరజ గారు, ఈరోజు సుదినం శుభదినం, మంచి రోజు. 2020 సంవత్సరానికి వీడుకోలు, 2021 సంవత్సరానికి స్వాగతం తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. మనమందరం కూడా బ్రహ్మర్షి పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రం శ్రీమతి స్వర్ణమాల పత్రిజీ గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో మరి ప్రపంచ మహిళా ధ్యాన సభలు మనం విజయవంతంగా నిర్వహించుకోవడం జరిగింది. దానికి గాను మా శ్రీమతి నీరజ విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా రాఘవరావు గారు కానీ, డాక్టర్ హనుమంతరాజు గారు కానీ, మిగతా పెద్దలందరూ కూడా ఒక్కొక్కరి పేరు చెప్పాలంటే మరి గంట టైం పడుతుంది. మన్నించాలి, నేను అందరి పేర్లు ప్రస్తావించినట్లు మీరు భావించాలి. మీకందరు కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నేను శుభాకాంక్షలు, అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. ఇది మా అదృష్టం. ఇక్కడ ఈ కడతాల్, అన్మాస్పల్లి, ఇక్కడ మా గానుమాల తండ, మైసిగండి, ఈ మధ్య ప్రాంతం, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ఇప్పుడే చెప్పినట్టు పంచభూతాలు, ఇక్కడ స్థలమాత్యం ఉంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ పంచభూతాల్లో ఈ భూమికి ఇక్కడ స్థలమాత్యం ఉంది. ఆ స్థలమాత్యం వల్లనే పత్రిజీ గారు మా ప్రాంతంలో అడుగు పెట్టారని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. వారు ఎప్పుడైతే మా ప్రాంతంలో అడుగు పెట్టారో అప్పటి నుంచి మా ప్రాంతంలో ఎలాంటి ఇబ్బందులు లేవు, సమస్యలు లేవు, కొట్లాటలు లేవు, పంచాయతీలు లేవు. అందరూ సుఖంగా, సంతోషంగా, సౌభాగ్యంగా జీవనాన్ని కొనసాగిస్తూ, కుటుంబాల పోషించుకుంటూ, పిల్లల చదివించుకుంటూ, సమాజపరంగా సంఘములో గౌరవం పొందుతూ, ఒక ఆర్థికంగా, రాజకీయంగా, ఉద్యోగపరంగా, ఉపాధి పరంగా, వ్యవసాయకంగా, పారిశ్రామికంగా మా ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రజలు మొత్తం కూడా ఈరోజు కష్టపడి ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతులు సంపాదించిన విషయాన్ని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. మాకు సింగిల్ రోడ్ ఉండేది హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి. పత్రిజీ గారు రాకముందు మాకు రాజీవ్ గాంధీ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ లేదు, ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ లేదు, ఇన్ఫోసిస్ కంపెనీ లేదు, టీసీఎస్ కంపెనీ లేదు, ఏరోస్పేస్ కంపెనీ లేదు, హార్డ్వేర్ పార్క్ లేదు. మా ప్రాంతంలో హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి ఇక్కడ ఏది కూడా లేదు. నేషనల్ హైవే కూడా లేదు, జాతీయ రహదారి కూడా లేదు. మాకు 880 కోట్ల రూపాయలు హైదరాబాద్ నుంచి శ్రీశైలం వరకు జాతీయ రహదారి వచ్చిందనే విషయాన్ని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. ఈ కందుకూరు మండలం, ఈ కడతాల్ మండలంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ మధ్య భాగం గౌరవనీయులు ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు మొట్టమొదటిసారి ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయిన తర్వాత ఈ ప్రాంతానికి హెలికాప్టర్లో 2 హెలికాప్టర్లు తీసుకొని రావడం జరిగింది. మా అన్మాస్పల్లిలో శంకరాయమల్లో అక్కడ దిగడం జరిగింది. ఈ ప్రాంతాన్ని ఎంపిక చేయడం జరిగింది. ఎందుకొరకు ఎంపిక చేయడం జరిగిందంటే మా ప్రాంతంలో నిరుద్యోగం పోవాలి, మా ప్రాంతంలో ఉపాధి రావాలి, మా ప్రాంతంలో అందరూ సుఖంగా జీవించాలి, ఇక్కడ ఒక ఫార్మా యూనివర్సిటీ ప్రపంచ స్థాయిలో రావాలి. ఒక ఫార్మా యూనివర్సిటీ, ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్నటువంటి యూనివర్సిటీ, అత్యాధునికమైనటువంటి టెక్నాలజీ తోటి మా ప్రాంతంలో ఒక యూనివర్సిటీ రావాలి. మా ప్రాంతంలో ఒక ఫార్మా టౌన్షిప్ రావాలి. మా ప్రాంతంలో ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్నటువంటి ఫార్మా కంపెనీలు మొత్తం కూడా వచ్చి 19,000 ఎకరాల్లో ఇక్కడ నిర్మాణం చేయాలని చెప్పి గొప్ప సంకల్పం ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి వచ్చిందంటే ఇక్కడ మనము మన పిరమిడ్ నిర్మాణం చేసినందుకు కైలాసపురి అదేవిధంగా మన నాగర్ కర్నూల్ గౌరవ పార్లమెంటు సభ్యుడు, లోక్సభ సభ్యుడు పెద్దలు రాములు గారిని వేదికపైకి రావాల్సిందిగా సగౌరవంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాం. మా అందరి తరఫున, పత్రిజీ గారి తరఫున రండి సార్. ఒక చేరేయండి, ముందు దర్శనం చేసుకో. మధ్యాహ్న ఆగిపోయింది, వేరే అన్యదా భావించవద్దు. ఎందుకంటే మన ప్రాంతానికి పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యుడు, మొన్న జరిగినటువంటి ఎన్నికల్లో టీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ తరఫున మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు కేసీఆర్ గారు బీఫామ్ ఇచ్చి పంపించడం జరిగింది. ఈ ప్రాంతంలో ఉన్నటువంటి మొత్తం కూడా రాములు గారు చాలా మంచివాడు, సాత్వికుడు, కరెక్ట్గా పనిచేస్తాడు, తర్వాత అందరు కూడా ఆదరిస్తాడు, గౌరవిస్తాడు, ఆయనకి ఎక్కడ కోపతాపాలు లేవనే ఉద్దేశంతో మా కల్వకుర్తి నియోజకవర్గం ఈ ప్రాంతము 35,000 మెజార్టీ ఇవ్వడం జరిగిందనే విషయాన్ని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తాను. 35,000 అంటే మంచివారికి ఎప్పుడు కూడా స్థానం ఉంటుంది. దేవుడు ఉన్నాడు. భగవద్గీతలో శ్రీకృష్ణుడు చెప్పిండు, అనన్యా చింతయంతో యాం యోజనా పర్యుపాస్తే తేషాం నిత్యాభియుక్తానాం యోగక్షేమం వహామ్యం. పత్రిజీ గారు ఉన్నాక మనకేం ఫికరు? మన యోగం, మన క్షేమం మొత్తం ఆయన మనకు శ్రీకృష్ణ భగవానుడు, అవతార పురుషుడు. మా ఇంటి దేవుడు శ్రీకృష్ణుడు. నేను ప్రతిరోజు కూడా శ్రీకృష్ణుని భగవద్గీత చదువుతా. వసుదేవసుతం దేవం కంస చానూరమర్దనం దేవకీ పరమానందం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. అతసీ పుష్పశంకాశం ఆరనూపురశోభితం రత్నకంకరకేయూరం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. కుటిలాలక సంయుక్తం పూర్ణచంద్ర నివారణం విలసత్ కుండలధరం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. ఉత్పుల్ల పద్మపత్రాక్షం నీలజీమూత సన్నిభం యాదవానాం శిరోరత్నం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. మందారగంధ సంయుక్తం చారుహాసం చతుర్భుజం పరివిపించావచూడాంగం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. రుక్మిణీకేలి సంయుక్తం పీతాంబర సుశోభితం అవాప్త తులసీగంధం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. గోపికానాం కుచద్వంద కుంకుమాంకితవత్సం శ్రీనికేతం మహేశ్వాసం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. శ్రీవత్సాంకం మహోరస్కం వనమాలా విరాజితం శంఖచక్రధరం దేవం కృష్ణం వందే జగద్గురుం. కృష్ణాష్టకమిదం పుణ్యం ప్రాతరుద్ధాయ పఠేత్ కోటి జన్మకృతం పాపం స్మరణేన వినశ్యతి. కృష్ణం కమలపత్రాక్షం పుణ్యశ్రవణ కీర్తనం వాసుదేవం జగద్యోనిం నవమి నారాయణం హరిం. ఎత్ర యోగేశ్వర కృష్ణో ఎత్ర పార్థో ధనుర్ధర తత్ర శ్రీ విజయోరుభూతి ధ్రువాని తిరుమతిరుమ. యోగేశ్వరుడైనటువంటి కృష్ణుడు, యోగేశ్వరుడు పురుషుల్లో పురుషోత్తముడు, ఉన్నతోత్తముడు మన పత్రిజీ గారు ఉన్నాక మనకు విజయాలు సిద్ధిస్తాయి. అన్ని విజయాలే సిద్ధిస్తాయి. మీరేం బాధపడకండి. ఇప్పుడే మా విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి చెప్పాడు, చాలా బ్రహ్మాండంగా చెప్పాడు. మళ్ళా రేపు మనకెప్పుడు శివరాత్రి, మహాశివరాత్రి మహోత్సవాలకు ఇక్కడ మనకు ప్రపంచంలో 2వ స్థానంలో ఉన్నటువంటి మహాపిరమిడు పత్రిజీ గారి కరకమలముల చేత ప్రారంభించబడుతుందని చెప్పి, పత్రిజీ గారు ఎక్కువ సమయం మనకి ఇస్తారని చెప్పి, ఎక్కువ సమయం వారు ఇవ్వరు. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఇప్పుడు భారతదేశంలో 10,000 ధ్యాన మహాకేంద్రాలు, పిరమిడ్లు ప్రారంభించబడ్డాయి. చిన్న చిన్న గ్రామాల్లో కూడా, ఇలా తలకొండపల్లి మండలి కానీ, కడతాల్ మండలి కానీ, చిన్న చిన్న గ్రామాల్లో కూడా అందరు కూడా మాస్టర్స్ అయిపోయారు. నేను ఇవాళైతే 2:30 గంటలకు లేచినాం. మీరు మన్నించాలి అందరూ కూడా. నేను ప్రారంభ రోజు వచ్చిన, మధ్యాహ్నం రాలేకపోయినా ఈరోజు వచ్చిన. మాకు అనేక రకాల ప్రజాహిత కార్యక్రమాలు, సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు, అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాలు, భూమి పూజ కార్యక్రమాలు, ఫౌండేషన్స్, ఇనాగ్రేషన్స్, రాత్రింబవలు ఒక్క నిమిషం తీరిక లేకున్నది. అది కూడా ప్రజాసేవనే, మానవ సేవనే, మాధవ సేవ. ఇలా పత్రిజీ గారు మేము చేసేది మా నియోజకవర్గానికి, మా జిల్లాకు, మా రాష్ట్రానికి చేస్తున్నాం. పత్రిజీ గారు ప్రపంచానికి మానవ సేవ చేస్తున్నారనే విషయాన్ని సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నారు. వారి అడుగుజాడల్లో మనం నడవాలి, వారిని ఆదర్శంగా తీసుకోవాలి, వారి సందేశాన్ని ప్రతి మనిషికి అందించాలి, ప్రతి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాలి. అందరూ కూడా శాకాహారులు కావాలి. ప్రపంచం మొత్తం కూడా శాంతియుతంగా జీవించాలి. ధర్మో రక్షతి రక్షిత. ధర్మాన్ని కాపాడితే ఆ ధర్మం మనల్ని కాపాడుతుంది. మన భూమి పుణ్యభూమి కావాలి. ధర్మక్షేత్రే కురుక్షేత్రే సమవేతాయుత్సవ మామకా పాండవచ్చైవ కిమ కుర్వత సంజయ్. ఈ క్షేత్రం ధర్మక్షేత్రం కావాలి. ఈ దేశం ధర్మక్షేత్రం కావాలి. ఈ ప్రపంచం ధర్మక్షేత్రం కావాలి. జాతస్సయి ధ్రువ మృత్యు ధ్రువం జన్మ మృతస్య తస్మాదే పరిహారార్థే నత్వం శోషత్ మరసి. భగవద్గీతలో శ్రీకృష్ణుడు చెప్పిండు. మన జన్మ ఎంత? మన జన్మ 100 సంవత్సరాలు. 100 సంవత్సరాలు అందరూ జీవించలేం. 1000 సంవత్సరాలు. నేను పితామహ గారు చెప్పినప్పుడు నేను లేకున్నా 1000 సంవత్సరాలు. కానీ పత్రిజీ గారు చెప్పినట్టుగా మనం పాటిస్తే 1000 సంవత్సరాలు జీవిస్తాం. కానీ మనకు ఎన్ని వ్యసనాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఎన్ని దురలవాట్లు ఉన్నాయి, ఎన్ని చెడు కార్యక్రమాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఎంత సిస్టమేటిక్గా ఉన్నాం అంటే నేను చెప్పేది అర్థం చేసుకో. ఎంత సిస్టమేటిక్గా ఉన్నాం, ఎంత డిసిప్లిన్గా ఉన్నాం, అది ముందు మనం ఆలోచించుకోవాలి. మన గుండె మీద చేసుకొని ఆలోచించుకోవాలా. అయితే మొన్న వచ్చిండు సదానంద గురూజీ అని హిమాలయం నుంచి వచ్చిండు. 106 సంవత్సరాలు. ఎట్లున్నాడు? కోడెదుడే మారుగుతున్నాడు, నడుస్తున్నాడు, ఉరుకుతున్నాడు, మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు, వింటున్నాడు, మంచిగా తింటున్నాడు. అసలు మనం 30-35 సంవత్సరాల యువకుడి కన్నా ఎక్కువ యాక్టివ్ ఉన్నాడు. మీరు ఎన్ని సంవత్సరాలు జీవిస్తారు స్వామి అంటే నేను 150 సంవత్సరాలు జీవిస్తాను చెప్పాడు ఆయన. 150 చెప్పాడు. పత్రిజీ గారేమో 175 అన్నారా, 1000 అన్నాడు. అయితే 999 అన్నా మీరు ఒప్పుకోరు. అయితే నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే మన తల్లిదండ్రులు మనను కష్టపడి కని పెంచి విద్యాబుద్ధులు నేర్పించి ఇంత పెద్దవారు చేసి ప్రపంచానికి అందించిన తర్వాత మనం ప్రపంచానికి ఏం చేస్తున్నాం? జాతస్య ధ్రువం మృత్యు ధ్రువం జన్మ మృతస్య తస్మాదే పరిహారార్థే నత్వం శోషితు మరుస్తుంది. ధ్యానంతో పాటు మనం సమాజ సేవ చేయాలి, సంఘ సేవ చేయాలి. అట్టడుగున ఉన్నటువంటి అణగారిన కులాలను మనతో సమానంగా ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవాలి. విద్యాపరంగా, ఆర్థికంగా, రాజకీయంగా, ఉద్యోగపరంగా, ఉపాధి పరంగా, వ్యవసాయకంగా, పారిశ్రామికంగా ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా సుఖంగా జీవించాలంటే మనం ఏంది? ధ్యానం చేయాలి, మంచి పనులు చేయాలి, సమాజానికి అక్కరపడాలి, పేదలకు సాయం చేయాలి, మాట సాయం చేయాలి, ఆర్థిక సాయం చేయాలి, విద్యా సాయం చేయాలి, విద్యాదానం చేయాలి, వారి ముందుకు తీసుకురావాలి. తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడే మన జన్మకు చరితార్థము, మన జన్మ పుట్టినందుకు ధన్యులము. ప్రతి ఎలా భూమి మీద ఉన్నటువంటి, జలములో ఉన్నటువంటి, ఆకాశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి 84 లక్షల జీవులు పుడుతున్నాయి, చస్తున్నాయి. ఒక మానవునికే శక్తి ఉంది, మానసిక వికాసం ఉంది, సామాజిక స్పృహ ఉంది. సృష్టికి ప్రతి సృష్టి చేయగలుగుతున్నారు. ఇలా పత్రిజీ ఇంకా కొన్ని సంవత్సరాలకు సృష్టికి ప్రతి సృష్టి కూడా చేస్తాడు. విశ్వామిత్ర మహర్షి సృష్టికి ప్రతి సృష్టి చేసిండు. మనకు మరొక విశ్వామిత్ర మహర్షి మన పత్రిజీ గారు. ఆయన గాడు మీరే. అయితే నేను కోరేదంటే ఈ భూమి మీద మన జన్మ తీసుకున్నందుకు, మన జన్మ ఉన్నంత వరకు ఈ సమాజానికి సమాజ నిర్మాణం చేయడానికి మన వంతు కర్తవ్యం ఏంది, మన వంతు బాధ్యత ఏంది, మనం ఏ విధంగా సమాజాన్ని ఉద్ధరించాలి, చీడపీడలు లేనటువంటి ఆరోగ్యకరమైనటువంటి సమాజాన్ని ఏ విధంగా నిర్మాణం చేయాలి. ఆ విధంగా నిర్మాణం చేసినప్పుడే ఈరోజు అందరూ కూడా శాంతి భద్రతతోటి, లా అండ్ ఆర్డర్ కంట్రోల్ తోటి మనం అందరూ కూడా సుఖంగా జీవించడానికి అవకాశం ఉందనే విషయాన్ని ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. అదేవిధంగా మేమిద్దరం అయితే ప్రభుత్వంలో ఉన్నాం. నేను టీఆర్ఎస్ ఎమ్మెల్యే, ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. రాములు గారు టీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ నుంచి లోక్సభ సభ్యుడు, నాగర్కర్నూల్ సభ్యుడు. ఆయనకు 7 నియోజకవర్గాలు ఉంటాయి. ఆయన కూడా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు టికెట్ ఇస్తేనే గెలిచినాము. మేమందరం ఇద్దరం కూడా ఈ ప్రాంతానికి సంబంధించినాం. ఇక్కడ పుట్టి పెరిగినటువంటి మీ బిడ్డలం మేము. ఈ పుట్టి పెరిగినటువంటి గడ్డ ఈరోజు రుణం తీర్చుకోవాలి. ఎట్లా రుణం తీర్చుకోవాలంటే వారు కూడా ఈ ప్రాంతానికి పార్లమెంట్ సభ్యులు కాబట్టి, రాష్ట్రంతో పాటు దేశంలో ఉన్నటువంటి పార్లమెంటు ఢిల్లీ కూడా వారి స్వాధీనంలో ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి, పార్లమెంట్లో మాట్లాడే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి, నేను అసెంబ్లీలో మాట్లాడతా, వారు పార్లమెంట్లో మాట్లాడతారు. ఈ ప్రాంతానికి రావాల్సినటువంటి అభివృద్ధి సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు తేవడంలో కూడా వారు ప్రముఖ పాత్ర పోషిస్తాడని మనందరి తరఫున నేను కోరుతా ఉన్నాను. అయితే మనమందరం కూడా జాగ్రత్త పడాలి. మొన్న మేము మాట్లాడుతూ సందర్భంలో మాట్లాడినప్పుడు ఎవరైతే పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్స్ ధ్యానులు, మహాధ్యానులు కానీ, కార్యకర్తలు కానీ, ఇందులో పనిచేసే పెద్దలు కానీ, మా అమ్మలు, అక్కలు, చెల్లెళ్ళు, తోబుట్టువులు, మా ఆడపడుచులు, మా అన్నదమ్ములు ఎవరైతే పత్రిజీ గారి సందేశం ద్వారా వారు చెప్పిన విధంగా నియమ నిబంధనలు పాటిస్తుండ్రో వారికి కరోనా రాలేదంట. నేను ప్రతిరోజు 4 గంటలకు చేసి, ఇలా కూడా 4 గంటలకు చేసి 6 గంటల వరకు ధ్యానం చేసి 6 గంటలకు తయారై ఇడికి వచ్చేసిన. ఎవ్రీ డే నా ఎలక్షన్లో నేను మూడు నెలలు ప్రచారం చేసిన, రాత్రి బావులు ప్రచారం చేసిన. అంత ప్రచారం చేసి వచ్చి కూడా పడుకొని 2 గంటలకు 3 గంటలకు చేసి ధ్యానం చేసి మళ్ళా ప్రచారానికి పోయేది. నాకు పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్స్ మొత్తం కూడా పెద్దలు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నవారు అందరూ కూడా సహకరించారు, మనస్ఫూర్తిగా సహకరించారు. వారు కూడా ఎక్కడ వారు చెప్తే వినబడేటువంటి వాళ్ళు ఉంటే వారికి చెప్పి నాకు ఓట్లు వేయించి నన్ను గెలిపించరు. నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా నా జన్మ ఉన్నంత వరకు మర్చిపోను. మీ రుణం తప్పకుండా తీర్చుకుంటానని వేదిక ద్వారా నేను మనవి చేస్తా ఉన్నాను. రాజకీయం అంటే వ్యాపారం కాదు. రాజకీయం అంటే సమాజ సేవ, రాజకీయం అంటే మానవ సేవ, రాజకీయం అంటే వ్యాపారం కాదు. సంపాదించుకోవడం, దాచుకోవడం, దోచుకోవడం కాదు. మనకు రాజకీయ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు అయిపోయింది. ఇక ఒకటే, మీ పర్మిషన్ తోడు ఒక్కటే నిమిషం. ఆకలి అవుతుందా మీకు? అయితే మేము ఎక్కడ కూడా రాజకీయాన్ని చాలా ఒక సేవాభావంగా గుర్తించి తప్పకుండా ఈ ప్రాంతంతో పాటు మా కైలాసపురి, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి మా పిరమిడ్ సొసైటీ, ఇవన్నీ కూడా తప్పకుండా అందరికి అందుబాటులో ఉండి మేము అందరి ఉన్నతి కొరకు, అందరి బాగోగుల కొరకు, ఏ కష్టం వచ్చినా, ఏ ఇబ్బంది వచ్చినా శక్తి వంచన లేకుండా పనిచేసి ఆ సమస్యలు తీర్చి ఈ ప్రాంతాన్ని అన్ని రంగాల్లో ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవడానికి మనం పత్రిజీ గారు ఆశీర్వదించాలని వారిని మనందరి తరఫున కోరుకుంటూ, మాకు ఈ మహాభాగ్యం కల్పించినటువంటి ఇలా స్వర్ణమాల పత్రిజీ మన మహిళా ధ్యాన మహాచక్రాన్ని వారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో నడిపించి చాలా సక్సెస్, అందరు కలిసి సక్సెస్ చేసేందుకు మరొకసారి అందరికీ పాదాభివందనలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ మీ అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. నూతన సంవత్సరానికి 2021కి స్వాగతం, సుస్వాగతం. అందరికీ శుభాకాంక్షలు, అభినందన తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను.
ఇప్పుడు మన కైలాసపురి పార్లమెంటు సభ్యుడు, నాగర్కల్ నియోజకవర్గము, మంచి మనిషి, ఉన్నతమైన మనిషి, మన రాములు గారి యొక్క సందేశం.
నమస్కారం. నాకెంత టైం ఇస్తుండవు? నువ్వు చెప్పి ఎన్ని నిమిషాలు మాట్లాడంటే అన్ని నిమిషాలే మాట్లాడదు. 5 ఓకే. ఈరోజు వాస్తవంగా మొదటి రోజునే నేను రావాలి, మరి ఎందుకో రాలేదు. ఈరోజు చివరి రోజు ప్రేమయ్య గారు, విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు తప్పనిసరి ఈరోజు రాండి అని చెప్పంటే నిన్ననే మధ్యమడుగు దేవాలయాన్ని దర్శించుకొని రాత్రి 10 గంటలకు వెళ్ళి పొద్దున్నే లేచి రావడం జరిగింది. ఈ సందర్భంగా పత్రి గారు దాదాపు 25 సంవత్సరాల నుండి పరిచయం ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక మహనీయుడు. మొట్టమొదలు అచ్చంపేట బ్రాహ్మణపల్లిలో అష్టాదశ పిరమిడ్ కేంద్రాన్ని ప్రారంభించుకున్నాం. మరి ఒక మంచి ప్రఖ్యాతి చెందినటువంటి ఈ కైలాసపురి ఈ కేంద్రానికి ఇంత వన్య తెచ్చినటువంటి, ఇంతమందికి జ్ఞానోపదేశం చేసేటువంటి, మనసులను మార్చేటువంటి శక్తి ఉన్నటువంటి ఒక మహోన్నతమైన వ్యక్తి మన పత్రిజీ గారు అని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను మనవి చేస్తున్నాను.
మనం చరిత్ర చదువుకున్నాం. ఒకనాడు గౌతమ బుద్ధుడు శుద్ధోధన్ మహారాజు యొక్క కుమారుడు, ఏకైక కుమారుడు, సకల భోగభాగ్యాలను వదిలి ఈ సమాజం హితం కొరకు, సమాజ శ్రేయస్సు కొరకు, మానవులలో ఒక మార్పు కొరకు బోధి వృక్షము కింద తపస్సు చేసి ఆయన యోగి అయి గౌతమ బుద్ధుడైనటువంటి వ్యక్తి ఆనాడు ఆ రాజకుమారుడు. ఈనాడు మరి ఈ రాజకుమారుడికి రాజ్యాలు లేవు, ఏది లేకున్నా కూడా ఈ ప్రపంచమే నాదని చెప్పి, ఈ ప్రజలే నా వాళ్ళని చెప్పి ఒక గౌతమ బుద్ధునిగా ఈ ప్రాంతంలోనే కాదు ప్రపంచంలోనే ఆయన పేరు తెచ్చుకున్నటువంటి మరో గౌతముడు అని చెప్పి, మరో బుద్ధుడు అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను ఈ సందర్భంగా మనం చేస్తున్నా. మరి నాడు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి పెద్దలు, శాసనసభ్యులు జయపాల్ యాదవ్ గారు, అదేవిధంగా విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు, ప్రేమే గారు, ఇంకా ట్రస్టీ సభ్యులందరికీ కూడా దయచేసి పేరున అందరికీ కూడా ఈ కార్యక్రమంకి వచ్చినటువంటి సోదర సోదరిమణులకు అందరికీ కూడా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ఇది 2వ మహిళా ధ్యాన చక్ర కార్యక్రమం. నిజంగా ఈ సృష్టికి మూలం మహిళనే. మహిళ లేని సృష్టి లేదు. అనాదిగా దేవతల నాడు నుండి కూడా ఈ భారతదేశము ఇది పుణ్యభూమి, వేదభూమి, ఋషులు మునులకు నిలయమైనటువంటి ప్రపంచానికి ఆదర్శమైనటువంటి మన భారతదేశము అనాదిగా మహిళలను మనం గౌరవిస్తున్నాం. దురదృష్టం ఈనాడు మారుతున్నటువంటి సమాజంలో అక్కడక్కడ కొన్ని ఇబ్బందులు జరుగుతున్నాయి. కానీ దాన్ని అధిగమించడానికి ఇటువంటి మహనీయుల యొక్క బోధనల ద్వారా దాన్ని అన్నిటి కూడా అధిగమించి మనం ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. అందుకొరకు మాకు జన్మనిచ్చినటువంటి మహిళామణులందరూ కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా మీ పాదపద్మాలకు నమస్కారం చేస్తున్నా. ఎందుకంటే అమ్మ ఆ అమ్మ లేనిది ఈ ప్రపంచం లేదు. ఆ అమ్మ లేనిది మనం లేము. కాబట్టి మహిళ అనేటువంటి ఒక మహాశక్తి ఈ ప్రపంచాన్ని నడిపిస్తుంది, కుటుంబాన్ని నడిపిస్తుంది, ధర్మాన్ని నడిపిస్తుంది. అందుకొరకే ఏ కార్యక్రమమైనా భగవంతులు అప్పుడు మొదటి నుంచి అంటున్నాం, పార్వతీ పరమేశ్వరుడు, పార్వతి తర్వాతనే పరమేశ్వరుడు, సీతారాములు, సీత తర్వాతనే రాముడు, రాధాకృష్ణుడు, రాధ తర్వాతనే కృష్ణుడు. అందుకొరకు ఒక ప్రత్యేకమైనటువంటి ఈ ప్రపంచంలో స్థానాన్ని కల్పించినటువంటి వ్యక్తి స్త్రీమాత. కాబట్టి ఈ సందర్భంగా మరి పత్రిజీ గారు మహిళా ధ్యాన చక్ర కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నందుకు వారికి కూడా మరి ఈ సందర్భంగా వారు కూడా పెద్ద మహిళా శక్తి అని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా మనం వేస్తున్నాం. చాలా ఒక రకంగా ఇంతమంది ప్రపంచానికి ఇక్కడ నుండి ఒక చక్కటి సందేశం పోతున్నట్టు ఈ సందర్భంలో మరి ఈనాడు ఈ ప్రాంతం ఇంతకుముందు ఎమ్మెల్యే గారు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. మరి పెద్దలందరూ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. దీనికి ఎంతో కష్టపడ్డారు, ఎంతో వ్యయ ప్రయాసాలతో కూడుకుంటేనే ఈ విధంగా అయింది. ఇలా ఏదో మేము వచ్చి 2 మాటలు చెప్పినంత మాత్రాన మా గొప్పతనం ఏం లేదు. ఆ గొప్పతనం అంతా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి భక్తులది, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ట్రస్టీలది, వారందరి మీద ఉన్నటువంటి మహనీయునిది ఈ ప్రోద్బలం అని చెప్పి మరి వాస్తవంగా నేను ధ్యానం చేయడం లేదు. ఉన్న వాస్తవం నేను చెప్తున్నా. కానీ నేను మీకంటే ఎక్కువ చేయాలని తపన ఉంది. స్వామి గారు ఉపదేశం ఉన్నది. కానీ ఎందుకో నేను చేస్తలేనంటే ఏదో భగవంతుని మనసులో కానీ ఇంతసేపు పూజ కానీ అంత చేస్తే కానీ చేయవలసినటువంటి ధ్యానం చేయలేదు. ఉన్న వాస్తవం చెప్పుకోవడం కూడా ధ్యానం చేసిన దానికంటే గొప్ప. పొద్దున లేస్తా 5 గంటలకు లేస్తా. మాదేంది, మా సంసారము వీధిలో తిరిగేటువంటి బిచ్చగాల లెక్క ఉంటుంది మాది. ఎందుకంటే రాజకీయం అంటే ఆ విధంగా తయారైంది. మేము ఓట్లప్పుడు మిమ్మల్ని అడుక్కోవాలి, ఇంటింటికి వచ్చి అడుక్కోవాలి. ఒక ఆయన ఇంటికి వస్తే నీవేం చేసినవి ఆయన ఒక ఆయన అడతాడు, ఒక ఆమెనేమో ఇంటికి వస్తే సార్లు అయ్యాక మీది మంచి సార్లు అని ఒక ఆమె అంటుంది. మమ్మల్ని ఏం చేయాలి, మీదో పాపం చేసినట్టు అయిపోయింది. అందుకొరకు రాజకీయాల్లో విలువలు అనేటివి ఉంటే సమాజం బాగుపడుతుందని చెప్పి మంచి పరిపాలన రావాలి, మంచి అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాలు చేయాలి, సంక్షేమం చేయాలి, ప్రజలందరికీ అందుబాటులో ఉంటేనే అది సమాజంలో ఒక విధంగా ఉంటుంది. దురదృష్టం ఇవాళ అంతా డబ్బుమయమైంది. సరే, ఇప్పుడు అంతా అవసరం లేదనుకోండి. మరి నాడు నేను ఒకటే విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా, ఈ సమాజంలో మనం జన్మ ఎత్తినాము. ఎత్తిన తర్వాత ఏ జీవరాశికి అయినటువంటి తెలివితేటలు ఆ సృష్టికర్త, ఆ భగవంతుడు మనకే ఈ తెలివితేటలు ఇచ్చిండు, మాట్లాడేటువంటి శక్తిని ఇచ్చిండు. మరి మనం దాన్ని ఎంతవరకు సార్థకత చేసుకుంటున్నామో ఒకసారి మనం అందరం కూడా ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా మనవి చేస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి సమాజం మనకు ఎంతో ఇస్తుంది మనిషిగా. ఈరోజు మన స్వామీజీ పెట్టుకున్నటువంటి ఈ కార్యక్రమానికి ఎంతోమంది దాతలు వాళ్ళు సంపాదించినటువంటి సంపదలో కొంత ఇక్కడ ఇస్తేనే ఈ కార్యక్రమం జరుగుతుంది, లేకపోతే జరగదు కదా. అందుకొరకు ఏంటంటే మానవునిగా ఎవరి స్థాయిలో వాళ్ళు, ఈ సమాజం మనకు కొంత సంపద ఇచ్చింది. సంపద అంటే మనకు ఆస్తులు కానీ లేకపోతే అది కానీ సమాజం ద్వారానే వచ్చింది. మా విజయభాస్కర్ రెడ్డి గారు ఉన్నారు, ఇంకా వేరే వాళ్ళతో నేను చెప్తా కానీ వారు పెద్ద కాంట్రాక్టర్. అంటే ఆయనకు సంపద ఉంది, కాస్త కూస్త సంపద ఉంది. ఆ సంపద ఎవరి ద్వారా వచ్చింది? అది సమాజం ద్వారానే, మీ అందరి ద్వారానే, సమాజం ద్వారానే మీకు ఆ సంపద వచ్చింది. నిజమేనా? ఆ సంపద వచ్చిన సంపదను మళ్ళీ ఆయన తిరిగి కొంత సంపదను సమాజానికి ఇవ్వాలి. అదే ఇవ్వాలి. ఇస్తున్నందుకే ఆయన పేరు చెప్తున్నా. మరి నమస్తే. కొంత సంపద, ఎందుకంటే నాకు కొంత ఆదాయం వచ్చింది. ఎవరి ద్వారా వచ్చింది? సమాజం ద్వారానే. మరి ఆ సంపదను తిరిగి నా తాన నేనే ఇది కాకుండా కొంత సమాజానికి తిరిగి మళ్ళీ ఇస్తే దానికి సార్థకత ఉంటుందని చెప్పి అందుకొరకే మరి మన ధ్యాన గురువు గారు కూడా ఆయన ఎంతో సంపద ఉంది ఆయన తన. ఏం సంపద? ధ్యాన సంపద. ఏమంటారు? దానికి వెల లేదు, ఎవ్వడు కూడా దానికి వెలగట్టలేము. అటువంటి సంపద ఆయన తార ఉన్నది. మరి ఆ సంపద ఆయన తారంటే సరిపోదు కదా. ఆ సంపదను తిరిగి సమాజానికి ఇస్తున్నందుకే ఇంతమంది వచ్చి ధ్యానము, మంచి చెడు ఆలోచన ఇవన్నీ కూడా మనం నేర్చుకుంటున్నామని చెప్పి అందుకొరకు ఎవరైనా సరే, మేము రాజకీయ నాయకులు ఉన్నాం, మా సంపద ఏంది? పదవులు. ఒక ఎంపీగా, ఒక ఎమ్మెల్యేగా, ఒక సర్పంచ్గా మాకు ప్రజలు ఇచ్చినటువంటి సంపద అది. మా అంతటి మేమే ఎమ్మెల్యేలు, ఎంపీలం, సర్పంచ్లం కాలేదు. ప్రజలు మాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన సంపద. కాబట్టి ఈ సంపద ద్వారా సమాజానికి మీ అందరికీ సేవ చేస్తే దానికి విలువ ఉంటుంది, గౌరవం ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి మనం అందరం కూడా దీన్ని ఆలోచన చేయాలని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను మనవి చేసుకుంటూ, మరి నాడు నాకు సంబంధించినటువంటి నాగర్ కర్నూలు పార్లమెంటు, ఇక్కడ ఈ కడతాల నుండి కర్నూలు వరకు 7 నియోజకవర్గాలకు సంబంధించి ఈ కైలాసపూర్ క్షేత్రం నుండి అక్కడ అచ్చంపేటలో, అదేవిధంగా ఇటికాల, అలంపూరు నియోజకవర్గం, తర్వాత ఎన్నో క్షేత్రాలు నా నియోజకవర్గంలో నేను గర్వపడుతున్నాను చెప్పి భవిష్యత్తులో మరి ఇంకా గతంలోనే చెప్పినారు ఈ క్షేత్రానికి కావాల్సినటువంటి రోడ్డు సౌకర్యాలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా వాస్తవంగా ఈ సంవత్సరం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. కానీ ఈ కరోనా మహమ్మారి మనందరి యొక్క ఆశలన్నీ కూడా అడియాసలు చేయడం జరిగింది. కాబట్టి ఈ అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాలు కొంత కుంటుపడ్డాయి. కాబట్టి మళ్ళీ మేము ఈ సందర్భంగా స్వామి గారికి మేము మాట ఇస్తున్నాం, తప్పనిసరిగా ఈ క్షేత్రాభివృద్ధికి మా వంతు మా ప్రయత్నం మేము చేసి కృషి చేస్తామని చెప్పి సకల సౌకర్యాలతో ఈ యొక్క క్షేత్రాన్ని కార్యక్రమం ఉన్నా లేకున్నా వచ్చిపోయేటువంటి వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా మరి హైదరాబాద్కు దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి ఈ యొక్క ప్రాంతానికి దర్శించుకునే విధంగా చేస్తామని చెప్పి ఇప్పటికే ఇక్కడికి వస్తే మన మనసులన్నీ కూడా ఎక్కడెక్కడో ఉంటుండే ఆలోచనలు అవన్నీ కూడా ఇక్కడికి వస్తే వేరే ఆలోచన ఏ ఉండవు, ఒకటే ఏకాగ్రత ఉంటుంది ఇక్కడ. మరి అటువంటి స్థల ప్రభావం ఆ మహాత్యము మరి స్వామివారు మనందరి కూడా దిగ్బంధం చేసి మనకి ఇచ్చిండు. కాబట్టి అదేవిధంగా ముందుకు వెళ్దామని చెప్పి సందర్భంగా మనం చేసుకుంటూ మరి ఏదేమైనా సరే నేను ధ్యానం చేయలేదన్న కదా, ఈ నూతన సంవత్సరం నుండి రేపటి నుండి తప్పనిసరిగా నేను కూడా ఎక్కువ తక్కువ కాకుండా 1 గంట చేస్తానని చెప్పి, అది నా కొరకే, అది మీ కొరకు కాదు, నేను నియంత్రించుకోవడానికి తప్ప ఇంకోరి కాదని చెప్పి తప్పనిసరిగా నేను కూడా చేస్తానని చెప్పి సందర్భంగా మనం చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చినటువంటి ప్రతినిధులందరికీ, వచ్చినటువంటి పెద్దలందరికీ, ముఖ్యంగా మా మహిళా తల్లులకు అందరూ కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ పత్రిగారి పాదపద్మాలకు నమస్కారం తెలియజేసుకుంటూ సెలవు చేసుకుంటున్నాం.
ఎమ్మెల్యే గారికి, ఎంపీ గారికి ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చెప్పలు కొడదాం. వారి చదువు ఉంటేనే అన్నీ జరుగుతాయి. వారి చదువు ఎంతో ఉంది కనుకనే ఇంత అద్భుతంగా ఈ కైలాసపతి క్షేత్రం విరాజిల్లుతోంది. చివరిగా స్వర్ణమాల పత్రిజీ గారి సందేశం.
చాలా అద్భుతంగా జరిగింది. మహిళా చక్రం అప్పుడే అయిపోయిందా అనిపిస్తుంది. 11 రోజులు నిమిషంలో గడిచిపోయాయి. అంతకుముందు 1 నెల నుంచి కూడా ఈ ప్రయత్నాలని, ఈ ఏర్పాట్ల కోసమని అందరూ క్షమించారు. ఆ శ్రమ అనేది ఇవాళ చాలా అద్భుతంగా అందరం ఎంజాయ్ చేశాము. మీరందరూ కూడా అంత హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నారు అనుకుంటాను. భోజనాలు అవి బాగున్నాయి అనుకుంటాను. సో వసతులన్నీ బాగుంటేనే అందరూ మళ్ళీ వస్తారు. లేకపోతే వసతులు బాగాలేవని చెప్పేసి చాలామంది ఆగిపోవచ్చు. కానీ ఎప్పుడూ కూడా ఇక్కడ అన్ని వసతులు, ఏర్పాట్లు జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. నూతన సంవత్సర శుభాకాంక్షలు అందరికీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
వచ్చే సంవత్సరం మేము కూడా మీతో పాటు ధ్యానం చేస్తాం స్వామీజీ. మేము కూడా మీతో పాటు ధ్యానం చేస్తాం. రోజుకో 1 గంట, 1 గంట మేము కూడా మీతో పాటు ధ్యానం చేస్తాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.